Happy birthday. You look good.
Sir,
Hello.
you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged
Hello,
with
hello.
aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than
Hello.
Procedural matters,
$2,500.
and unfortunately, you
You're
have
talking about stuff that is not
You will bring
relevant.
the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog
Whoa.
chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit.
procedural matters.
There's a
and
lawsuit.
unfortunately, you have
9 out of 10
Remember in the
judges
beginning
prefer watching
when
the
we started
Recovery Addict
110
live
years
stream
ago?
in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Got him, he Anglican, he's verbal Latin.
That's literally not true.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Friday. It's a good Friday, too. It's good to be with y'all. Welcome. None of y'all are patient, just using all the hello commands. You know, I'm working here. I'm trying to make it all work. So I've got my new T-shirt on. It says "Grandpa knows everything" at the top. There's a little disclaimer at the bottom, and if he doesn't, he makes stuff up really fast. So first time I'm wearing the Grandpa shirt today. I need a counter. Pretty sure it's one of these two plugs. There we go. Counter should be coming online now. All right. Good morning. There we go. It's great to be here with you. It's a wonderful day. I'm sorry I did sleep in just a little bit this morning because I was up till 2:00 this morning. I know that's later than I should stay up, but I was playing with my new toys, and time flies when you're having fun. And just setting up the new. I think I've got a picture I could show you. I put it all away right now because I want Mrs. Ari to be happy, and this was in her kitchen last night, but. Let's send this to the MacBook Air. Show you what we got going. Just 1 second here.
Send someone with more experience.
More experience. You always want more experience. Show and Finder, media. There we go. Wait for it. Anyway, we've got some good news today. We're gonna share that with you in a minute. This part does suck. Okay.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Here's my toys. I know it doesn't look like much because the picture's blurry for one thing. I didn't notice that. There's a better picture. Don't I have a better picture? Well, the picture's blurry. It is what it is. Power supply, HyperDeck, switcher, monitors, all in a beautiful case. My laptop's sitting on top. It looks sort of funny up there, but I was programming, getting all set up. But super excited about this.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Even though it's not for the studio here, it's for going somewhere else. But it allows me. Before I would take like armloads of cables and bins and boxes and cords and everything else, and now that is an entire studio all in one box, and it can do 4K, and I can connect up to 20 different cameras at once, which is just and record and I'll be able to stream and everything. How many buttons do you have now? Whatever, 1185 plus whatever you see on the screen there. That's pretty much all the buttons. So,
Is that correct?
Anyway, super excited about that, but that's why I was a little bit tired today. I apologize. We're here now. We've got court and everything else to do. I'm not going to leave you. That's my just for fun side gig. Is that the dishwasher? No, it's not a dishwasher. It's a video watcher. Now you need 20 cameras. Craft yourself.
Walmart.
I like the way you think. Yes, it's true that that software, that what you saw there, is basically enough to run an NBA basketball game broadcast. It's of that caliber. It's almost all there. But anyway, we're good. Good morning. Good morning. Waiting for the birthday song. The birthday song's coming up right now.
Happy birthday. You
We
look
need to
good.
turn chat on. That would be good. So chat's on. Josh, thanks for flipping the switch. Let's see. Promise you're not leaving this. Melissa, not leaving. I love what I do, and that's a side thing. Can I ask a question? How often do you use the majority of those buttons? Eventually, like in that setup, like the red button on the middle of the screen that's really bright.
Hello.
That's camera number 1 of 20 cameras. I probably am not going to use button number 20 or 19 or 18 or there's a good chance I probably won't go beyond 10 because that's about how much I have as far as equipment for setup. But all the rest of them,
Are we going to address subject matter?
I use a lot, a ton, and more. Hello, Ricky, welcome. All right, looks like something I should not touch. No, Nurse Kate, this is something that if you're interested in, you should say, hey, how does that work? What does this button do? And I'd show you. It's amazing. My real name is Kathy. Tralfan, are we singing to you today? Is it your birthday? Where are the birthdays? Let me look and see. Boom, Josh has come through with this. All right, we're singing happy birthday to Kathy, who is Tralfan.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Let me, because it's a little complex today, Josh, I'm just going to edit it down. So I'm going to take Tralfan out, even though we know it's you, Kathy. We're going to sing to your real name because that's how you should get sung to, your real name. Tralfan, delete that. Okay. Kathy, Chrissy, Debbie, Grim, Faded, Jenny, Karen Yalaki, Luke, Paula Mack, Petrified, T. Marona Cameron, Megan, Annie, Debbie, Kim, and Melissa P. Okay, it looks like we've got like multiple days on there. And probably these ones were like Saturday or Sunday. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But we're gonna sing to everybody. We're gonna sing to everybody. Sorry, you don't have to stare at that equipment anymore. All right, buckle up, everybody, because we're gonna make this work like this. There we go. Boom. Genie. It's Genie. Okay.
Because he's the guy.
One Lost Dakota says it's my mother's birthday. Rest in peace, big courthouse in the sky. She was a tribal judge. Bertha Two Bowls, miss you, Mom. Lost Dakota, that is, thanks for sharing your mom's heavenly birthday with us. And the fact that she was a tribal judge, that is awesome. I bet she had some amazing stories to tell you about what not to do. And what to do, of course. All right, here we go. We're gonna sing. I'm stalling too long. We got to get to court. First we'll get to court. We'll do that, and then we'll go from there. Okay. Why do we have a dishwasher cam? No. Okay, it's not a dishwasher. All right. You guys have got me flustered. Okay. If you're able and it's legal, please stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with a neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. We're going to sing happy birthday to all these folks, and it's going to be at least 2 verses, possibly 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kathy, Chrissy, Debbie, Griffith, Jenny, Jeannie, Karen Yulaki. Happy birthday to you. Okay, I only got to Karen Yulaki. That means we have to get through at least this many to make it possible in 3 verses. A happy birthday to you. Oh no, where'd it go? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Luke, Paula Mack, Petrified, T. Marona, Cameron, and Megan. Happy birthday to you. 3rd verse. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Annie, Debbie, Kim, and Melissa P. Happy birthday to you. Whoa, that was a crazy one. To everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. I realize there are many wonderful days, but today's your special day. And there are a million places you could have been and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you and make your day a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. Woo! That was a day. That was a day. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to everybody. Loads of free pancakes. Plenty to go around. Big shout out to my bestie Megan, says Legally Blonde. Happy birthday to all. Can't easily tag on the phone. This is true. This is true. I think we've got a drum solo coming up on the next verse. What is this big ball of light in the sky? Why am I awake? Morning overrated. It definitely is. Okay, help us with a drum solo, Kurt. We know you play the air drums. If you don't, well, today's a good day to start. Beautiful. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Let me tell you what we're going to do to celebrate your birthday today. We are going back to Hawaii. Yes, we're going on vacation, but virtually only. I'm going to take you there in video to watch the rest of the Hawaii Five-0 cast who pose as police officers during the day. I don't know. Is there like a good-looking like element to being hired for Hawaii? Because a lot of these guys are like, they look like the Hawaii's version of the Baywatch crew, the men on Baywatch. And I'm not saying I've got a thing for, lifeguards or anything. These guys they're ripped. Some of them are there's some, anyway, fine specimens. And I'm wearing my grandpa shirt, which is, not quite the same, but I love Hawaii, but Cabo is just as pretty and a lot quicker to get to. Cabo San Lucas. I was too married for Miami, and I'm still too married for Hawaii. Okay, I just realized what you were saying. You're too married for Miami and Hawaii. We are going to Hawaii for the birthday. Yes, we're going to pick up where we're picking up. We're picking up with the officer, I believe it's the last officer of the day, with cross-examination of his testimony. That's where we're starting today, which is the second part of day 4. The good news: Hawaii is taking today off. And they're taking Monday off because I guess nobody works in Hawaii anywhere near the weekend. If there's like a day before the weekend or a day after the weekend, they take that day off, probably down to the beach. Everybody. Jury, judge, lawyers, maybe even the defendant. I don't know. They do things differently in Hawaii. So because of that, we're going to be able to catch up fully, which is great because this case is going to the jury on Tuesday. So we have to be caught up for that. So we're excited. We're excited for that. Everybody ready? Is there anything else we need to do before we jump right into where we left off Thursday afternoon? It's Good Friday in Canada. It's a holiday. Yes, it is Good Friday. It is Good Friday, and that is the holiday they're taking off in Hawaii today. They need to rest from the weekend, and they also need to prep for the weekend. Say aloha to the like button. Tuesday will be a long day. Court doesn't start until 3 p.m. We'll see how it goes. We might be up. We might be up to like 10 o'clock with the jury deliberating. Can you imagine me as delirious as I would be that late at night? Yeah, that's going to be fun. Little man in the corner is blurry. Little man in the corner is going to focus. Is that better? All right, let's get going. We've stalled long enough. Let's see. I think I need this one over here. I need audio from 6.
235 pounds.
We just got his weight.
And did everything you
and his
testified to occur in the
size.
city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Here we go. Now we're picking up on cross. We are on 1.25 speed still.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Officer Borges. Just a few questions. So you mentioned unmarked vehicle, correct?
Yes.
No sirens, no HPD It's not a soccer mom type of van, yes?
Correct.
And also not in your uniform, plain clothes, yes?
Yes.
And as part of that, you were part of the strategic enforcement detail that day, yes?
Yes.
And so the strategic enforcement detail, HPD, you guys don't wear body cams, correct?
Correct.
So you're in an unmarked car, you're in plain clothes, no dash cam, correct?
They're like a hit squad. They just
no
jump
dash
out of
cam,
the
no body
minivan
cams,
and beat you
and
up.
now you come up upon this suspect, yes?
Yes.
And you understood that by this point that in terms of just some of what was in your head and the actions you took, you understood that there was an allegation that about syringes, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, when you're apprehending a suspect, officer safety is one of the, very, very important, yes?
Yes.
You don't want to take any chances, correct?
Correct.
So the three of you, and you mentioned
This is Cross.
did you say at the time you were 6'3"?
Yes.
6 foot 3 inches tall.
Correct.
And 235 pounds.
Yes.
Officer Nicola told us he's 300 pounds at the time. And I guess we're going to hear from Officer Koki, but he's a good-sized guy too, correct?
Yes.
So the three of you get out of the unmarked car in plain clothes, roughly at the same time, and the three of you move towards Gerhard, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said when you guys do that,
"Stop, police."
getting out and go towards him, you described him, kind of backing away towards the bush area and described what happened, and you described the sequence of events from there. Following an incident like this, or whenever force is used, you have to fill out a use of force form, correct?
Yes.
And you do so accurately and honestly, yes?
Yes.
And isn't it true, Officer Borges, that in this process of apprehending him, as you described, you did not strike him or punch him in the head or face, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Virginia Little, thank you. 2
1
years. Pink Courthouse. Love it. OG.
All right. That's all the questions I have for you, Officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
When you were running at him, were you yelling, "Stop, police, police, stop"? Amanda, member for 35 months. OG. On the jury. Thank you, Amanda.
Today's next witness, Ayden Kofi.
Oh, is this our last officer of the 3-man hit squad that tackled and sat on the dude? Wow. And then pummeled him into submission. All while they were shouting, "Quit resisting, quit resisting." Just like in the movies. Only Funsies gifting out memberships. Thank you, Only Funsies. You're amazing. Oh yeah, he's also ripped.
You do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
This guy could move a whole rugby
Good
team.
afternoon.
Afternoon.
I guess I see you made it through the traffic.
Yes.
Nurse for
Could you please state
God.
your name for us?
Ayden Koki.
And what's your occupation,
Great to
Mr.
see
Koki?
you.
I'm a police officer with the Honolulu Police Department.
Okay,
OG.
Officer Koki, how long have you been employed by HPD?
A little over 7 years now.
Were you so employed and on duty on March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
And on that date, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division, Strategic Enforcement Detail.
Is that also known as SED?
Yes, sir.
What does SED do?
SCD is an investigative unit within the Criminal Investigation Division. We investigate criminal cases involving firearms, murders, attempted murders, and whatnot, and also assist with the other details within CID, or Criminal Investigation Division.
Got it. On around 12:45 p.m. on March 24th, 2025, where were you dispatched to?
To the Palipuka Trail.
And did you actually go up the trail that day?
Yes, I did.
Overall, that whole day, how long did you spend up at the Palipuka Trail area?
Roughly about 5 hours.
What were you doing up there?
We were assisting with canvassing the area for any evidence, and also locating the suspect, attempting to locate the suspect at the time.
Were you able to find the suspect during those several hours?
No, not during that time we were searching.
And can you describe the area you canvassed?
Rocky, a lot of trees, dirt. It was on the hillside near the cliff area of the Pali.
Which side was the cliff on, the town side or the windward side?
The cliff was on the windward side, so the hillside would have been on our town side.
And overall, how big was the cliff on the windward side?
It was big drop.
And the hill or the mountain on the town side, could you describe that for us?
It was very steep, filled with a lot of like grassy brush area, trees.
And, all right, were you able to find any evidence as you canvassed the area?
Not myself, no.
Okay. So you yourself didn't find any evidence during those several hours of canvassing?
No.
And you said you stayed there for, I'm sorry again, about 6 hours?
Roughly 5 to 6 hours.
And what time were you leaving?
I left at around 6 p.m.
Who was with you?
Officer Nicola and Officer Borges.
And where, at that point, were the three of you guys instructed to go?
We were instructed to go back to the main police station.
The main police station meaning 801 South Bear Canyon Street?
Yes, correct.
And can you describe the vehicle that you three were in?
It was an unmarked city-owned police vehicle, described as a gray Nissan van.
Where were you positioned in the vehicle?
I was in the front passenger seat.
And what road were you taking back down?
New Wanupali Drive.
And as you were driving down New Wanupali Drive, what did you observe?
I saw about 100 yards away a male exit the brush area from the hillside, crossing over New Wanupali Drive, running across towards the Pali Highway.
Can you describe the male you observed?
Caucasian male, white shirt with like a brownish reddish stain, similar to blood, and blue shorts and a black crossbody bag.
How close did you get to that male in your vehicle?
Roughly about 10 feet away.
Based on your visual observations, were you able to ID the male?
Yes.
Who did you identify him as?
Gerhard Koenig.
And if you saw that person again, would you be able to recognize them?
Yes.
If that person's in the courtroom today, can you point out that person and let us know an article of clothing that they're wearing?
He's wearing a blue dress shirt, sitting there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Record will reflect identification was made.
All right, Officer Koki, once you observe the male and identify him as Gerhard Koenig, what actions do you take?
The vehicle came to a stop, so I exited my passenger side, opened the door, stepped out, and I gave a verbal command to the suspect.
What verbal command did you give?
I told him, police, show me your hands and get on the ground.
And what tone of voice did you use?
A commanding voice. I was yelling at him, basically.
Please
could you maybe lean
demonstrate.
back from the microphone and then demonstrate for us how you yelled that?
There you go.
Okay. Police, show me your hands, get on the ground.
And did you give the defendant a chance to comply with that?
Yes.
Good sound effect.
What did the defendant do after you said, police, show me your hands and get on the ground?
He began to flee, townbound, into the brush area near New Wanupali Drive.
As the defendant attempted to flee into the brush area, what did you do?
I began chasing on foot as well, and until we were able to catch up with him.
Okay. Who else pursued him?
Officer Nicola.
And who got to the defendant first?
Officer Nicola did.
And what happened? And what happened when Officer Nicola got to the defendant, if you saw?
Officer Nicola got a hold of the suspect. They both fell to the ground at that point.
After Officer Nicola and the defendant fell to the ground, did you physically engage as well?
Yes, I did.
Why did you decide to get involved?
As Officer Nicola was on the floor with the suspect, I saw he was struggling a bit, so I intended to help by physically getting involved.
And what kind of force did you use when you got physically involved?
I used a joint lock technique to get a hold of his arm and also hold his legs down.
You said joint lock. Do you also mean wrist lock?
Yep, wrist lock.
Could you explain to us what a wrist lock is?
Basically, gaining control of his hand, putting his wrist in a position where I could still withhold control of him without allowing him to move at that point.
At the point that you were trying to do the wrist lock, and you also mentioned holding the defendant's legs down, were you in contact with anybody else?
I was trying to get in contact with other officers that were in the area via our police radio.
And ultimately, was the defendant apprehended?
Yes.
Who conducted the arrest?
Officer Nicola.
Officer Koki, how tall are you?
I'm about 6'3",
And as of March 24th, 2025, how much did you weigh?
300 pounds.
What were you wearing that day?
I was in plain clothes, non-uniform. So I was wearing a t-shirt, long pants, covered shoes. I also had my firearm with me, extra magazines, handcuffs, and a police radio.
And then, did you have a badge on you that day?
Yes, I did. It was worn around my neck.
And where was the badge actually on your body?
It was in my chest area, openly displayed.
I'm going to go back to something I meant to ask earlier, officer. Okay. Did you search the bottom of the cliff on the windward side?
Like over the edge?
Yeah.
I couldn't really see down there.
No problem. Did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Officer Koki. Thanks for being here. Just a few questions. Officer, you indicated you were part of the strategic enforcement detail
Yes,
of the Honolulu Police Department on the date of this incident, correct?
Correct.
We also heard from Officer Nicola and Borges, who are also part of the strategic enforcement detail of the Honolulu Police Department, correct?
Correct.
You, at the time, when you were in the strategic enforcement detail, were 6'3", 6'3", 300 pounds, yes?
Yes, sir.
Officer Nicola, who was part of the strategic enforcement detail, testified today that he was 300 pounds. That's about right, too. He's 6 foot, 300 pounds, Officer
Sure.
Nicola?
Yeah.
Roughly?
Roughly.
Officer Borges testified today. That's your partners, right? You work with them, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, 6'3", 245 pounds, sound about right?
Yes.
Okay, so three of you, 6 foot, 6'3", 6'3", 300 pounds, 245 pounds, 300 pounds, correct?
Yes.
All part of the strategic enforcement division, yes?
A lot of
Your
enforcement.
Honor, I'd like to
items.
ask if you could stand next to Dr. Coney. Okay. Officer, please come stand down here on this flat ground, please. Okay? So this right here is fine.
Could you sit
Dr.
on top of
Coney,
him now?
Okay. So, okay. You're roughly the same height as Officer Koki?
I'm Koki.
I'm sorry, as Officer Borges?
Exactly
Yes.
the same height.
And 300 pounds, roughly the same weight as Officer Nicola?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, your testimony is that the three of you had some struggles apprehending him, correct?
Yes.
I think Gerhard
Sir,
peed a little
help
during
me
that
understand this. So-
demonstration.
You're coming down
He's nervous.
in the car on Nuuanu Poly Drive, yes?
Yes.
And at some point, the suspect, Dr. Coney, is spotted up ahead, correct?
Correct.
And is he on the right side of you or the left side of you?
He is on the immediate right side when he comes out of the brush.
Okay. And then, as you approach, did he cross the street?
Yes, he did. He crossed prior to us arriving closer to make identification.
Okay. And then he was on the right side of you as you guys approached, correct?
No, he was on our left side.
Okay, I apologize.
No worries.
He came out and he crossed, and he was on the driver's side of you as you guys approached, yes?
Correct.
And Officer Nicola was closest to him, right?
Yes, he was driving.
And from when you guys pulled up to him, you're on a roadway, yes?
Correct.
And he was on the roadway on the left of you, right?
He was just off to the side, right off of the roadway.
Right. And then the roadway ends, and then there's it's just a two-lane roadway there?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys are in the right lane heading down?
Yes.
Is it a one-way? If that's a one-way street, right?
There was 2 lanes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is it a one-way street or is it a two-way?
No, it's a 2-way.
Okay. So you guys are in the lane on the right, going down, right?
Correct.
And he's on the left in the other lane.
He's not in the lane. He's on the side. On the side in the nearest to the brush area.
He's on the grass.
Grass, yeah, sorry.
Okay,
Grass area.
so where you are is you're in the lane, the right. Well, you're driving down,
Yes.
so you're on the right lane, right?
Yes, yes.
And then there's a lane the other way, right?
Correct.
And then there's a grassy area.
Correct.
And that's where you say he was when you guys put up to him, right?
Yes.
And then right after that grassy area is the brush, correct?
Yes, correct.
And your testimony, from the three of, when the car pulls up to him, right?
Yes.
And Officer Nicola is in the driver's seat, right? And he gets out. And then you got out.
Yes.
Which side did you get out of?
The passenger side on the right.
And you had to come around, right?
Yes, I came around the front side.
And then when Officer Nicola got out, according to you guys, he started to try to flee towards the bushes, right?
Yes.
Can we please pull up? But Officer Nicola, as he's fleeing towards the bushes, when he's on the grass and you guys are getting out of the car, Officer Nicola gets to him before he gets into the bushes, according to you guys, right?
Yes.
Okay, can we please pull up 132, which is already in evidence? Okay. You can look at this, sir. This is Officer Nicola said this is where the incident took place, basically, roughly?
Yeah.
And that's the grassy area on the bushes, right?
Yes.
And that's the grassy area he was in, you just said, as you guys approached, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that he's in that grassy area, you guys are in the lane away, and you guys get out and he starts to flee, and Officer Nicola gets to him before he goes into the bushes?
Yes.
So Officer Nicola gets out. He's on that grass right there. You guys start trying to cross the lane to get to him as he's fleeing, and you get to him before he's in the bushes?
Yes. He didn't make it to the bushes.
But according to you, he was fleeing from the time you guys got out of the car, right?
Yes.
You see that grass area there from where the road ends into the bushes? Just maybe what, 2 feet?
I see that.
No further questions. Thank you, officer. Any redirect?
Was he running for? He wasn't running straight at the bush, right? Probably running
How
away.
fast are you?
I would consider myself pretty fast.
Do you play any sports?
I played sports.
Rugby.
What sport?
I played multiple sports, but my main sport was football at the time.
What level of football did you get up to?
Division 1.
Who did you play for?
I played for UNLV.
And what positions you play?
I played defensive line.
How important is D-line, or how important for a D-lineman is to be quick?
Very important.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes. So first of all, it wasn't you who got to him first. It was Officer Nicola, right?
Correct.
And he's 300 pounds, right?
Correct.
And no matter how fast you are, if you know from where you are to where I am, do you think I can get to this table before you got to me? Even though you played D1 football, you think I could probably get there before you got to me? Probably, right?
Probably.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
No more questions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our afternoon recess. We'll start back up at 2:45. Leave your notebooks on the chair.
Okay.
All right.
We're fast forwarding through the breaks. A little bit of football talk there for how fast he was. Defense trying to say it's impossible that he could have been escaping because you caught him so quickly. Well, they're fast. Break's over. You thought you got a break. Doesn't happen.
The state calls Tracy Spacek to this.
Tracy Spacek from the Honolulu PD, lead investigator on the stand. This might take a little bit longer. The last witness.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. Before we start with your questions, can you pull the microphone close to yourself and then try to speak into the microphone as much as you can?
Yes.
Can you please state your name?
Tracy Spacek,
And what is your occupation?
detective for the Honolulu Police Department.
How long have you been employed by HPD?
Just shy of 21 years.
Were you assigned to be the lead investigator for an attempted murder second case under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
What's the role of a lead investigator in these kind of cases?
For these type of cases, role would be to go to the scene, delegate duties to other personnel, canvass the area, conduct interviews, search for physical evidence.
So when you say delegate, what does that mean?
You know, big cases like this, there's a lot of people involved, and it would be delegating different duties to different units.
So you don't do everything yourself?
No.
Only funsies, that's awesome.
In the
Congratulations.
course of delegating and overseeing, do you oversee and integrate the work of other agencies that may be helping with the investigation?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation into this case, did you determine what the scene of the incident was?
Yes.
What was that scene?
The scene was on the Palipuka Trail, which is located at 5101 Pali Highway, which is the mouth of the trail is just adjacent to the parking lot of the Pali Lookout.
Over
Look
the
at
course
my
of the
briefs.
investigation, was there any physical evidence recovered from the Palipuka hike?
Yes.
Gee.
What was that?
Evidence recovered on the actual trail was a cardigan sweater, a rock, and some blood.
What appeared to be blood at the time?
Yes, what appeared to be blood at the time.
Thank you.
Correct.
Did you actually examine the rock in this case?
Yes.
Was the rock smooth or jagged?
It was jagged.
When you examined the rock, where did you retrieve it from?
I retrieved it from HPD's evidence room.
And as a detective, are you allowed to enter the HPD evidence room alone to retrieve evidence?
No.
Who is allowed to enter the HPD evidence room to retrieve evidence?
Just the evidence specialists that are assigned there,
And the custodians?
and the custodians.
Right. And was this rock listed as in the evidence room as item number 2 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
What date and time did you retrieve the rock from the evidence room?
I retrieved the rock from the evidence room on March 27, 2025, at about 14:57 hours.
And what was your purpose in going to retrieve the rock?
My purpose in retrieving the rock was to take photos of it, weigh it, and measure it.
Right, and is that what you did?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as States Exhibit 68 through 71 inclusive.
We're all
Previously
excited
submitted
for you,
defense
only
counsel showing
funsies.
more.
That's really cool.
May I
Congratulations.
approach the witness? Yes.
Only funsies, paying it forward. Oh,
Okay,
man.
Detective Spacek, I've just handed you what's been marked States 68 through State 6 through State 71. Could you take a look at those exhibits, and when you're done, look up? Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
What are these?
These are photos of the rock.
And who took these photos?
I did.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict the rock as you observed it and were weighing and measuring it on March 27th, 2025?
Yes.
At this point, the state will move States 68 through 71 into evidence.
No objection. There's a mark for identification as States Exhibit 68 through 71 received into evidence.
Okay, we're going to publish them in a row, Detective. So we're going to start putting State 68 on
I
the
hope
screen.
not.
And you can
Photos
see
of
it up there.
Dwayne
You can also
Johnson.
follow the exhibit
Yes.
that you have.
Okay. Okay.
Susan,
What
thank
does
you
this
very
photo
much.
show, Detective?
Shows a photo of the rock,
And which part of the rock?
the jagged side with blood, well, what appears to be blood on it.
That's pretty.
And why did you take this photo?
I just wanted to take this photo just to, so you can see the side of the rock that possibly had made contact with human skin.
Yeah.
We're going to now publish States Exhibit 69. Detective Spacek, what does this photo show?
Hair or fibers of some sort.
This photo shows, it depicts a close-up of the rock with strands of possible human hair stuck to it or attached to it.
We're going to publish now
Thank you,
States Exhibit
Josh.
70. Okay, we've got States Exhibit 70 on the screen, Detective. What does this exhibit show?
This exhibit depicts the rock and one of the measurements that was taken with a ruler.
Okay. And our last photo for now, publishing States Exhibit 71. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the rock sitting on a scale.
Okay. Now, was this, super technically calibrated scale?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
Well, it
What
says evidence room.
was the purpose in taking the photo?
Purpose in taking the photos is just to show the consistency of the surface of the rock, what was on the rock at the time it was recovered, and also to show the dimensions of the rock, the width and the length, and also the weight.
Okay. And when we're speaking about weight, we're speaking generally, right?
Generally, yes.
So the general weight of the rock. Okay. And what was the general weight of the rock?
The general rate of the weight of the rock was a little over a pound, maybe like a pound, 1.2 pounds.
It's crazy.
I'm going to zoom in on the screen on the scale right there. Does that say, and you can look at the screen here, Detective, say 1 pound, 2 ounces?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down.
Definitely says 1, 2.
Okay,
Looks like
and I'm
1
going to
o'clock
actually
and
walk up
2
and retrieve
minutes,
those
though.
exhibits from you now, Detective.
Get a better scale, people. That rock is about fist sized. Good size man, meaty hand fist size.
Okay, so after you took these photos of the rock on March 27th, 2025, what did you do with it?
After taking photos, I put it back in the bag it was recovered in and resealed it and submitted it back into evidence.
Okay. To this same evidence custodian or different?
Same evidence custodian.
And during the time that you took the rock from the evidence custodian to the time that you gave the rock back to the same evidence custodian, was that rock in your full custody and control?
Yes.
Did anybody else touch the rock at all during that time?
No.
And during that time, did you tamper with, alter, substitute anything on the rock?
No.
Were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
And how did you package the rock before you gave it back to the evidence specialist?
I placed it back into the bag that it came in and I resealed it.
With new evidence tape?
Yes.
Right. In this case, in addition to the evidence that you talked over that was recovered so far, did you recover any evidence yourself?
Yes.
What did you recover?
I recovered a black Patagonia backpack, or like a side bag type of, yes, like a sling bag type of bag.
Got it. And can you describe for us the circumstances of how you recovered that?
Yes. After the suspect was arrested at the scene, or just a little bit lower than the scene, I recovered the backpack or that bag from Officer Chauncey Nicola.
Okay. After you recovered that bag from Officer Nicola, what did you do with it?
When he handed it to me, it was already in a brown bag. I recovered the bag and took it back to when I went back to the station, I sealed up the bag, labeled it, and secured it in my drawer, my office drawer, that can be locked with a key.
Got it. All right, Detective Spacek, I'm going to now approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72, showing to the defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, Detective, I've just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72. Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the bag that I sealed and labeled.
Is it a photograph of that bag?
Yes.
Okay, and where's the bag in the photograph?
It's in the drawer that I secured and locked it in.
And does this photograph fairly accurately depict the bag after you put it in that drawer at your desk?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves Exhibit 72, State 72, into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
No objection.
What has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 72 is received into evidence.
Okay, and Detective, I'm going to put it up on the screen next to you and ask a couple questions. Okay, when you say you sealed the bag, where did you seal the bag?
I sealed it at the police station at the 801 South Beretania Street.
Okay. I think that might have been a bad question. Where on the bag did you seal it?
The bag was placed in a brown paper bag. The top of the bag was sealed with red evidence tape.
Got it. Okay, and looking at the photo right there, is the evidence tape we see at the top of the bag, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Why does it say murder 2 on it?
Is your desk at the HPD station in a place that's open to the public?
No.
How is the HPD building secured?
The HPD police station in Honolulu is secured with numerous electronic doors that have to be accessed with a key access card.
Do members of the public have those kind of key access cards?
No.
And from the time did you say you locked this drawer as well?
Yes.
From the time you locked the bag in that drawer to the time that you eventually retrieved it from that drawer, when you retrieved it, was the seal still intact?
Yes.
Okay. During your investigation in the case, did you end up executing a search warrant on the black bag contained in the photo we see now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach now with State Exhibits 73 through 86. Show them to defense counsel. Okay, previously shown to defense counsel. May I approach?
Yes.
The count in the corner is how many objections we've had so far? 58.
I'm going to retrieve 72. Thank you. Okay, Detective Spacek, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 73 through 86. Could you take a minute and flip through and make sure you see every exhibit? Okay, Detective Spacek. After reviewing all the exhibits, do you recognize what they are?
Yes.
What are these exhibits?
These exhibits are pictures of the items that were recovered from within the Patagonia bag upon the execution of the search warrant.
Okay. Do these photos fairly and accurately depict the bag, its contents, during your execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves exhibits 73 through 86 into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 73 through 86 inclusive are received into evidence?
Okay, Detective Spacek, we're going to go through each photo one by one. I'm just going to ask you, what is the photo showing, okay?
Okay.
Publishing now, State's Exhibit 73. What is that photo showing?
Photo showing the backside of the bag, where if you were wearing it, that part would be touching your body. There's a big red stain that appears to be possibly blood, but we don't know that.
Okay. And
so that's how the blood got onto his
State's
back.
Exhibit 74.
From the bag.
This photo depicts the bag. If you were wearing it, and that's the part you'd actually see that's on the outside. Again, red stains all over it, depicting possible biohazard blood, possibly.
Okay. State's Exhibit 75.
This picture depicts the bag laying on a desk with like a side view profile. Again, you can see red stains all over it.
States, and I'm going to pause right here. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to keep moving, sorry. States Exhibit 76.
This picture depicts, this is the middle side pocket.
Is this the middle side pocket or the strap pocket, Detective?
Objection, leading.
This is a strap pocket.
Okay. No problem. Did you find anything in there?
Yeah, no, nothing was in there. Sorry.
Publishing now, States Exhibit 77.
This is the middle side pocket.
Okay. And what can you see inside that middle side pocket?
A black eyeglasses case.
Okay. And now we're going to go to States Exhibit 78. What does this photo show?
It shows the black eyeglasses case with its contents.
Okay. Same one from the middle pocket you were just talking about?
Yes, the middle, the side middle pocket.
Thank you. All right, publishing now, States Exhibit 79. What does this exhibit show?
This shows an orange whistle with the lanyard along with the sunglasses case.
Okay. Which pocket did the orange whistle with the lanyard come from?
Came from the middle side pocket.
Same pocket or different pocket as the sunglasses case?
The same pocket.
Publishing now, States Exhibit 80. What does this photo show?
And this photo depicts two sunglasses and lactase tablets in packets that came out of the sunglasses case.
Okay. Next photo, States Exhibit 81. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 81, Detective?
This photo depicts a large side pocket with contents in it.
In terms of size of the pockets in the bag, could you rank the ones we've done so far?
Yeah, so the first one was the strap pocket. The second one was the middle side pocket. And this one that we're currently looking at is the large side pocket.
Okay. And all right, do you later photograph the contents?
Sorry.
Did you later photograph the contents of this pocket?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm going to publish now States Exhibit 82. What does this photograph show?
So this photograph depicts the contents that came out of the middle side pocket, or the large side pocket, excuse me.
Okay. Were there any other contents of the large side pocket other than these?
No, just that.
Publishing States Exhibit 83. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts an Apple iPhone.
Okay. And from the same pocket we've just been seeing?
Yes.
Publishing now States Exhibit 84. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the same Apple iPhone with the side of it with a little bit red stain on it, possibly from the same stain that was all over the bag, along with an empty SIM card slot.
Okay. Could you use the pointer that's right next to you on the witness stand to direct everybody's attention to that SIM card slot you were just mentioning? Okay. That's in the direct center of the photo?
Correct.
I'm going to zoom in on that section. Okay. And now that we've seen the SIM card slot, is this a zoomed in photo?
Yes.
Detective Spacek, we're now publishing States Exhibit 85. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the actual SIM card, a loose SIM card, and a SIM card holder.
When you open this Patagonia backpack, where were the SIM card and the SIM card holder?
They were just in the bag, in the actual pouch, the large side pocket, just loose, just lying there.
Was there any SIM card or SIM card holder installed into the phone?
No.
Do you recall if the phone was on or off?
It was off.
All right, publishing now States Exhibit 86. Detective Spacek, what does this exhibit show us?
This picture depicts the cash that was found in there, along with various credit cards and Hawaii driver's license. This was all actually clipped to money clip, this carbon fiber money clip.
Could you use that pointer and point to us where the money clip that this all came in
Yes.
is?
All of these items were all bunched up and clipped into this money clip right here.
Okay, and you're directing your pointer to the left side of the screen?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
That's cash money right there.
I'm going to take the exhibit down. And I'm going to retrieve that stack of exhibits from you now, Detective. Detective Spacek, did you recover any syringe from that black Patagonia backpack?
No.
Other than the items that we've seen in these photos, was there anything else in that black Patagonia backpack?
No.
Detective Spacek, with regards to the iPhone and the SIM card that you found in the backpack, did you take any other action regarding these items during your investigation?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do about the SIM card and the iPhone?
I prepared a search warrant.
Are you a techie kind of guy, Detective?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So who ended up executing that search warrant on the phone and the SIM card?
That search warrant was executed by Detective Thomas E. Numa, who is from Cybercrimes.
During the course of your investigation, did you execute a search warrant on a different bag?
Yes.
Which bag was that?
This other bag was a black Nike fanny bag.
Okay. And how did the Honolulu Police Department end up coming into possession of that black Nike fanny bag?
We were notified that Ariel Koenig discovered the bag at her residence in Maui, and she, after discovering after she discovered what was in it or whatever, she ended up notifying Maui Police Department, who then recovered it as evidence, and that's how it ended up getting shipped to us.
Okay. Did HPD give the Maui Police any directions?
Yes.
Okay. What did you direct the Maui Police to do?
If they could, if their evidence custodians or specialists could box it up and ship it to us.
Okay. And did you actually inspect the shipment that was gotten back?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to publish now what's already in evidence. State's Exhibit 87. Detective Spacek, I'm so sorry. It's now on the screen. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
That is the box that the stuff was shipped over from the Maui PD.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Detective. I'm going to actually approach and hand you hard copies of the exhibits as well, so you can look through them along with us on the screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Detective Spacek, what are those blue things on the box?
That's evidence tape.
When you received the box, was any of the evidence tape broken?
No, it wasn't.
All right, we'll now publish State's Exhibit 88. What does this exhibit show?
This photo depicts the actual Nike bag itself.
Okay. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 89. What does this photo depict?
This depicts a close-up of the Nike bag's the most outside pocket with stuff in it.
Okay. The contents of the pocket.
The contents of the pocket.
Publishing now State's Exhibit 90. What does this photo show?
This photo depicts the contents that came out of that most outside pocket.
High chews. That's good stuff right there. That's good
I'm
candy.
going to move on, Detective, to State's Exhibit 91. What does this exhibit show?
It shows a packaged medical type. I don't know if it's a needle or some kind of something, but it's some kind of medical, like for medical use.
Okay. And before we go further into anything medical, are you a doctor?
No, I'm not.
Do you know the technical terms for medical things?
No.
Okay. I'll just ask you to do your best, Detective, okay?
Okay.
All right. Publishing now State's Exhibit 92. What is this?
This is the front side of the item that was from the previous photo, and it's just the packaging and the label of what it is.
Okay. All right, I'm going to publish now State's Exhibit 93. Detective Spacek, what does State's Exhibit 93 show?
This one depicts in the big pocket, just a bunch of bags and a bunch of medical supplies.
Stethoscope, all that.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 94. What does this exhibit show?
This shows all the contents that was in that pocket of the bag.
Okay. And although you may not be an expert, do you recognize any of the medical supplies?
Yes, it looks like a stethoscope, syringes, a bunch of maybe medicine vials. Looks like IV bags, safety glasses.
Publishing State's Exhibit 95. What does this exhibit show?
This shows vials of medication, and I don't even know what that is. In the red, the top right.
On the top right, you don't recognize what that is?
No.
It's okay. We'll publish now State's Exhibit 96. Do you know what these are, Detective Spacek?
No, I don't.
Okay. We'll move on. Publishing now State's Exhibit 97. Do you recognize what this is, Detective Spacek?
Yes, it looks like a syringe and there's a liquid in it, but I don't know what that is.
Publishing now State's Exhibit 98. Or could you tell us what this exhibit shows?
Yeah, photo 90, exhibit 98 it depicts like a Ziploc type bag with like 3 syringes and 2 medicine vials in it.
Publishing now State's Exhibit 99. What does this photo show?
99 shows, also shows like a Ziploc bag with different type of syringes and 2 medicine vials.
Publishing State's Exhibit 100. What does this show?
It also shows another like Ziploc with looks like big syringes, maybe some small ones, and a medicine vial.
State's Exhibit 101. What does this exhibit show?
This one depicts a Ziploc bag with a bunch of unopened syringes in packages.
All right, and publishing State's Exhibit, we're almost at detective. State's Exhibit 102. What does this photo show?
This photo shows the very back pocket. Like if you was wearing the bag closest to your body, that's the contents of that back pocket.
And publishing State's Exhibit 103.
And this photo depicts looks like a charging cord, the lactase tablet packets. I don't know if that's a mask. Looks like some iron metallic hooks maybe to hang IVs. I'm not sure. And his work ID maybe.
Okay. I'm sorry, what exhibit number is that?
Exhibit 103.
And the USB
and
charger.
the green, I'm not sure if that's needles or I'm not sure.
Okay. Got it. All right, I'm going to take the exhibit down.
He had a whole go bag for work.
In addition to
Anesthesiologist.
this black Nike fanny bag that was shipped from Maui, was anything else shipped over?
Yes, in the box along with the bag was a laptop computer.
Okay. And what actions did you take with regards to the laptop computer?
I prepared another search warrant.
Did you execute the search warrant on that laptop yourself?
No.
Okay. Do you know who did?
Detective Thomas E. Numa from Cybercrimes.
All right, I'm going to collect those exhibits I just handed you, Detective. Okay, Detective Spacek, did you respond to the Poly Lookout on March 24th, 2025?
Yes,
How many different HPD divisions responded?
at least 13.
I'm going to say, okay.
13
Any other government
divisions?
agencies?
Yes. We had DLNR out there also.
Did HFD also respond?
HFD also, yes.
Did you direct officers to search for any evidence at the scene?
Yes.
What did you direct them to search for?
I directed them, all the units involved to, of course, we were searching for the suspect, but at the same time, we're looking for any type of evidence that may have been connected to the incident. Syringes, vials.
Did you, as a result of all that search up at the Poly, were any syringes recovered?
No.
Were any vials recovered?
No.
Was a phone belonging to Ariel Koenig ever recovered?
No.
Was a purse belonging to Ariel Koenig ever recovered?
No.
When defendant was arrested, were any syringes found on his person?
No.
Did you order the officers to search the bottom of the cliff or the bottom of the Poly on the windward side?
Yes. But we were unable to do so because just the area where it's situated, in order for anybody to go down there, they'd either have to rappel, which was it's way too high, or just be inserted by helicopter or hike in. But if we was to hike in, it would probably take several hours to even get in there. You'd have to cut a path. It would have been hard.
Is there any trails that you're aware of that go to the bottom of that cliff?
No.
Okay, Detective, you've talked about 4 search warrants so far in this case. Did you prepare any other search warrants?
Yes.
And what was that for?
For Pickles swab to recover from the suspect.
And did you execute that search warrant yourself?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes, was Mohammed Salame.
Right, Detective. Aside from what you testified about from the Maui police, did everything else you testified about occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Detective Spacek. Just a few questions. So were you the lead detective on the case?
Yes.
So part of your job was to kind of decide who to interview, and as part of it is you decide which witnesses we should follow up with an interview, correct?
Yes.
And then that way you establish contact with them, you have their contact information, if you need to subpoena them to come or testify, then at least you're in touch with them too, right?
Yes.
Did you interview a man in this case by the name of Jeff Miller?
Yes.
And you interviewed him, you had his cell phone, his address,
Yes.
and you talked to him, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about collecting evidence and documenting it. Did you go hike up the trail that day?
No.
Okay. But you sent evidence specialist Cop to go up there and take some photos of the rock, right?
Yes.
And she took photos of the rock, right?
Yes.
Were you aware as a lead detective that another officer had moved the rock around before she photographed it?
I was aware that it wasn't in the place that it should have been when she photoed it. But
you were aware that it was not in the place that it should have been when she photographed it, right?
well, I was aware that where she photoed it, it wasn't where supposedly it originally was.
Okay. Did you document that in your report in any way, sir?
No.
I want to just ask you briefly about this bag, the one from Maui, and then we'll be done, sir. First of all, just to be clear, Mr. Dirks, could we please pull up Exhibit 93? Sir, you can see this on the screen here.
Yes.
So just to be clear, just to be crystal clear, this bag was recovered on Maui, not on Oahu, correct?
Correct.
And then on Maui, it was recovered to your knowledge because when Ms. Koenig says she discovered it, she actually contacted her attorney, who then talked to the Maui police, correct?
Correct.
And then the way it got to Oahu and its contents got to Oahu is then the MPD, Maui police, sealed it up and mailed it to you at your request, yes?
Correct.
You were aware, in your investigation, you learned that Gerhard Koenig was a medical doctor and anesthesiologist, yes?
Yes.
And if we could please go, Mr. Dirks, to number 94. Okay, and you know, I know you're not a medical doctor, and neither am I, but certain things that were in the bag of this anesthesiologist was a stethoscope, yes?
Yes.
And some glasses, IV bags, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard, as you know, you're being a detective, well, or just generally, oftentimes doctors are on call. You heard about that? Doctors are on call, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so he has these medical supplies in this bag, and it gets sent over to you, yes?
Yes.
Now, could we go to 103, please, Mr. Dirks? Okay. And here, and this was in the bag as well, right?
Correct.
And in the bag, there was his workplace identification badge with all this stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I would imagine, as a detective, one of the things you deducted is that this was likely a work bag for him as an anesthesiologist, yes?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that. Now, sir, after the discovery of this bag and its contents, you understood or learned that Gerhard worked at Maui Memorial Hospital for a group called TMG or something like that, yes?
Yes.
And who is, well, let me ask it to you this way. Dean Terakawa who is Dean Terakawa in relation to this case?
Well, he's a detective who also assisted with the case.
Okay, so you were the lead detective, yes?
Yes.
But Detective Terakawa was I guess, a partner detective kind of helping you with the case.
Just
yes?
assisting us.
Assisting, yes?
Yes.
And so there'd be things you if you were busy or had other things, you would tell Detective Terakawa, hey, go follow up with this, and he would do it, yes?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and then you would review, as a lead detective, his work and his reports, yes?
Yes.
And one of the things that you, or I guess, well, either instructed Detective Terakawa to do, or he, did as part of it, is after this work bag with the ID was found, you asked him to contact someone from Maui Memorial Medical Center, yes?
Yes.
And that person's name was Amber Bartle, correct?
Yes.
And Amber Bartle was the executive director of compliance for the hospital, right?
Correct.
She's the person that deals with compliance with, everything, you guys wanted to talk to her about the appropriateness of him having these, vials and things like that at his house, correct?
Yes.
And you interviewed her, right?
I didn't
I'm
interview
sorry,
her.
and Detective Tarakar interviewed her about it, right?
Yes.
And you guys have her contact information, and you've been in touch with her. She was cooperative when you guys talked to her, yes?
Yes.
One second, Detective.
I had some spares at home that I brought. I'll use.
That's all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Any return? No, no, thank you.
That was the lead detective. Pretty quick.
I'm going to release you for the day. Leave your notebooks on your chair. No trial tomorrow. For sure, today's a holiday. I will ask you to come back on Friday. So we'll continue on Friday, 9:30. Come up to the 4th floor. Between now and when you come back.
We're about to skip this break and jump to the next one.
Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. See the camera.
Beach Walker, thank you very much. 12 months. Hit the year mark.
I hope all of you have a safe trip home. I hope you enjoy and actually get some time off tomorrow. We'll see you all on Friday morning. All rise.
All rise. All right. As they all get up and out. Let's see. This is that was day 4. So we're now going to jump ahead to day 5. So give us just a moment here to get that pulled up. Day 5. Where are we at? 6. Just have a few days to catch up. We're going to be caught up before they go to verdict watch. All right. Skipping the morning part, waiting for them to welcome everybody in. And we usually start with a little bit of fighting, so let's see if we can get that going. The judge calls it fighting, not me. It's the judge's term. Hold, please. Objections and stuff in the morning.
1 CPC-25-373. Dr. Koenig is present in court and represented by Thomas Otake and Nathan Dirks. State of Hawaii is present and represented by Deputy Prosecuting Attorneys Joel Garner and Franklin Carl. Gentlemen, good morning to all of you.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
All of you can be seated. Jury is outside of the courtroom. Mr. Otake, you wanted to speak up some matters before the jury came back.
Yes, Your Honor. There's 2 matters. One is more pressing than the other because it involves Mr. Iinuma, who I believe the state is calling first, perhaps?
Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Third.
Well, even then we've
Still today.
Okay, then even better because we might have more time. But I want to at least front this issue for everyone. And I emailed Mr. Garner about it over the weekend. As I was preparing for it, there's been hundreds of, not thousands of pages of discovery turnover in this case, medical records, and Mr. Inuma's discovery there was a lot. And so as I was going through it again, one of the issues that was raised by Mr. Garner in motions in limine came up, and I believe that there may have been a 404B notice about it, but the issue about the audio recording device that allegedly
The search for an audio recording device.
Well, during a computer search, pursuant to a search warrant, Mr. Inuma pulled information showing Dr. Koenig at some point, I believe in December, ordered an audio recording device. Obviously we have an explanation for that and if he testifies, he will explain. Yeah. But as I was looking over it this weekend, it occurred to me, and I understand this probably ideally would have been raised more in a motion to suppress, but it's just something that I didn't recognize until this weekend. And I'm talking about Exhibit 107, Your Honor. States 107.
Let me catch up with you.
Yeah, States 107. Okay. So 107, when I was looking at it, when you look at the front page and you look at the second page, there's highlighted words that says recorder. And, then in other exhibits that he pulled, there's highlighted words that typically would reference the applicable terms in the search warrant. So then I went back to look at the search warrant, and the words, and this now, Your Honor, I'm referencing States Exhibit 53 and page 2. But the applicable or authorized search words.
Wait, hang on, Mr. Otake.
I apologize.
I'm trying to catch up with you. States Exhibit.
I believe it's 53.
That's a photograph from this cop.
Excuse me? I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
the second page of it.
Okay, I'm with you now.
So paragraph, for the following property, paragraph 2, the terms that were authorized to look for and pull documents related to off of the computer. The only terms were hike, poly, puka trail, Oahu, trip, danger, death, fall, slip, accident, climb, cliff, kill, die, WhatsApp, Ari, Ariel, Jeffrey, Miller, terra power, protingent, affair, cheat, infidelity, syringe, vial, undetectable, incapacitate, divorce, separate. And those were the terms. So as I was looking at it this weekend, you know, and looking at 107, nothing in 107, you know, references any of those terms. So I believe that this was illegally obtained and should not be allowed to be used in a trial. Thankfully, I don't believe it was mentioned during opening. And at the very least, you know, I think we need a 104 hearing of Mr. Iinuma. I emailed the prosecutor about it, and he didn't really explain much other than to say that the, you know, highlighted shows what the search term was that came of it. But
so just to frame the issue down to its brass tacks, so to speak, your objection to State's Exhibit 107 was obtained via search beyond the scope of the search warrant that is Defendant's 53.
Correct. And again, I apologize if something else should have been raised earlier, but in the hundreds of pages of discovery, it's been discovered now, and I don't think that means that illegally obtained evidence should therefore be allowed in if we can stop it. So we have an opportunity to stop it. And again, I mean, that's why I emailed the prosecutor to inquire about it. His response, I didn't quite understand.
Well, let me hear from Mr. Gordon.
Yeah.
Mr. Gordon?
Okay. The only digital forensics materials the state is in possession of are those that are responsive to the search warrant and those search terms that Mr. Otake read out. So what we have here is maybe a disconnect, and maybe I didn't explain it very well to Mr. Otake in my email response. What was provided as a result of the search warrant was a folder from the digital forensics detective with a software called the Magnet Axiom Examine. That software contained the digital forensics materials that were responsive to the search warrant. And each artifact, the digital materials that was in that software, that was cataloged, had a color-coded tag next to it that showed which term from the search warrant matched part of that artifact. So which term from the search warrant basically flagged that artifact to be included. The term with regard to this artifact is separate.
Is what?
Separate.
And I'm sorry, did you reference one of these record numbers on this? What number was it? In the Magnet report?
I don't think I referenced it in the Magnet report. This is in the actual software that we provided in Discovery.
This thing, right?
No, this is the actual software.
Okay. So sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to follow along.
I need to talk out loud so I can understand it. What you're telling me is when Detective Iinuma executed the search warrant, or the search pursuant to the search warrant, part of the results for the word separate, it pulled up State's Exhibit 107.
It did pull up State's Exhibit 107. It pulled it up in the code underlying that exhibit. So State's Exhibit 107 is the email indicating that this package from Walmart arrived. If you go to page 2 of State's
There's always
107,
a Walmart.
that's where the word recorder is highlighted. The reason that is highlighted is that's because in that same
front of the
software
Walmart
that only had the contents of the search warrant, that's what was typed into the search bar to go back and find this artifact. It's not an indication of what was flagged by the search warrant. If that makes any sort of sense. And
I'm trying to make the connection. So run that by me again.
Sure. When a user is using the Magnet Axiom software, which I actually have up on my screen now. I don't know if it would be easier for me to find an HDMI and plug it into the screen up there to do this, but I'll try and explain first.
Please.
So I have a list of all 7,941 artifacts that were responsive to the search warrant. In the top right is a search bar where I can search for any term I want, but the only results are going to be those, the only artifacts I have at all are the ones that are responsive to the search warrant.
I see. So what you're telling me is recorder, that's highlighted in here, is a manual search by Detective Iinuma of materials that were already called out by the program from the search warrant.
In this case, the word recorder was me since the state has to prepare the exhibits, but yes.
Okay. So, and part of my disconnect here is I don't fully understand the operational mechanism of the program that's being used.
Sure.
So is it, you tell me, Mr. Garland,
Sure.
Why would the search term separate in the program pull up this email from Walmart?
Detective Inouye would probably be able to determine it better, but it was contained somewhere in the underlying code that's related to that email.
Okay. Got it.
So the term is in there. If I look at the screen, what I'm looking at there is, very, very long.
Maybe it was the
kind of
murder
program that would
aisle.
be helpful to anybody that's not an expert in.
That's where they purchased from.
So I have a better understanding of why recorder is highlighted. Go ahead, Mr. Otaki.
So, but, how a software operates is one thing. Like you said, the operational mechanism of this software that law enforcement uses is one thing. That's frankly irrelevant. What is relevant is what the search warrant allows. And under paragraph 2, what it allows is electronic files and data stored within a specific electronic device and storage media. But this is the important part. But specifically to seize only files and data that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference the following terms. So just because you use some whatever law enforcement software and you type the word separate into your law enforcement software and it pulls up files that do not contain that term, that violates the search warrant, because the search warrant says you can only seize files and data that contain, so this file does not contain the word separate, include, this file, when I'm saying this file, I'm talking about 107, does not include the word separate, reflect, this file does not reflect the word separate, or otherwise reference, this file does not otherwise reference the word separate. So that's why every other exhibit, as far as I could see, the exhibits they're planning to use, it has the terms in it. Hike, Polypuka, Miller, Ari, Ariel, infidelity, divorce, right? So those, all of those, contain, include, reflect, or reference the search terms. This file does not. So it doesn't matter for purposes of compliance with the search warrant if some software somehow, for whatever reason, pulls this up. And again, I don't quite understand why the word recorder is highlighted. Because it sounds like the prosecutor did that, and in the other ones, the search terms, I believe, are highlighted. So that's what made me look at it, and I thought, is recorder a search term? And then it's not, right? So what matters is, does this file contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference the term separate? And it does not. It does not. So it was obtained illegally, it was seized illegally, and it should be precluded.
I think we should hear from Detective Inouye.
And that's what I started off by suggesting, that we may need a 104 hearing. And that's why I asked about timing.
We assume, or right now the argument assumes that the file doesn't reference separate.
Just by looking at it, what's been turned over, doesn't.
There's more to that in an algorithmic search, is what I'm thinking, because it might, depending on what the algorithm is, still refer to separate. We don't know how the software operates, right?
Well, I agree with that, but again, I don't think within the definition of contain, include, reflect, or reference, some whatever, I don't know much about tech, but just if it's like, they're talking about seized files that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference. So if there's some like underlying whatever I don't even know what it's called, metadata or whatever, that's not this. So this is a file that was obtained.
I think your argument is right on point, Mr. Otaki. If the search warrant just contained the words contain, include the following key specific terms. But because we don't really understand what reflect or otherwise reference, I'm happy to hear from Detective Inouye further.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And again, I would like to as well, because that's anyway.
So
and it's good because he's later today. So,
Mr. Brown? Sure. I do want to put, just so everybody knows, the word separate was contained in not the exhibit that was prepared, but it was contained in the underlying data that has been provided. So I expect that's what Detective Inouye's testimony at this hearing will be.
Okay. And do you actually have that separate data that reflects the email?
I'm looking at it right now on my screen.
Can I see it?
Yeah. Show Mr. Otaki.
Look, it's right there.
This is actually a different email, but same idea.
Okay. Well, I'd like when you're ready, when you have the actual one we're talking about, let me know. Thank you.
Oh man, the arrogance.
So can I table that aside for now?
I think so. If we're not calling him now.
Yeah, if you're satisfied by what is viewable on the program, then maybe the issue resolves itself. And if not, we can always hear from Detective Inouye further.
Pretty sure I'm not going to be satisfied, but I'll take a look.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
Yeah, I know. And thank you, Your Honor. Again, I admit this is something that should have been raised earlier, so I apologize for that. But
so if we have to have a 104 hearing, this is what I suggest.
It'll be short.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see where we are. Because we have the two witnesses that can go first. Let's
Correct.
take care of those witnesses. And then we'll have the 104 hearing before Detective Inouye really testifies. And depending where we are in the day, we may just do the 104 hearing, or if we can do it in a short amount of time, then maybe we can call him as a witness.
Understood. Because I think we're going to have plenty of time on Tuesday as well if we need it. Thank you.
So that's one issue. You had something else, Mr. Talkie?
Yeah, the only other issue, and I think it's easily remedied, but so if the court recalls during motions in limine, there was the issue of, in response to us raising the issue of Ms. Koenig removing roughly $123,000 from a joint bank account 3 days after the alleged incident. In response to that, the prosecutors interviewed her, and she and email reference after the $123,000 was moved, they say that there was a few transactions where smaller amounts of money, maybe like $800, $1,200, I don't know. There was a few transactions where money was then removed from their account without them authorizing it, and the inference was that it was Dr. Koenig who did that. We fought that in motion in limine because obviously he was in OCCC, and obviously you don't get to do online banking in OCCC. But the court allowed that in, which is fine. But the issue is this: on our witness list is Dr. Koenig's brother Ruan Koenig, who resides on Amina, and he's the one that followed up on this, communicated with the bank, and had to take steps to shut down the account when he learned it was those transactions were fraudulent, related to some address in Texas that set up fraudulently accessed those accounts and moved the money. And he has knowledge about that it wasn't Dr. Koenig. So I thought that Mr. Garner might get into that with Ms. Koenig. So we have Ruan on standby, but he lives in the mainland. He did not. So I emailed him over the weekend and asked him, hey, you didn't get into that with Ms. Koenig. Are you planning to cross Dr. Koenig about that or get into it with Emil? Because I only ask because if you are, then we're going to need to call Ruan. And, ideally we would call him Tuesday afternoon, but it was just logistically trying to not fly him here for no reason if they're not going to get into it. But we can't wait to find out because it's going to be, timing-wise, it's going to lead to a delay. So I asked if he was going to get into it. Mr. Garner essentially said that he can't tell me because it depends on, I guess, what he said is it depends on how Dr. Koenig testifies, right? So the solution that I guess I'd like to propose is that if he gets into it, that we be allowed to call Ruan by Zoom.
Mr. Garner?
That's fine.
Granted.
Prosecutor's like, it's cool.
Thank you. That was
all good.
Anything else, Mr. Nico? We'll wait for the jury.
I'm satisfied by your presentation of
We'll wait for the
facts.
control, Mr. Taki. I picked up the artifact.
Okay, so are we, we're going with Amarin?
Okay, let's go.
Oh, sorry.
Off
Off record.
record.
Yes.
And
He's like, oh, by the way, here's the evidence you needed to see that your argument, objection number 59, was completely unfounded. He's like, yeah, whatever. I don't want to look at that. Who are you going to call first? I just want to complain. Maybe that resolves the issue. But just a second here. Okay. Off record and back on record.
Case number 22, State of Hawaii versus Jeremiah Koenig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further...
MSCJ 1975. Happy Friday. Happy Easter. Welcome. 35 months makes you an OG.
Morning, Mr. Garner. Morning, Mr. Carl.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake and Mantle Dirks on behalf of Dr. Gerhard Koenig, who is present.
Morning, Mr. Otake. Morning, Mr. Dirks. Morning, Dr. Koenig.
Morning, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. Thanks for braving the rain yet again. We're going to continue on with our schedule and the presentation of evidence.
You're not selling Hawaii very well, Judge.
I expect us.
It's like rain, rain, rain. Volcano, rain, rain. Volcano, volcano, rain, rain.
I know it feels like a Monday, but it's really a Friday. But we'll soldier on as best as we can. And when I get a better idea on our scheduling, I'll keep you up to date as best we can. Mr. Garner, is the state ready to continue on its case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor.
Gator Gal, good morning.
Before the state
8
would like to call
months.
this witness, the state would like to read a stipulation into evidence.
Okay, before you do, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Garner is going to read a stipulation of facts out loud to you. This has already occurred in the trial, and just like that other stipulation of facts, the facts that are read out loud to you by Mr. Garner, if they are agreed upon by the parties, these are not facts that are in dispute, and you are to treat these facts as conclusively proved. Mr. Garner.
It is hereby stipulated and agreed by and between the State of Hawaii, represented by Joel R. Garner, Deputy Prosecuting Attorney, City and County of Honolulu, State of Hawaii, and Defendant Gerhard Koenig, represented by Thomas M. Otake, Esquire, that the following facts are true and accurate and shall be admitted into evidence at trial in lieu of testimonial and/or documentary evidence. 1. On March 24, 2025 at 4:34 p.m., evidence custodian Eric Nagayama received items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 under HPD Report 25-110958 from evidence specialist Brittany Kopp. Evidence custodian Eric Nagayama placed items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 into the evidence room. From the time that Eric Nagayama took possession of items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to the time he placed them in the evidence room, the items were in the sole custody and control of Mr. Nagayama. During that time, the items were not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 2. On March 27, 2025, 2:57 p.m., evidence custodian Ejo Urakami removed item 2 under HPD report 25-110958 from the evidence room and provided it to Detective Tracy Spacek. From the time that evidence custodian Ejo Urakami removed item 2 under HPD report 25-110958 to the time that he provided it to Detective Spacek, item 2 remained in the sole custody and control of Mr. Urakami. During that time, the item was not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 3. On March 27, 2025, at 2:58 p.m., evidence custodian Ejo Urakami received item number 2 under HPD report 25-110958 from the Detective Tracy Spacek and placed it into the evidence room. From the time that evidence custodian Urakami received item 2 to the time he placed it in the evidence room, item 2 remained in the sole custody and control of Mr. Urakami. During that time, the item was not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. On March 25th, 2025, at 7:14, Number 4. On March 25th, 2025, at 7:14 a.m., evidence custodian Keo Mika removed items 13 and 14 under HPD report 25-110958 from evidence locker 121 at the Honolulu Police Department main station and placed them in the evidence room. From the time that evidence custodian Mika removed the items from the storage locker to the time that he placed them in the evidence room, the items remained in the sole custody and control of Mr. Mika. During that time, the items were not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 5. On March 26, 2025, at 10:42 a.m., evidence custodian Lucia Gonzalez received item 24 under HPD report 25-110958 from evidence specialist Garrick Balagad. Evidence custodian Lucia Gonzalez placed item 24 into the evidence room. From the time that Lucia Gonzalez took possession of item 24 to the time that she placed the item in the evidence room, the item was in the sole custody and control of Ms. Gonzalez. During that time, the item was not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 6.
We're actually saving a lot
On
of
March
time
26,
by hearing this.
2025, at 8:21 p.m., evidence custodian Jeanette Moses received item 45 under HPD report 25-110958. Received item 45 under HPD report 25-110958 from evidence specialist Mohammed Salome. Evidence custodian Jeanette Moses placed item 45 into the evidence room. From the time that Jeanette Moses took possession of item 45 to the time she placed the item in the evidence room, the item was in the sole custody and control of Ms. Moses. During that time, the item was not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 7. On March 31st, 2025, at 10:40 a.m., evidence custodian Brenda Montpetit retrieved items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, 24, and 45, and provided them to Michelle Amarin. From the time that evidence custodian Montpetit retrieved items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, 24, and 45, to the time that she provided them to Michelle Amarin, the items remained in the sole custody and control of Ms. Montpetit. During that time, the items were not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. And number 8, all of the above occurred in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii. Thank you.
Mr. Garner. Now, state's next witness.
The state calls Michelle Amarin.
All right. Michelle Amaron, Honolulu Police Department criminalist, doing serology and DNA.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, can you please state your name?
Michelle Amarin
And Ms. Amarin, where are you employed?
at HPD.
Is that the Honolulu Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you worked for HPD?
For more than 10 years.
What position do you hold there?
I am a criminalist.
And in order to be a criminalist at HPD, is there any training you have to complete?
Yes.
Okay. And before we get to the training, what are your duties or responsibilities as a criminalist?
My duties and responsibilities include performing DNA testing and serology on items of evidence, presenting my conclusions, and testifying as an expert witness.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about your education right now. Did you earn an undergraduate degree?
Yes,
And what degree did you earn?
I earned a Bachelor's of Arts in Biology
And where did you earn the degree from?
from the University of Hawaii.
At Manoa?
Yes,
Have you received any specialized training in DNA testing?
yes.
How many trainings have you attended since 2015?
I've attended over 30 different trainings.
And can you briefly describe the
something in the
specialized
water.
training that you received?
These trainings were either web-based or in-person trainings that I received from different organizations, and they covered topics such as DNA mixture interpretation and the standards for DNA testing.
You mentioned organizations. What organizations did you receive these trainings from?
A couple of them are the Federal Bureau of Investigations and the California Criminalistics Institute.
Ms. Amarin, when was the most recent training you attended?
I attended a training in January of this year.
And I'm going to take a step back, also regards to training. Is there any in-house training that you have to complete to become a criminalist?
Yes. So I completed a one-year in-house training with HPD's Forensic Biology Unit in the area of DNA testing and serology.
And did you have to pass any exams before you started your work as a criminalist?
Yes, so the training included modules where I answered questions, got lectures, did practicals, and had to pass exams.
Ms. Amarin, do you have any certifications related to your work?
Yes, I'm certified in molecular biology by the American Board of Criminalistics.
What does it mean to be certified in molecular biology?
It means I have attained the professional qualifications in knowledge, education, and experience to practice in my field of forensics.
And you mentioned a organization that gave that certification?
Yes, the American Board of Criminalistics.
And what is that?
That is the organization that provides me with the certification.
Got it. Okay, you mentioned a couple terms so far. I want to follow up on them. You mentioned the term serology. What does serology mean?
Serology pertains to tests that can determine the possible presence of a biological fluid. At HPD, we test for blood, semen, or saliva stains.
And you mentioned forensic DNA testing. What does that mean?
Forensic DNA testing is the application of DNA testing in criminal cases.
About how many times have you performed serological analysis?
I've performed serology on over 300 different samples,
About how many times have you performed forensic DNA analysis?
on over 1,000 samples.
Have you ever been qualified to offer opinion testimony in court before?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
over 10 times.
Right, during those 10 plus times, did you offer your opinion in forensic DNA testing and serology?
Yes,
At this point, Your Honor, the state offers the witness is qualified to provide opinion testimony in the area of serology and forensic DNA testing, subject to any voir dire examination.
We definitely need a jury view of the beach.
No objection to her qualifications.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Amarin will be allowed to provide opinion testimony to you in the areas of serology and forensic DNA testing. You may proceed.
Okay. Ms. Amarin, is the DNA analysis and serology that you'll testify to today based on your training, experience, and education in the field of forensic biology?
yes,
Are the conclusions regarding the DNA analysis and serology testing that you'll testify to are the conclusions that you reach in this case accurate and reliable?
yes,
Okay, and to drill down on those definitions, by accurate do you mean that they were the result of or based on established methods of examination which are widely accepted as valid within your profession?
yes,
And are those methods widely accepted as valid by other experts in your field?
yes,
And when we use the term reliable, does that mean that the results you achieved could be replicated or duplicated by following the same established methods that you followed in this case?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Amarin, where is the current HPD main police station located?
It's located at 801 South Beretania Street in Honolulu.
Are you familiar with the place there called the Scientific Investigation Section?
Yes,
What is that?
that is HPD's forensics lab.
Is it known as SIS for short?
Yes,
And to use common terms, would that also be what somebody would call the crime lab?
yes, you can think of it as a crime lab.
What different units are there in SIS?
There are 6 different units: the forensic biology unit, the drug unit, trace unit, firearms unit, latent print unit, and the crime scene unit.
G unit.
And what is the forensic biology unit?
That's the unit I work at, and that focuses on DNA testing and serology.
I'm going to
Does the
have
forensic
pineapple
biology
pizza.
have any
Hawaiian pineapple
accreditations?
pizza, I think.
Yes.
To celebrate.
What are they?
The lab is accredited in forensic testing.
Broken Baker, thank you for
Is it
the
okay if I call the
raid.
forensic biology unit the FBU from now on?
Sure.
When was the FBU last accredited?
It was accredited in December of 2024.
Who was the agency that issued that accreditation?
That would be ANAB, which stands for the ANSI National Accreditation Board. Or, yes.
Okay, and then I know that acronym just started with a different acronym. What does ANSI stand for?
The American National Standards Institute.
Okay, so the full acronym for ANAB is American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why we have acronyms.
Right, what does it mean to be accredited by the ANAB?
It means that the lab is 100% compliant with national and international standards in forensic testing.
And why is that significant or important?
That's important because it ensures that we're using procedures that will produce quality work.
What does the FBU do
Repeatable.
to maintain its
Repeatable
accreditation
results.
status?
That's what we want.
The FBU, we undergo either internal or external audits each year, which will evaluate if we are following those standards.
And moving on a little bit, Ms. Amarin, does the HBD FBU have standard operating procedures for DNA testing?
Yes.
And going forward, can I use the acronym SOPs for standard operating procedures?
Sure, yes.
Why does HBD have SOPs?
HPD has SOPs to ensure that the analysts are using validated procedures that, again, will produce quality work.
Are you familiar with the HBD SOPs?
Yes.
As part of the SOPs, do you use control samples when doing testing?
Yes.
Before I get any further, what is a control sample?
There are two control samples, a positive and negative control, and these control samples are used to either determine if there could be possible contamination in my procedures or to ensure that the instruments and the reagents that we use are working properly.
Okay. And you said two different types of control samples?
Yes.
Okay. Is the first one a reagent control?
Yes, that would be the negative control.
Okay, and what does the reagent control help you determine?
That one will help me determine if there's possible contamination in any step of my procedure. In that sample, there should be no DNA, so at the end of my results, if I have no DNA in it, then I know that there's no contamination in my procedures.
And the other type of control sample you mentioned, is that the positive control?
Yes.
Okay, what is the positive control?
The positive control is a sample that has an expected DNA profile. So at the end of my testing, if I get that expected DNA profile, I know that my instruments and my reagents were working properly.
Do you use these control samples every time you do a forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, on every, it's run with every sample from the crime scene.
With these control samples, are you able to determine if the machines and instruments involved in the DNA typing process are working properly?
Yes.
Did you use these control samples and follow the procedures every time you used any machines or instruments in this case?
Yes.
Did you review the results of running those control samples in this case every time you processed samples?
I did.
And what were the results of the use of the reagent control and the positive control in this case?
For both controls, they came out as expected.
Based on those results, were the machines and instruments that you used in your DNA analysis or in your forensic analysis working properly in this case?
Yes.
All right, so first she
Ms. Amarin,
does
are you
all
familiar
the...
with the term
Hawaii does it
validation
backwards.
studies?
Normally those are
Yes.
the final
What are
questions in other courts.
A validation study is a research process that the lab will use to evaluate a technique or procedure to ensure that the results are, it's an effective technique that's getting the results that we would expect.
Okay. And how do validation studies relate to the HPD standard operating procedures?
So the standard operating procedures are based on these validation studies.
So if all SOPs are followed, what can you say about the results of the DNA testing?
The results are accurate and reliable.
Ms. Amarin, I'm going to change subject just a little bit. I'm going to ask you for some definitions. So first of all, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and you can think of DNA as the blueprint for life because it directs the growth and functions of all living things. In humans, half of our DNA comes from our mothers and half from our fathers, and each individual's DNA is unique, making it a useful tool for human identification.
Except for identical twins.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in the cells of the body as well as in the cells of our biological fluids like blood.
Is there any difference in DNA found from different types of cells from the same person?
I wouldn't expect there to be a difference, no.
So DNA from saliva, is that any different from DNA from blood?
It shouldn't be, no.
So in a case such as the ones you deal with at the forensic biology unit, what are you trying to determine through DNA testing?
I'm trying to determine whether a known individual is associated with or excluded from the evidence of a crime.
Are you familiar with contact or touch DNA?
Yes.
And how is that type of DNA transferred?
That is what the name says. So contact, or we also call it touch DNA, is transferred typically when a person will touch something, they will leave behind their skin cells that have DNA in it.
Okay. I'm going to move on just a little bit to the other subject we've talked about, serology. Starting off, what is serology?
Serology is a test that we use to determine if a possible biological stain is blood, semen, or saliva.
Okay. And did you do any types of serological testing in this case?
Yes.
What kind of tests did you use?
I used 2 different tests for blood. The first one is called blood ID, and the second is hemotrace.
Is there any difference between the blood ID test and the hemotrace test?
Yes.
What is the difference?
So the blood ID is a color-changing test that will turn blue if positive for blood. The second test, hemotrace, is a antibody antigen test, similar to like a pregnancy test or a rapid COVID test, where 2 lines will indicate positive for human origin and 1 line would be a negative result.
Why do you do both the blood? Sorry. Why do you do both the blood ID and the hemotrace tests?
So both of these tests are used to help guide me and determine if I should take the sample for further testing for DNA, or whether I can stop testing that stain because it might not be blood.
Are both the blood ID tests and the hemotrace test considered scientifically valid?
Yes.
Are they generally accepted and widely used in the field of forensic biology?
Yes.
Does HPD SIS have any sort of serological or screening test to detect contact or touch DNA?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge, does any labs have that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And is touch DNA or any type of DNA visible to the naked eye?
No, it's microscopic.
Okay. Next topic, Ms. Amarin. In general, how is DNA testing performed?
DNA, in general, I will take samples from my items of evidence, and they will go through a series of lab procedures, and at the end, I will obtain DNA profiles for those samples.
And how many steps are there?
There are 5.
And could you tell us the 5 steps?
Yes. The first one is screening, then extraction, quantification, amplification, and typing.
Okay, we're going to go through each of those 5 steps, and I'm going to ask you to explain kind of what they are. So the first step you mentioned was screening. What does the screening test mean?
Screening is a process where I will examine the item of evidence and determine where I'm going to take my samples. So I will look at this stage for stains that could possibly contain blood and take that for serology. Or I'll also look for areas that might have contact or touch DNA and take samples from those areas.
And that was kind of an explanation of how you do the screening step? Okay.
Yes.
After you finish doing the screening step, what are you left with in terms of physical item or test subject?
At the end of my screening, I'm either left with a cutting from the item, say like a piece of fabric, I'll take a cutting of it, or a swab, which is similar to like a Q-tip, where I'll rub the swab against an item to take the DNA off of it.
Okay, so, and is that it for the screening step?
Other than doing serology testing, yes.
Okay. We'll come back to the serology in a bit. So now that you've got this either swab or cutting, what's the next step in the DNA testing that you do?
So after I have my samples, they're in small little test tubes, and those samples will go through extraction.
And what is the extraction process?
So extraction is used to release the DNA from the cells. So in this step, I will add reagents, and I will also use heat to help break open the cells and release the DNA. Then I will put those samples on an instrument called a Maxwell FSC, which will then purify the sample for me.
Overall, how long does the extraction process take?
Extraction typically takes around 2 hours.
And then, okay, once you're finished with the extraction process and you've extracted the DNA from the cells, what's the third step? Or the third step.
After extraction is amplification. Is quantification.
Okay, could you explain what quantification is?
Quantification is a process where I estimate the amount of DNA in the sample. For that process, again, I'm adding reagents to separate plate now with little wells in it, and I'm also adding a little bit of my sample, and it's run on a different instrument called a real-time PCR machine, and that instrument would use fluorescence to help me quantify how much DNA is in my samples.
And after quantification, what's the next step?
Amplification.
How does the amplification step work?
In amplification, you can think of it as like a copier machine for DNA because it's making millions and millions of copies of the specific regions that make up the DNA profile.
And what process is used in the amplification step?
In amplification, I'm using a process called PCR, which is the polymerase chain reaction. And in this step, I'm copying the DNA strands that make up the DNA profile.
Are you familiar with the scientific principles on which PCR, or polymerase chain reaction testing, is based?
Yes.
Is the PCR process considered scientifically valid?
Yes.
Is it generally accepted and widely used in the field of forensic biology?
Yes.
Okay, so we've gone through 4 steps so far. The last step you mentioned was typing. What is the typing step?
In typing, I'm actually obtaining the DNA profile at this step.
Okay. Overall, when you're testing DNA, are you looking at the entire thing, or are you looking at a specific part?
So I'm only looking at specific regions of the DNA molecule.
Okay, and what regions, or are you familiar with what an STR is?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
So STR stands for a short tandem repeat, and you can think of DNA as a really, really long strand of 4 different colored beads. And at specific regions on this strand, the beads will repeat in pattern. And these repeating patterns are what the STRs. So those are the sections that I'm looking at that make up the DNA profile.
Ms. Amron, are you familiar with the underlying principles on which STR testing is based?
Yes.
And is STR testing considered scientifically valid?
Yes.
Is it generally accepted and widely used in your field?
Yes.
All right,
Ms.
cover the
Amron,
basics.
Would 2 unrelated people ever expect to have the exact same DNA profile?
Unless they are identical siblings, then no 2 people will have the same DNA profile.
And can the DNA typing step tell you the gender of the contributor?
Yes, so I can tell the gender of the contributors for a DNA profile.
Okay, and how do you do that?
There are 3 different regions in the DNA profile that are sex markers, and these will help me determine if there is a male or female present in it.
And to clarify, are you doing that sort of determination a single source sample or a mixture?
Usually only for single source samples in this case.
Got it. And then, sorry to ask a follow-up, could you tell us the difference between a single source profile and a mixture?
A single source profile is a DNA profile from one individual, while a mixture is a DNA profile from multiple different people.
And how would you be able to tell if a profile you're looking at is single source versus a mixture?
In a single source profile, I expect to see only 2 inherited characteristics. For those STRs, there's 21 that we look at, and if there should only be 1 or 2 at each location, and then that will tell me it's a single source profile. For mixtures, they'll have more than 2.
Okay. And why do you expect to only see 2 numbers at each profile?
So there's only 2 inherited characteristics because, again, you remember that you inherit from your mom and your dad, so you'll inherit 1 STR from your mom and 1 from your dad.
Almost there with the definitions. In DNA testing, what is a question sample?
A question sample is a sample from the crime scene evidence.
Do you know, at a question sample, at the start of your analysis, who contributed to that sample?
Unknown.
No, it's unknown, so it's questionable who is the source of this DNA.
And in DNA testing, what is a known sample or reference sample?
A known sample or reference sample is a DNA profile from a known individual.
And how would you get a reference sample normally?
How is it collected?
Yes.
I don't collect it, but typically you will get a swab and you'll swab the inside of a person's mouth.
Is it a buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how does the DNA comparison process work?
DNA comparisons, there's 2 types. The first type is manual comparisons, and that's what I can do, is where I'll look at the DNA profile of the crime scene evidence, the question sample, and I'll compare it to the known DNA profile from that known individual and see if there's any similarities or differences. The second type of comparison is done by another analyst, and they're using a computer software to help them do the comparisons.
And you said you do the manual interpretation.
Yes.
So in this case, did you perform DNA comparisons between the question samples and known reference samples?
Yes, for some of the samples, yes.
And did any other analysts participate and use the computer program you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
Criminalist Scott Henderson.
So just so we're clear, in terms of your testimony today, can you tell us the extent of the analysis that you're testifying to?
I will be presenting conclusions on the presence of blood, the presence of human DNA. I will also tell you the number of contributors or the number of individuals in this DNA profile, as well as sometimes I will give you whether it's a male or female contributor. And I can also provide you with exclusions.
Okay. So in terms of manual DNA comparisons, your role in this case is limited to exclusions?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's get into this case, Ms. Amarin. In this case, were you assigned to conduct serological and DNA analysis testing under HPD report number 25-110958?
Yes.
How were you assigned to do that work?
The lab was received a request from a Detective Spacek.
Do you recall which date the request came in?
March 25, 2025.
What items did you test in this case?
I tested a t-shirt, shorts, swabs from the crime scene, 2 reference buccal swabs, and a rock.
And the reference buccal swabs, is that the same thing we were talking about earlier that create the known samples?
Yes.
And just a follow-up about buccal swabs, are those buccal swabs testing saliva or other types of cells?
They are testing mainly saliva, but also the inner cheek swabs that are inner cheek cells that are taken.
Did you follow the HPD standard operating procedures when you did the testing in this case?
Yes.
And does that include the use of the control samples that we talked about earlier?
Yes.
As part of HPD's procedures, is the DNA analyst required to document their work in each case?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
We document our work to ensure we're using the correct procedures as well as to allow for review.
When you say review, as part of HPD's SOPs, are the reports and documentation in each case independently reviewed by another DNA analyst at HPD?
Yes.
What is that review process called?
It's called technical review.
And in this case, did you document your work?
Yes.
Okay, was that in one single report or more than one?
In 2 reports.
And then did these reports go through the tech review process that you just described?
Yes.
On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a rock recovered from the scene that was submitted as item number 2 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Where is the evidence room located?
The evidence room is located in the basement of HPD's main station in Honolulu.
Who has access to the actual evidence room?
Only authorized personnel.
Do you have access to the evidence room?
Yes.
Do you actually go in and retrieve evidence yourself?
No.
Okay. Can you explain to us the difference?
So I'll go to the evidence room and request certain items, and the evidence custodians will retrieve the item and sign them out to me. And I will check the packaging to make sure it's intact and the seals are intact before I sign out that I received the items.
And who did you sign out the rock item number 2 from on March 31st, 2025?
From evidence custodian Brenda Montpetit.
With regards to all the items you tested in this case, did you retrieve them all from Ms. Montpetit?
Yes.
What kind of test did you perform on the rock listed as item number 2 in this case?
I performed blood testing and human DNA testing.
Prior to your testing, was the rock that you signed out from Brenda Montpetit in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it from the evidence room to the time that you tested it?
Yes.
How was the rock packaged?
The rock was packaged in a sealed brown paper bag, kind of like a grocery bag, and it was sealed with an evidence tape that was signed and dated.
Were the seals on that with that evidence tape tampered with, altered, or destroyed?
There was no evidence of tampering. And
from the time that you retrieved the rock to the time that you did your testing on it, did you tamper with, alter, or destroy anything about the rock?
No.
How many areas of the rock did you test?
2 different areas.
Okay. And what was the mechanics of how you tested that?
How I chose those 2 areas?
I'm sorry. What did you actually physically do to the rock?
Oh, okay. So what I did is I took samples from the rock. So again, I took swabs and I took a swabbing of either the stains or the unstained area.
Okay. And so back to that, you took the cotton Q-tip kind of swabs you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. And then did you designate the swab of the stained area as 2 parentheses 105230 Q1?
Yes.
Did you designate your swab of the unstained area as 2 parentheses 105230 AQ1?
Yes.
All right. What were the results of the test? And sorry, what tests did you do on
He's
those
getting
swabs?
ahead of himself a little bit.
I performed blood serology and DNA testing.
All right. We're going to go to that first swab. What were the results of the test that you performed on the rock, on the stained portion of the rock designated as 2105230 Q1?
The results were screening for the presence of human blood was positive, and screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
Okay. So the serological tests, the blood ID and the hemodin came back positive?
Yes.
And the DNA, there was also human DNA present?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain, or sorry, before I get there, how many contributors were on that stained side of the rock?
For the stain, may I review my report?
Sure. Your report is, I believe, on a binder behind you. If you could flip to, I think it's exhibit number 200, and let us know when you're done.
To refresh your recollection, it's rare for a witness like this, of this type, to have everything memorized, although we have seen that before.
For the stained area of the rock, the DNA profile obtained was consistent with one female individual.
So total number of contributors to the stained area of the rock was?
1.
And the gender of the contributor?
Female.
Ms. Amarin, did I miss any other results from that sample yet?
No. There is one more thing I can say.
Okay. Is that about a comparison?
Yes.
Okay. We'll come back to the comparison.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to move on to the next swab, the swab from the unstained area of the rock. What were the results of the test that you performed on the unstained area of the rock, designated 2 parentheses 105230 AQ1?
Screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
Was there any results from any serological testing?
No.
So, got it. Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the unstained area of the rock?
Yes.
How many contributors?
2.
And because there were 2 contributors, did you determine male or female?
No.
And we'll get to, did you do any comparisons for the unstained part of the rock?
I did not.
Okay. Is that the computer comparisons that were done later by Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So I'm moving forward. On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a swab titled as Swab from Stain from Plant Off Trail that was submitted as item number 3 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Who did you sign that item out from?
From Brenda Montpetit.
Was this item then designated in your report as lab control 3 parentheses 105230 Q1?
Yes.
I'm going to pause from the questions for a minute. When we say Q1 at the end of those numbers, bless you. When we say Q1, what does that mean?
Q1 is just a way for the lab to designate that this is from a question sample or the sample from the crime scene. So there's a Q at the end of the sample name.
As opposed to a K.
And what kind of test did you perform on this swab 3105230 Q1?
I performed blood serology and human DNA testing.
Prior to your testing, was this swab that you signed out from Brenda Montpetit in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it from the evidence room to the time you tested it?
Yes.
Were there any seals broken on that swab?
No.
And then prior to conducting your testing, was the swab tampered with, altered, or destroyed in any way while it was in your custody and control?
No.
What were the results of the test that you performed on the swab designated 3 parentheses 105230 Q1? And let's start with the serological testing.
Screening for the presence of human blood was positive, and screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
These are literally
so ultimately, were
blood
you able to
stains
obtain a
on
DNA
plants.
profile from this swab?
Yes.
Were you able to estimate a number of contributors?
Yes.
How many?
2 contributors.
And again, because and is an estimate of 2 contributors, is that considered a single sample, a single source sample, or a mixture?
It's considered a mixture.
And because this was a mixed sample, did you determine the gender of any contributors?
No.
Right. And then did you do any comparison for this swab?
No.
Okay. Was there a comparison done with the computer program later?
Yes.
Got it. All right. Moving on. On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a swab labeled as stain from plant from leaf on trail?
Yes.
And that was submitted as item number 4 under HPD report 25-110958.
Yes.
And who did you sign that swab out from?
Brenda Montpetit.
And was this item designated as lab control 4, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Yes.
What kind of test did you perform on this swab?
I performed blood serology and human DNA testing.
Prior to your testing, was the swab that you signed out from Brenda Montpetit in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it to the time you tested it?
Yes.
Were there any seals that were broken on that swab that you could see?
There were no seals broken.
Prior to conducting the testing, was the swab tampered with, altered, destroyed, substituted in any way while it was in your custody and control?
No.
Okay. And then could you tell us the results of the tests that you performed on the swab designated 4, parentheses 105230 Q1?
Screening for the presence of human blood was positive, and screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from this swab?
Yes.
Was this a single source sample or was this a mixture?
A single source from one individual.
Okay. And as it was single source from one individual, were you able to determine a gender?
Yes, it was female.
And then did you do any comparisons for this swab?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a few minutes as well.
Happy birthday, Darvader. Happy birthday. Welcome. Yes, we've got birthday seating available
Moving
for
forward
you.
to the next item, Ms. Amarin. On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a swab titled as stain from tree branch that was submitted as item number 5 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay. And then who did you sign that item out from?
Brenda Montpetit.
And did you designate that item in your report as lab control 5, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Yes.
And since I keep reading all these parentheses out, what does those numbers 105230 mean?
That's just my ID number.
Got it. Okay. And since you're the one doing the testing, you put your ID number next to it?
Yes.
What kind of test did you perform on the swab labeled as 5, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Blood serology and human DNA testing.
Okay. Prior to your testing, was this swab that you signed out from Brenda Montpetit in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it to the time you tested it?
Yes.
And prior to conducting the testing, was the swab tampered with, altered, destroyed, or substituted in any way while it was in your custody and control?
No.
All right. Ms. Amarin, what were the results of the test that you performed on the swab designated as 5, parentheses 105230 Q1?
Screening for the presence of human blood was positive, and screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from this swab?
Yes.
And was this a single source or a mixture profile?
This was single source, so one contributor.
And what was the gender of the contributor?
Female.
And did you do any comparisons for this swab?
Yes.
So manual comparisons for swab 5, 105230.
Yes.
Okay. Next swab, Ms. Amarin. On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a swab titled as stain from ground under bush, labeled as item number 6 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay. And then who did you sign that item out from?
Brenda Montpetit.
Was this item designated as lab control 6, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Yes.
What kind of test did you perform on this swab number 6?
Blood serology and human DNA testing.
Prior to your testing of this swab, was from the time that you signed it out from Brenda Montpetit to the time you tested it, was it in your sole and continuous custody and control?
Yes.
And were there any broken seals on the packaging?
No.
Prior to conducting the testing, was the swab tampered with, altered, destroyed, or substituted in any way while it was in your sole custody and control?
No.
What were the results of the test that you performed on the swab designated as 6, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA testing were positive.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from this swab?
Yes.
Was this a single source profile or a mixture?
This one was a single source profile.
Okay. And were you able to determine the gender of the contributor?
Yes.
What was that gender?
Female.
Her blood everywhere.
All right. Ms. Emmer, next object. On March 31st, 2025, did you
As
also
expected.
withdraw from the evidence room a T-shirt labeled as recovered from the defendant that was submitted as item number 13 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay. And then who did you sign that item out from?
Brenda Monpetit.
Now, so far you've talked about swabs from Iraq. What's different about testing, doing DNA testing on a T-shirt?
For the T-shirt, I took cuttings from this item instead of swabs.
And how many samples or cuttings did you take from item 13, the T-shirt?
6.
And as part of your work, do you document the areas of the T-shirt that you take cuttings from?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach now with States Exhibit 134 and 135 previously shown to defense?
Yes.
Ms. Amron, I've just handed you what's been marked as States Exhibit 134 and 135. Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what are these?
These are the photos I took during the screening of the T-shirt.
And what do these photos show?
These show the front and the back of the T-shirt with stickers indicating the areas I sampled.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict item 13, the T-shirt, and the locations of the shirt that you sampled for DNA on March 31st, 2025?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves to admit States 134 and 135 into evidence.
Mr. Otake, no objection. Will be marked for identification as States Exhibit 134 and 135 will be received into evidence.
And permission to publish.
Right.
Should be done with this here in a little bit. A little bit tedious to get through some of the DNA stuff, but it's very important for the.
All right, publishing now,
the
States
evidence
Exhibit
comes later.
134. Okay, Ms. Amron, I'm going to hand you this iPad, and you can use a little stylus on it. If you could explain and show us the areas that you tested on this photograph.
So this is the front of the T-shirt, and there are 4 different areas that I tested. I observed 4 stains. So the first stain is this one here, and that one is the stain on the exterior right armpit.
And I'm sorry, what was there a number assigned to that one?
Yes, this is 1310530-Q1.
So that one is Q1 for the item number 13.
Yes.
Okay.
The second sample, Q2, is right there, and that is the stain on the exterior right chest.
Okay. And what Q number was this given?
Q2.
So using a short term, it would be item 13, Q2.
Yes.
Okay.
The third item, or sorry, the third sample is there, and that is Q3. That is the exterior front bottom left.
Okay.
And Q4 is this last one here, which is the stain on the exterior front bottom right.
Okay. I'm going to walk up to the stand. I'm going to retrieve the iPad. I'm going to publish then States Exhibit 135, and we'll do the same thing. All right, we have States Exhibit 135 being published right now. Ms. Amron, could you explain to us and show us using the laser pointer function which areas you tested?
This is the back of the T-shirt, and there are 2 stains that I sampled. The first one is... It's not...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ooh. Ooh. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. This stain on the top is the stain on the exterior back top.
Okay. And what number or Q number was this given?
That is Q5.
And is it still item 13?
Yes.
Okay, so can we call this 13Q5?
Yes.
Okay. Is it okay going forward that I take out that string of numbers that's your ID?
Sure.
Got it. Okay, and what is the other stain, or the other sample that you took from the rear of the T-shirt?
The last sample was Q6, which is this stain here.
Okay, that's where
and
his
that is the
his
exterior
purse,
back
his
center.
man purse.
Okay.
Was on his back.
Ms. Everett, I'm going to retrieve the iPad.
Purse also had blood stain on it. I believe we're going to find out whose blood that is, and I'm pretty sure it's not his.
All right. What kind of tests did you perform on those 6 samples from item number 13, the T-shirt?
I performed blood serology and human DNA testing.
Prior to your testing, I'm sorry, I'm back. Did you take cuttings or swabs from this?
I took cuttings.
Got it. And how do you take the cuttings?
I use a scissors to cut a small piece of the fabric with the stain on it.
And prior to your testing, was item number 13 the T-shirt that you signed out from Brenda Montpetit? Was it in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it from her at the evidence room to the time that you tested it?
Yes.
Prior to conducting your testing, was the T-shirt tampered with, altered, destroyed in any way while it was in your custody and control?
No.
And were there any damages to the tamper-proof seals on the evidence?
No.
All right. Ms. Amron, can you walk us through the results of your 6 samples from the shirts? And I'm actually going to put up States Exhibit 134. If we can start with Q1.
Q1.
I'm sorry, this is States Exhibit 135. Publishing 134. And we're going to zoom in on the areas. So for the area marked Q1, what were the results of your testing?
For Q1, the stain on exterior right armpit, screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA was positive.
And for Q1, the stain on exterior right armpit, was that a single source or multiple?
Multiple.
And as it was a multiple source, did you determine, and could you determine the number of contributors?
Yes, there were 2.
Okay. And because there were 2 possible contributors, did you determine a gender?
No.
Got it. All right, moving on to...
I'm always thinking about my next move. So when I found out that vaping actually...
Sorry about that.
Is that the defense attorney?
Sorry.
Scrolling Tinder? What are you doing, dude?
On item number 13, Q2.
I'm always thinking
Screening
about
for the
my
presence
next
of
move.
human blood and human DNA were positive.
And was this a single source or a multiple source?
Single source.
Okay. So Q2, stain on exterior right chest was single source?
Yes.
Defense attorney's phone. He's just
And were
scrolling
you
on the
able
internet.
to get a DNA profile from that?
Guess
Yes.
he's
And were you able to determine a gender?
self-help
Yes.
audiobook.
What was the gender?
Female.
Okay, Ms. Amarian.
Sorry about
going
that.
on to
He's already
number 3.
say,
the
Judge, I'm
stain
sorry, I'm not.
on the exterior
I'm not
front bottom.
texting anyone right now. I'm
which
doing something on
is-
my phone.
Can you look at the screen? Am I circling the correct one here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What were the results of your DNA testing with regards to the cutting from 13Q3?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this sample?
Yes.
Was it a single source profile? I'm sorry, how many contributors?
There were 2 contributors.
So not a single source profile.
No.
So as it was not a single source profile, did you determine whether it was male or female?
No.
All right. Moving on now to Q4, listed as the stain on exterior front bottom right. I'm circling now on the screen. What were the results of your DNA and serological testing on that sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
And was that, or how many contributors?
For that sample, there were 2 contributors.
And because it was 2 contributors, was it a single source or a mixture?
It was a mixture.
And because it was a mixture, did you determine the gender of any contributors?
No.
Right. We're going to now publish States Exhibit 135. And I'm going to zoom in on where the samples were.
Enhance.
Sorry.
It's the back of the shirt. This was Gerhardt's shirt. It's being tested here. You saw he had that big bloody
Okay,
patch on the back.
Ms. Emery, what were the results of your DNA and serological testing on Q5 listed as stain on exterior back top? And I'm highlighting the area now.
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. Were you able to estimate a number of contributors?
Yes.
How many?
There were 2.
So was this a single source profile or a mixture?
It was a mixture.
Okay. And as it was a mixture, again, were you able to determine male or female?
No.
All right. And last sample for this piece of evidence, Ms. Emerin, looking at Q6, where I've highlighted now, the stain on exterior back center. What was the results of your serological and DNA testing on this sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. And were you able to estimate a number of contributors?
Yes. There was 1.
1 contributor. Okay. Were you able
Got a
to
gender here.
get a DNA profile?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to determine the gender of that single contributor?
Yes, it was female.
That's her blood. Her
Okay,
blood on
Ms.
the back
Ameren,
of his
for
shirt.
Item number 13 and that's Q1 through Q6 on the 6 samples. Did you do any comparisons manually yourself?
Let me tell you
for
why
these
I
samples?
think that's
For
important.
any
Let me
single
get a
source
pause.
DNA profile, I did manual comparisons, yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you said the single sources in this one were Q2, the stain on exterior right chest, and Q6, the stain on exterior back center. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Got
That
it.
this
I'm gonna take
testimony
exhibit 135
backs
down
up
for now.
what Ariel said.
And we'll come back again in a few minutes to those comparisons.
If he was trying to fish into his bag and get something out, maybe
I'm
another
gonna move to the
syringe or
next
something
section.
else,
Do you think now is appropriate for a break?
We could do it now, if we could do it in about 10 minutes.
We'll go back 10 more minutes.
that bag would probably
All right,
be
Miss
up by her
Emmerich,
head as he's straddling
Moving
her.
on a little bit.
Blood on the bag from her head.
To item number 14.
Now gets on the back of his
On
shirt.
March
I think
31st,
it adds up.
2025, did you also withdraw from the evidence room a pair of shorts recovered from the defendant, labeled as item 14 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Who did you sign those items out from?
Brenda Moon Petit.
And overall, how many samples did you take from item number 14, the shorts?
I sampled 6 different areas.
And were these swabs or cuttings?
Cuttings.
As part of your work, did you document the areas of the shorts that you took the cuttings from?
Yes.
May I approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 136, 137, and 138, previously shown to the defense? I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 136, 137, 138. Before you look at those, could I take back 134 and 135? Thank you. Okay, Ms. Amarin, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, and what are these?
These are the photos I took of the shorts during my screening stage.
Do these photos and these photos also show the areas that you took the cuttings?
Yes.
Do these photos fairly and accurately depict item 14, the shorts, and the locations of the shorts that you tested for DNA and serology on March 31st, 2025?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves exhibits 136 through 138 inclusive into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection. Would have been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 136, 137, and 138. Receive these evidence.
Okay, and permission to publish.
Granted.
Publishing 136 on the screen right now.
These are his shorts.
Okay. Ms. Amarin, I published dates 136 on the screen. I'm going to hand you the iPad with the pen, and if you could demonstrate, or if you could circle and show us where you took the cuttings from, as well as highlight it with the pen.
The shorts did look rather soiled on the butt, but he might have been sliding down the mountain a little bit.
So this is the back of the shorts, and there's 2 stains that I sampled. The first one is the stain on exterior back center, which is this big stain here. And that's Q1. And Q2 is this stain here, which is the stain on exterior back right.
Okay. I'm going to approach, and I'm going to put up the next exhibit, and we'll do the same.
You'll see 2 looks like blood. 1, I guess it could be blood, but
Publishing now states
I thought it was dirt.
137. All right, could you demonstrate, Ms. Emmer, for us where you took cuttings on this photo?
So this is the inner pants of the shorts, and this stain here, which is stain on exterior of inner pants Q3.
Okay. And that's the only stain in this photo?
That's the only new stain, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to approach, and I'll publish now it states 138.
See the shorts that have like a liner, inside liner.
All right. States 138 is now on the screen. Ms. Amarin, could you show us on this exhibit where you took cuttings for testing?
This is the front of the shorts, and there's 3 different areas I sampled. The first one is the stain on exterior top right, which is here. And that is Q4. The next stain is Q5, which is the stain on exterior front middle right, which is this one here. And Q6 is the stain on the exterior front left, which is here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to retrieve the iPad from you now.
iPad's quite useful. Easier than pointing a laser.
And I'm going to remove states 138. Okay. Ms. Emmerin, what kind of test did you perform? And overall, how many samples did you take from the shorts?
6.
Overall, what kind of test did you perform on those 6 samples?
I performed human DNA testing and blood serology.
Prior to your testing of these shorts and the samples you took from them, from the time you signed them out from Brandon Montpetit, were they in your sole and continuous custody until you tested them?
Yes.
When you signed them out, were there any broken seals on the packages?
No.
And prior to conducting your testing, did you tamper with, alter, destroy, substitute in any way the shorts item number 14 or any of the samples?
No.
Ms. Amarin, we're going to walk through those 6 samples you took, and I'll ask you for each one of them what your results were, and if you can explain, okay?
Yes.
All right. And then I'm going to publish so we can go along together with the photograph. So publishing now States Exhibit 136.
Number 1's the only one I'm really curious about.
Ms. Amarin, you said that was the large stain in the center?
The butt stain.
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of your serology and human DNA testing for this sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood was negative, and no further testing was performed.
Dirt. He slid on his butt down the mountain.
So no DNA testing.
Got it. Okay. For Q2, which is the stain on exterior back right, which I'm circling at the top of the photo, what were the results of your serological and DNA testing?
Screening for the presence of human blood was negative. No further testing was performed.
Ooh, no blood there either.
So no DNA testing.
Yes, no DNA testing.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to publish now States Exhibit number 137. And I'm going to... All right, 137 is on the screen. Circling the stain you indicated earlier on the bottom as Q3, stain on exterior of inner pants. What were your results of your DNA and serological testing for this sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood was negative. No further testing was performed.
So no DNA testing.
Yes, no DNA testing.
All right. And moving on to publish
0 for
now
3 so
States
far.
Exhibit 138.
3 more left on the exterior front.
The Q4 from item number 14, stain on exterior front top right, which I'm going to circle with the laser pointer right now. Am I circling the correct one?
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of your DNA and serological testing on item number 14Q4?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. Was this a single source sample or not?
Yes, it was a single source.
Okay. So because it was single source, did you then, be redundant, what was the number of contributors?
1 contributor.
Okay. And was that contributor, were you able to determine the gender?
Yes, it was female.
This matches up,
Moving
him
on
straddling
to
her
item number
while
14
attacking
shorts,
her with the
Q5,
rock.
stain on exterior front middle right. I'm circling on the screen. Have I circled the correct one?
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of your serological and DNA testing for this item?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. Were you able to determine the number of contributors?
Yes, one female contributor.
And then were you able to get a DNA profile from this as well?
Yes.
Okay. And cycling back to Q4, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
Okay. And our last sample for the shorts, item number 14Q6, stain on exterior front left, which I'm circling. Did I circle the correct area?
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of your serological and DNA testing for this sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. Were you able to determine a number of contributors?
Yes, there were 2.
Ooh, 2.
Okay. And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this sample?
Yes,
And was this a single source or a mixture?
a mixture of 2 people.
And as it was a mixture, did you determine the gender?
No.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to take States Exhibit.
He's been in custody for just over a year.
Okay, now before I move into the next topic would be a good time.
Wife's birthday was on March 24th.
Let's take a 10-minute recess. Ms. Alpha Fisher will come to you shortly after.
We're going to skip through this recess because we can.
All right.
So we're basically a year out after this happened. A lot of trials when we're watching murder trials go a little bit slower. This with only the attempted murder. It's pretty quick.
On scent. So no. Mr. Garner, you may continue.
Thank you. Before we jump back into swabs and results or tests, Ms. Amarin, I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence so far as States Exhibit 29 and States Exhibit 30 in this case. We'll start with States Exhibit 29.
As they do that, just want to remind you, tomorrow night I'm going to be on with Josh from Courtroom Confidential. We're going to be talking about this case as well as Letitia Stout
from these items.
getting
How
a
big of
new
hole do you
trial.
need?
A small hole
Okay.
around less than a centimeter.
That's going to be
Square.
Can you still
9
see all the
p.m.
holes of the cuttings you took on this exhibit?
Eastern.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to retrieve State's Exhibit 29. We'll do the same with 30.
Saturday night, yeah, 9 p.m. Eastern.
And can you see the cuttings that you took on this exhibit as well?
Yes.
Different Josh.
They are
Also
small,
awesome, though.
about a centimeter at the largest.
Thanks for showing us. Okay, Michelle, in addition to the samples, the question samples that you've already talked about this morning, did you test any reference samples for this case?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, you tested them?
We're not quite done with the question samples, are we?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. We are. My bad. Okay, reference samples. Could you remind everybody what a reference sample is?
A reference sample is a sample taken from a known individual.
And whose reference samples did you have access to in this case?
I had access to 2 samples, one from Ariel Koenig and one from Gerhard Koenig.
And was Ariel Koenig's reference sample labeled as item number 24 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
And was Gerhard Koenig's reference sample listed as item number 45 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
On March 31st, 2025, did you retrieve item 24, Ariel Koenig's reference buccal swab sample, as well as item 45, Gerhard Koenig's reference buccal swab sample from the evidence room?
Yes.
Who did you recover them from?
I recovered them from Brenda Monpetit.
How were these reference buccal swabs packaged?
They were received in sealed manila envelopes.
And at the time you received them, how many seals were on each package?
1 seal on each package.
And was each seal signed or initialed?
Yes.
Were any seals broken?
No.
And was item 24 listed in your lab report as 24K1?
Yes.
And was item number 45 listed as 45K1?
Yes.
Okay, so all the swabs or samples we talked about earlier were Q1, Q2. Why are these K numbers?
So the Q was for the question samples, and the K is to indicate that it's from a known individual, a known sample.
And then what kind of test did you perform on these 2 swabs, 24K1 and 45K1?
DNA testing.
Prior to your testing, were the swabs that you signed out from Brenda Montefiore, items number 24 and items 45, in your sole custody and control from the time you withdrew them to the time you tested them?
Yes.
Prior to conducting the testing, while those items were in your control, were they tampered with, altered, substituted, or distorted in any way?
No.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from item number 24, Ariel Koenig's reference sample?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from item number 45, Gerhard Koenig's reference sample?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the last area of questions I want to ask Ms. Ammer is to follow up on some comparisons you said you made earlier. In which kind of question samples did you compare the question sample with the 2 known reference samples?
So I made comparisons when the question sample was single source or from one individual, and I could make my manual exclusions.
Okay. And were your comparisons only limited to exclusions?
Yes.
Okay. So based on your comparison for the sample 2Q1, the stained portion of item 2, the rock, what were your results with the manual interpretation?
For the stain from the rock, Gerhard Koenig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
All right. For item number 4Q1, which is the swab from the swab titled "Stain from Plant Leaf on Trail," what was your conclusion during the manual comparison, again with regards to exclusions?
Same conclusion, Gerhard Koenig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
All right. Swab or sample 5Q1, which was titled "Stain from Tree Branch." What was your result of your manual comparison, again, as it relates to exclusion?
Gerhard Koenig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
Sample number 13Q2. You mentioned that you did do a comparison, and that was the T-shirt stain on exterior right chest, right?
Yes.
Okay, what were the results of your manual interpretation for 13Q2?
Gerhard Koenig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
And lastly, item number 13Q6, titled Stain on Exterior Back Center. What was the results of your manual comparison, again, as it relates to exclusions?
Gerhard Koenig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
Did I miss any other manual comparisons that you made?
I think there was one more for the shorts.
Oh, okay. So it's item number 14.
Actually, two.
Okay, and that's 14...
Q4 and Q5.
Keeping him honest.
Q4 and Q5?
Yes.
Okay, so for item number 14, the shorts, sample Q4, titled Stain on Exterior Front Top Right, what were the results of your manual comparison?
Same exclusion, Gerhard Koenig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
And for item 14, the shorts, Q5, for the samples titled Stain on Exterior Front Middle Right, what was the result of your manual interpretation?
Same exclusion, Gerhard Koenig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
All right, so that is 7 manual comparisons you did?
Yes.
For each of those samples, what was the result of the presence for blood?
In all of those samples, the presence of human blood was positive.
And in all of those samples, were you able to determine the gender of the contributor?
Yes, it was all one female individual.
All right. Any other comparisons done by yourself?
No.
Okay. And who else did any further comparisons?
Criminalist Scott Henderson.
All right. Did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
There's
Yes.
a finishing question.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination. Talk about contamination, contact contamination. What are you going to talk about? Where are we going to go?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Amarin.
Good morning.
I've been here a couple hours, and are you aware that the jury in this case has seen photographs of Ariel Koenig's head covered in blood? Have you seen those photographs?
I have not.
Okay, and but your testimony is basically the blood that was swabbed was a female's blood, right? As it relates to the clothing and blood items was female blood, right?
Human blood was positive, yes.
And for female, right?
And yes, and there was a female contributor to some of the results that I presented.
Okay. You mentioned that DNA can be obtained from both bodily fluid and cells, yes?
Yes.
And bodily fluid, saliva, blood, semen, things like that, yes?
Yes.
And you mentioned that sometimes cells, microscopic on an object, might not be visible to the naked eye, correct?
Yes.
But bodily fluid as well could be on something, and a human eye may not be able to see it on an object, yes?
It's possible, yes.
So, for example, when it came to the rock, item 2, you mentioned, ma'am, that you took 2 swabs of different areas of the rock, yes?
Yes.
So you took a swab of what you referred to as a stained area on the rock, yes?
Correct.
And then you took a swab of an unstained area, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't swab every part of the entire rock, just 2 parts of it, yes?
Yes, just those 2 specific areas.
And so you only tested for the presence of bodily fluid or cells from 2 specific areas on the rock, yes?
Yes.
So it's possible that additional parts of the rock that were not tested could have had additional bodily fluids, yes?
It's possible, yes.
All things are possible in this world of make-believe.
And then there were 2 people's profiles associated with the rock, the stained area and the unstained area, 2 profiles, yes?
I did obtain 2 different profiles for the 2 different areas, yes.
Yeah, related to the rock, yes?
Yes.
All right. Now, ma'am, you've been doing DNA for how many years?
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years, and a lot of science. Thank you for sharing all of that. I want to just ask you a few questions about. We've talked about what DNA can tell us, but I want to ask you about what some things DNA cannot tell us. Okay.
Okay.
So DNA can tell us whose blood was on an item. Yes.
It can indicate yes, if the source.
Yeah, the source of the blood on the rock, the plants, the clothing. Yes.
Sorry, it doesn't give the source, but it'll give you a likelihood ratio.
Likelihood ratio. I appreciate that. So it can give us a likelihood ratio, likelihood of whose blood it may be. Yes.
Yes.
And that's something DNA can tell us. Correct.
Yes.
Obviously, DNA cannot tell us how the blood got there. Correct.
That is correct.
DNA cannot tell us how an altercation may have started. Correct.
Yes.
DNA cannot tell us who may have started an altercation. Correct.
Yes.
A lot of science, and one of the benefits of science is that, typically speaking, and ideally, if it's done well, like I'm sure you guys do, science is unbiased, right? Well. Generally speaking.
Yes.
It doesn't have a motive. It's not manipulative. It has no motive to lie. It just is what it is, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
That's all.
Yes. Go ahead.
Ms. Emrian, you were asked some questions about how you did the samples for item 2 of the rock.
Yes.
Okay. If I hand you the rock, could you demonstrate for us how you take samples from those 2 areas?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 2.
Yes, swabbing is going to show that she didn't just swab like his tiny little pinprick area.
If you could try to speak into the microphone while holding the exhibit up, and could you demonstrate how you took the sample first from the stained area?
So when I examine the item, I'll take it out and I will look for stains or areas that have DNA, touch DNA present. So when I opened the rock, I looked for any stained areas. And on this side, I could see that there's a stain. So I took a swabbing of that area for the first sample, which is a stain from the rock. And then I looked at the rest of the rock to see where it was unstained. And I just took a sample of that whole area and took half of that for my testing.
Okay. When you say took a sample of that whole area, what does that mean?
That means I took the swab and I swabbed that area, ran the swab against the rock in the unstained parts.
And you said you swabbed about half of the unstained part?
I swabbed all of the unstained parts and only took half of that sample for my testing.
I see.
Half of the swab.
So for the unstained part of the rock, just to clarify, you took the Q-tip looking swab and you swabbed the entire unstained area?
Yes.
Okay. But the only item that you actually tested was half of that Q-tip?
Yes.
Got it. Were you wearing gloves as you did this?
Yes, I was wearing protective gear, lab coat, gloves, mask.
Why were you wearing gloves?
This is to preserve the evidence as it is and not to introduce DNA from a foreign source, which would be me.
Okay. And I want to clarify something with the rock one more time. From the stained area at the bottom, how many contributors were there?
There was one female.
One female. Okay. And from the unstained area that you swabbed, how many contributors were there?
There were 2.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you.
I'm not sure. I didn't know we had the rock in its exhibit yet.
Just brief follow-up.
You're going to miss that.
Thank you, Ms. Amir. So just to be clear, there are parts of the rock that were not stained that was not tested, correct?
Yes, whatever was left on the swab that I preserved and didn't test.
And there may be parts of the rock that you didn't actually even swab, right?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Nothing clear. Thank you.
So you're saying there's a chance. He's desperate there. He's trying to cling to these little bits, but...
I'm going to retrieve the exhibits from the witness before we call the next one. Sure.
Yeah. She swabbed the rock.
The state's next witness will be Scott Henderson.
Scott. It's a great name. Next up, Scott Henderson. Big shout out to our mods who finally have been able to start pinning messages for me. I just barely gave them access. Josh, thank you for your help today. I know you and Samantha. I think, let's see who else is here. I think we've got Amber. Amber's here as well. appreciate all your help.
Sure.
Little sidebar. We'll skip ahead because we can. Just a reminder, I said this while they were talking last time, but tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern, I'll be on with Josh Ritter from Courtroom Confidential, and we'll be talking about this trial, this Hawaii doctor trial with Mr. Corrig, and we're also going to be talking about Letitia Stout, who surprisingly just yesterday announced there was an announcement out of Colorado that she'll be getting a new trial. You can remember her case. It was extremely heartbreaking. It was one of the most difficult cases we've ever followed. But the Justice for Gannon, the entire community there, just so involved in the search for Gannon and everything else. But she's getting a new trial, and we'll talk about just why that's happened and what we expect going forward. But that's going to be tomorrow. So,
ladies and gentlemen, there are some legal issues I need to discuss with the attorneys. It's going to be more than just what we can resolve here off the bench. So I'll just call it early lunch recess. We'll take a lunch recess. I'll work with the attorneys during lunch, and we'll come back and we'll resume the presentation of evidence. I'm going to have you come back at, maybe a lengthy discussion, at 1:15. Okay, so a long lunch today. 1:15. I'll work with the attorneys during lunch, and at 1:15 we'll come back in and we'll continue with the presentation of evidence. You all have a good night.
So what's going to happen here, I believe we left a couple issues unresolved from this morning, particularly that one where we had the search return from the police, search warrant of, I believe it was the doctor's computer. They were only allowed to search for certain words, and now they've got this Walmart reference about an order that somehow came up that the words don't match up with what words they should have searched for. That's going to be fought out here, possibly with a detective giving a proffer. And we'll just wait for the jury to come back here. Just 1 second. Or the jury's leaving.
Keeping time to adjust the visual aids, but we can return to Detective Inuma and the search warrant that is D53, as well as one of the results that states 107.
This was a defense objective from this morning.
And before we actually
Objection.
ask the detective to come in, Counsel, we haven't been able to resolve this without an actual report here.
I'm aware, so I did demonstrate to Mr. Otaki where on the forensic examination software the artifact came from. I did show the search bar that showed that the word separate was contained 5 times in the underlying data for that artifact. But I do think I think it's better for everybody to have Detective explain.
Then happy to hear from him. Oh, he's here.
I believe he's in the witness room. Do you want to go out and get him?
The search term was in the document 5 times. The defense is still objecting, saying it's outside the scope of the warrant.
Do you want the state to plug in the laptop so the court can view what Detective was talking about?
It would be helpful for it. Yes.
We're working through lunch today. Sorry. I'm going to see if I can have my kids bring me something to eat.
Mr. Garner, maybe you want to go check for the location of Detective Inuma.
Okay, he did check in this morning, so I'll
Sure.
a little bit. Sure. I apologize. When I left him, Detective Inuma was in the witness room. It appears he's now in his car. He's headed back.
Oh, great.
Do you want to wait for him, or do you want to reconvene?
He drove away.
At 4:45.
I think I'll leave that up to everybody else who will be waiting. I'm okay either way.
Well, because we don't know where he is, right?
He said he was in his car, which I guess I assumed was the parking lot. I don't know that for sure.
Why don't we resume at 12:50? And if Detective Inuma gets here early, maybe he can demonstrate what he would show to the court to Mr. Otaki.
The judge is
That way,
trying to.
There'll be no surprises to what the testimony is going to be. In agreement? Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Either way.
And maybe that will resolve
anything
the
else
issues,
you
and the
think
judge
of
doesn't have to
before
play
you resuming?
referee and say it's obvious. Of course, it's coming in.
No, thank you. Okay, court's recess. Thank you, counsel.
Okay, as they take a recess, now they're going to head to lunch, possibly. Let's see if he just shows up in just a moment. Looks like he might be showing up. Wait for it. Skip it ahead just a moment here. All right, I think we are. I think we're back. Let's see what happened here. Got a couple minutes break for him to get back from the car. Carly Gregg. Yes, Carly Gregg has not got a new trial yet, but the Supreme Court has agreed to hear her appeal, which is the next step. It's a big step towards the trial.
25-373. Dr. Koenig is present in court with lawful counsel of record. Jury is absent from the courtroom, and Detective Thomas E. Numa is on the stand. Detective, thanks for coming back so quickly. Can you stand there and raise your right hand?
Yes.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please, have a seat. Mr. Barnes, whenever you're ready.
They're my favorite.
Good morning, Detective.
Jury's not here. No jury.
Just for the record, please state your full name.
My name is Thomas Inuma.
Okay, Detective Numa, were you assigned to complete search warrants on various digital items in case HPD report number 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay, and was one of those items a laptop listed as item number 48 under that same HPD report number?
Yes.
And when you executed the search warrant on the laptop, did you image the entire hard drive?
Yes.
And this was a physical solid-state drive on the laptop, right?
Yes.
And in that search warrant, you were limited by a certain date range, right?
Correct.
Do you recall the date range off the top of your head?
Yes, it's December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025.
Okay. And beyond being limited by a date range, were you also limited by terms?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know all the terms off the top of your head?
Not all the terms.
Okay. When you're executing a search warrant on a hard drive like this, how do you limit your search to those terms?
Okay, so with the software we use called Axiom software. So within the Axiom software, when you first load it up, it pulls all the data within the hard drive, the solid state drive, and from there you have to filter it. So from how you filter is you go under the filter column, you put in the date range. So the date range was from December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025, and you filter from there. So after that, it narrows it. It narrows the search within those date range, and from within that date range, I put in key terms that was listed on the search warrant.
Okay, and you put in all the terms that were listed on the search warrant, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you limit the results to only those terms?
Yes.
How does that work?
So all those different the search terms I was mentioning about, so there are multiple search terms, right? So you just filter it, and then from there, I'll examine my copy based on the search warrant within the content of the search warrant parameters.
Okay. And in terms of what you get as a result out of this, what is provided to the detective? The entire hard drive, or the hard drive that has been filtered to the date range and the term range?
Yes, the date range, the filter version, and we call it the Axiom portable case, and we filter it and we provided a copy to the detective.
Okay. Is that the same copy that's then provided to the state?
Yes.
Okay. So is the entire contents of the hard drive ever provided to the detective?
No.
Is the entire contents of the hard drive ever provided to the state?
No.
Who is the only person that remains in control of the entire contents of the hard drive?
It's myself and the HPD, our digital forensic lab.
Okay. But the entire contents of the hard drive do not leave the digital forensics lab. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. The software that you mentioned, the Axiom portable software, what is that?
So Axiom portable software is a copy that we provide to the detective, but then the main one is the Axiom software, which is the one we use to examine the data.
Okay. So you, in your examination of the entire hard drive, uses the Axiom software?
Yes.
But the limited portion that you provide to the detective, which is then provided to the state, is the Axiom portable software?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and then she invited her friend over to look at the body.
In the portion that's again provided to the state, is there any digital artifacts that do not contain any one of those search terms?
No, it's the one, the filter, and then I made sure that all those keywords were entered.
Okay.
There's a specific artifact that we're talking about today. We had it up on the screen there, Detective. I think my computer went to sleep. Can I approach?
Please.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to tilt the screen a little bit towards the court if I can.
I can see it. It's good.
You can see? Okay, thank you. All right, Detective Inuma, what are we looking at on the screen now?
So this is the interface for our Axiom portable case.
Okay, when you say portable case, this is not the entire hard drive, right?
Yes, this is the result from the search warrant return.
Okay. On the top of the screen, I'm going to point out in the top middle, we see the word recorder with an X next to it.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So it's already filtered using the software.
Okay, so the word recorder was not in the search warrant, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is the reason that the word recorder is highlighted on the right side of the screen because the user typed the search?
Just objection leading. You can just ask him why instead of leading.
This is the preliminary hearing under Rule 110 of the Rules of Evidence. Rules of Evidence don't apply. Under 611, he can lead. Let's get to where we need to go.
Okay. So the reason that the word recorder is
so
highlighted on the right side of the screen because the word recorder is typed up using the search bar on the top right of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Does using the search bar at the top right of the screen go into the data that was on the hard drive that was not included in the search warrant?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
So if you type a term in this, will it bring up data that was not included in the search warrant?
You're basing just on the portable version, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's just going to stay within whatever I provided to the detective. It's not going to provide anything outside the search warrant.
Okay, that's all we need.
And I see on the left side of the screen under matching results these color-coded rectangles.
Yes.
What do those mean?
So those are the the search term that I use part of the search warrant. So when there are keywords, I flag it as the terminology that was used in the search warrant.
Okay. And could you maybe hover the mouse over the orange bar that's in the email we're talking about here?
Okay.
What word popped up?
So separate.
Okay. Was that one of the words in the search warrant?
Yes.
Is the word separate the reason that this artifact was included in the Axiom portable case that's limited to the terms in the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the right side of this artifact, how does the word separate pull up this email?
So it's basically anything within the metadata. It could just be the web page, or it could be the document, or it could be the coding, the source code of either, in this particular case, this was an email, right? So it could be either from the email or the website itself. There was something that indicated that there was the word source in there.
And are you able to find how many times the word separate occurred in this artifact?
Yes.
Could you show us?
Okay. So from here. So this is basically the one part which is the preview, right? So that's the email that was sent to the email address, right? So the bottom portion is basically where you have the source code. So under the find button, the search bar, I'm going to spell separate. And then there's 5 items found in the source code. So if I press down, also right here, there's already one that was already highlighted on the right-hand side, right over here. And then I can press down, and then there's going to be other places. I know the screen is a little bit small, so it's a little bit difficult to see. But
we all understand, though.
Yep. So this is another word.
This evidence is coming
separate. This is another word that says separate. And then this is the last word that says separate. So there's a total of 5 words separate within this email.
Okay. And are those 5 words the reason that this email was flagged when you were executing the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. I think no further questions at this point. I may have more later.
It's pretty clear.
I think we've gotten an understanding. Mr. Pompey?
Thank you. Sorry, sir. Are you a detective?
Yes, a detective.
Okay. Detective. First of all, I guess it's spelled the same, but separate and separate mean 2 different things, right? Can, right?
I guess so.
Okay. And so in the search warrant, in this case, which is marked as D54, I'll read to you what it says, okay? Electronic files and data stored within the specific electronic device and storage media, but specifically to seize only files and data that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference the following case-specific terms, and separate. So it says divorce, long list of words, and it says divorce, and then it has the word separate in the search warrant. You remember that word separate being in the search warrant? Okay. So help me understand this, and I apologize, I'm not the most tech-savvy guy, but just to be clear, and I'll show it to you if it might help. This is Exhibit 107. Okay. Well, may I approach?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so this is Exhibit 107, which is the email, the actual email from Walmart in question. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and that's what was that was the email, correct?
Correct.
So to be clear, and you can hand it back to me.
Okay.
Well, maybe it's better if you would. So the email itself did not have the word separate in it, correct?
That's correct.
And okay, and the you know, you mentioned this searching in this Axiom program the word recorder, right?
Yes.
And recorder was not one of the search warrant terms, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So why were you searching for a term that's not in the search warrant?
So the recorder is just to narrow it down, but then if you look at separate, it was already part of the search warrant return, right? So within those files, I would look at all of it, and then as far as the recorder term, that's what we use to help locate that piece of artifact data quickly.
Okay, but I mean, did someone tell you to do that?
So we just go looking down
No, but
to
did
each
somebody
other.
tell you to search for the word recorder?
So we examine basically all the data, right, as much as we can, because there's this one over here has a total of 7,941 items, right? So we just go through it. I'll go through it, and then I'll just look and see. And then when I wanted to pull back for trial court purpose, then I can just
right,
look for it
and,
easily.
and just for the sake of time, my only question is, did somebody tell you to search for the word recorder?
Search for the no.
You just did that on your own.
So it was we work with the lead investigator. So me and my lead investigator will sit down and we'll look over it and we'll determine what's marked as evidence or not.
Right. But did the lead investigator, Detective Spacek, ask you to search for the word recorder?
So again, yeah, he would sit next to me and we'll just go down all the evidence that was filtered.
Detective, simple
Yes.
question. You typed in the word recorder in that search bar, yes?
Yes.
I'm asking you, did Detective Spacek ask you to do that?
No.
Okay, so who you just did that? Did somebody ask you to do that?
We did it because we're going to use this part of for the trial, right? So this was already one that was already. So for this one, the recorder, we're going to use that.
Somebody typed in recorder. Was that you?
For this one, for this purpose, no,
Who typed in recorder?
it wasn't me.
Yeah, who was it?
For this one particular, it wasn't me.
Yeah, so who?
No, you can't. Have a seat. Detective, you need to answer the question. Who told you, or who typed in the word recorder?
So for this one,
Detective.
yes.
Who told you, or who typed in the word?
So okay, so for this one, we consult.
Rephrase the question. Was it Mr. Garner?
He brought it up to my attention, yes.
So yeah, fine. Continue on with the question.
What in the
Okay, so,
world? It wasn't me.
I'm
It
sorry,
wasn't
the
me.
computer locked again. Okay. We can unlock it.
So for the record, this is Mr. Garner speaking. The laptop is my laptop. The software that you're reviewing on the software is the copy that was provided from the detectives to me. It's just being used to demonstrate in this hearing.
I understand. Yeah, but I just need it open so we can.
I understand.
Can you just go unlock it so we can eat lunch?
Mr. Garner, please.
Whoa. We're obviously not eating lunch together. Holy cow.
Okay, so the 107 is the exhibit, right?
Yes.
And when you talk about metadata,
Yes.
like is that? Explain that to us. What do you mean by that? Like, if this is the email exhibit, what do you mean by the metadata
Judge is
contains
so
the
over
words
this.
separate?
Okay, so for metadata is basically a data about a data, right? So just for the context of this email, so it has the date it was sent, if it was received. It'll have any kind of information when it was accessed, and then it's going to also have the source code, all the raw data within the email.
When you say within that email, what do you mean?
So anything within that email that was sent, it's going to capture all this raw data.
1 second. So okay, so the data is this metadata, right?
The one you're talking about on the
Yeah.
right side, yes.
Right. The email itself is not metadata, correct?
It contains metadata from the date, the time it was sent or received, right?
Right. But the email, the contents of the email, your package has arrived, Gerhard, item 1, that's not metadata, correct?
So if there's pictures within the email, it would capture the metadata from that image as
Right.
well.
But the metadata with the word separate is not in this email. It's not in these pages, correct?
Not on that page,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Your Honor, I think you may have some questions.
I do. Detective, you talked about separate being in the source code. Source code of what?
So it's so if you look at the raw data, so it's the source code of the, it's like more like computer coding. So for the email, right, the raw data.
So separate is in the source code of the email or the email program?
That, I'm not sure, because I'm not a computer program, so I'm not familiar with this actual source code where everything is put together. And that's out of my
So
scope.
Axiom is looking for the word separate.
Yes,
How many artifacts did it pull with the word separate?
I can show you.
Please.
Okay.
This makes sense to me. The search warrant was looking for the word separate. Somewhere in the metadata of this email, that word showed up like 5 times. It might have been separate, which are spelled the same but mean different things. But it was included, and it's technically allowed by the search
So
warrant.
1,000.
And then within that, they found this purchase of a recorder, a voice recorder.
So yeah. So out of the 941 data that we recover, artifacts, 1,454 had the word separate.
And most of these are in emails?
Yeah. So they appear to be from emails.
And Detective,
Where's that word?
I'm not talking about Axiom Portable.
Okay.
Talk about Axiom. Did Axiom pull out all of the emails from the hard drive that you're working on?
Sorry, can you rephrase it one more time?
Sure. Did Axiom,
Okay.
not Axiom Portable,
Okay.
Axiom, pull out as part of the search warrant filtering all the emails that were on the original image of the drive?
So okay. So first I filter it by the date range. Then I filtered further with the word separate. So I didn't do a full not filtered with the word separate.
Okay, so within that date range now, because you applied the date range first.
Yes, correct.
So once you got that narrowed down, and then you applied Axiom for separate, did it pull all the emails?
All the emails within the date range from December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025.
Now, this is my question. All of the emails?
Within that time range, yes.
Every single email that was available?
Within the time range, it should be.
Okay, so this is my other question now. When I talk about all emails, that each and every single email that was on that hard drive.
The answer
Sorry, one
should be
more
no
time?
here.
Sure.
Should be no.
Were there other emails, if you know, after you applied the date range, left over that was not pulled when you applied the separate filter?
Oh, I can probably try check right now and show you.
Please.
The answer should be no. This should be a limiting factor. If separate
This
is a
the email
catch-all
and-
for every
so this is the
email,
breakdown, right? So
it's not coming in.
it looks like it's all from this 2 email, which is the inbox, and then the EML. And then these are all the other documents that has the word separate inside.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the emails.
Okay, let me close it out.
So, and this is what I'd like you to do, Detective.
Yes.
So right now, you're within that date range, right? And I'm sorry, we're looking at Axiom Portable.
Yeah, this is the Axiom Portable.
What is prom box?
Can I ask a question? Or, no, go ahead.
Can I phone a friend?
Yeah,
Do you know from when you did the initial date range on the regular Axiom, how many emails was pulled that you then screened for the term separate or the search terms? Do you know what the total amount of emails in that date range would have been?
Actually, I can try take off the filter.
No, not in Axiom Portable.
Oh, okay.
In Axiom.
In Axiom.
Oh, that I'm not sure because I don't search the whole thing. I just first I filter it within the scope.
Do you know? So the word separate. There was over 1,000 responses, right?
Yes.
And it looks like those were almost all emails, right?
Yes.
So the word separate was not specific to embedded in this email. It was in 1,000 or something. The email program.
Yeah, it could be other things that could have, use the word source, separate, right? Which triggered the
and so
the
there's
filter.
an email program that may be embedded in the metadata has the word separate, right?
Possibly.
But then it's not specific to this email necessarily. Then it's every email that might have been sent during that time period, right?
Possibly, yes.
And
That's the
is there a
wrong
way
answer.
to find out how many emails Axiom pulled during that date range?
I can. It's going to take me a while. I mean, I cannot probably do it today,
Okay.
but I can work on it.
Okay.
And then.
Okay. Okay, this is helpful. Thank you, Detective.
Your Honor, can I do some follow-up now as well?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Detective Inuma, are there any emails in this Axiom portable case that are not flagged by the word separate?
Yes, needs to be the answer.
Can you remove
No.
the separate tag?
Let me. So I'm going to clear the filters.
Defense moves into his.
And then are you able to open up all of the emails on the emailing calendar on the left side of the screen?
Wait,
It's right over here.
Prosecutor's doing the work for the detective here.
That's email and calendar, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think the screen is a little bit. I'm trying to look for that bar where you can bring it down.
Oh man, this guy doesn't know how to do the job right, and he
I'm gonna
might
need
be
a bigger
bungling this
screen.
evidence.
Yeah, it's right over here, but I'm trying to go.
So currently you're looking at email attachments, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we look at just the emails in general?
Okay.
Okay. We're there now, right?
Yep. We're
Okay.
there right now.
So right now we're looking at emails in general.
2,339.
Yes.
Right?
How many are there?
Right now on the email, there's 2,339
2,339 artifacts.
artifacts under the email and calendar.
2339.
When we're not using the separate filter.
Yes.
Okay.
So only some of those emails have the word separate in them.
Yes.
That's the right answer. Oh, it's like
Wouldn't
pulling
that
teeth to
indicate
get there.
That that's not a part of the program?
The objection, misleading, number one.
Can I want to know.
So it's could be it's not part of the program, but I won't know until I got to look at all the emails and stuff, or I got to contact the company.
Okay. But regardless, you see
Tech support. Oh my
color-coded
goodness.
wise on the screen right now, the orange emails, or the orange rectangle means it has the word separate. That's the flag, right?
Yes, the orange one has the word separate inside.
Okay, and there are on this screen right now 2 emails that have that flag, right?
Yes.
And every other email on the screen, so every other of the 7 emails on the screen has flags of other colors, right?
Yes.
So that means those emails would have other words that were part of the search warrant, right?
Yes.
So can you demonstrate for us the pink one?
Hot pink.
So that email's tag is what?
Arial.
Okay, can you scroll into the blue one?
Syringe.
Okay, and can you go to the purple one?
WhatsApp.
Okay. And the email that we're looking at right now with the purple WhatsApp and the pink Arial, that one does not have the word separate in it, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, that
Can I just
that
ask
was
a
much
quick-
better.
So this is email and calendar, right?
Yes, it's under email and calendar, correct.
Okay. And can you scroll this way on this thing right here so we can see this whole thing here?
You got to give defense credit. They were fighting so
And then you
hard.
can go back. So detective, you don't know if the word separate was part of a specific email file or part of the email program.
That's correct.
And over 1,000 emails had the words. This came up when you searched the word separate, right?
Yes.
And you guys believe that the search warrant then allowed you to read these 1,000 emails?
Well, it's going based on the search warrant.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Search warrant says separate.
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Warner, anything else?
I think it's coming in.
Earlier, when we were talking about the use of the word, what was it, recorder, that was
Yes.
typed into the search bar.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't type that in on my laptop, did you?
No.
Okay, because it's my laptop, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the copy that we've been looking at this afternoon now, of the Axiom portable software that was provided through the detective to the state, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, just clearing that up. Nothing else.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
Thanks for coming back.
Okay, thank you.
Explaining all of this to us.
Okay, I didn't like the way he answered.
My laptop to the TV.
Didn't like the way he answered. Got a special black book with your name in it.
Hey, Mr. O'Clock, anything else you want to add?
Just that this is a clear violation of the spirit of the search warrant, and if this is allowed, then there'll be all they'd have to do is find a word that is embedded in some email program, and then they could have access to every single email a defendant sent or received far beyond the search terms. And the fact that he cannot assure us that this was specific to this email is a threshold matter that should therefore preclude this from coming in. It violates the spirit of the search warrant, and it's a violation of the search warrant, and it should be kept out.
And the defendant's rights to throw that in there.
As Detective Inuma testified, how he executed the search warrant in this case, it was in accordance with the requirements of the search warrant. He put in the terms, he limited any results to the terms listed in the search warrant, and whatever results came out, that's what you have to work with. So this violation of the spirit is, now we've walked it back. We started out, this is a clear violation of the search warrant. They've gone beyond the terms. And now we've gone to violating the spirit. But you know what? Detective Inuma followed the terms. He did this properly. And I want to point out that digital search warrants are treated differently than any other search warrant here. You execute a search warrant on a house. You have specific things you're searching for. You go in, you see anything, any evidence of a crime, anything you're committing, that officer is allowed to seize that evidence. It's different with digital, though. They are limited no matter what to what's on the terms of the search warrant. That's what happened. I think that what really we're looking at is the defense is upset that the state essentially found this incriminating evidence pursuant to a lawfully executed search warrant. They brought this up at the 11th hour as the witness is supposed to testify today. And I think, one, it's already been disguised as a motion to suppress, which is inappropriate. But two, the detective has testified exactly what he did. What he did was proper. This evidence is clear, showing the intent, showing the defense state of mind in the months leading up to this. This is something that was litigated at the motions and limine hearing when the state filed the notice of intent to introduce this evidence. This exhibit was turned over again March 6th. So this was properly done. This is a proper exhibit, and it shows defendant's state of mind leading up to this. Nothing inappropriate was done. This is just the detective doing his job as he's required. That's it.
Anything else you want to add?
Just very briefly, when I say it violates the spirit, it also violates the plain language. And this is I don't know how many times the prosecutor makes comments about the defense is upset or the defense is trying to minimize the injuries. I mean, it's their job. You know what I mean? To look for these kind of violations. So I don't know what he expects. People to just come in and roll over and do whatever he wants and says and not even try to uphold the Constitution. But that's not how it works. Whoa. So it violates the plain language and it violates the spirit.
Easy.
And to no end. I mean, all you'd have to do, like I said, is find a term that's in the computer software email program, and then you can access any and all emails. I have no idea why the detective was unwilling to tell us that Mr. Garner is the one that told him to search for a term that's not in the search warrant, but that is what it is. So, but that's our concern, Your Honor. It should be kept out. Thank you.
Also appreciate the benefit of your thoughts as well as the presentation of Detective Inuma's testimony. And based on what we've learned this morning and this afternoon, what's of critical importance to the court is whether or not the program that we've been dealing with indiscriminately pulled all emails from not just the image SSD, but also allowed all of the emails that were part of the Axiom portable software. It's clear that it is not. It is not an indiscriminate search. As demonstrated here in court, the removal of the separate filter does change the number of emails that are actually pulled out, and the court is satisfied. It's not an all-encompassing indiscriminate search. And as such, the court finds no violation of the search warrant, and that the metadata and source code does include the terms that were authorized for discovery pursuant to the search warrant. And as such, over defendant's objection, was been marked for identification as Exhibit 107 can come into evidence subject to the laying of the foundation.
It's coming in.
If I may, Your Honor, and I understand your ruling. The only thing that I was going to mention is, and I know we're kind of doing this on the fly, but I'm not confident, so
Judges.
Why would 1,000 emails have that and 1,000 not, right? I mean, so I'm not confident, and maybe there's a difference in the emails where it is still part of the program where it's indiscriminate. So where it pulls all emails that were part of a certain program, and the other 1,000 ones were, either calendar things or somehow different. And I think I agree with you. I agree with you that that is a pivotal point. And I'm not confident in what we just heard that
the judge
I understand your rationale. I'm just not confident that the factual basis for your rationale is solid given the detective's testimony. And I would like to explore that further over the weekend because it's a big deal, and I think we need a little more information and someone perhaps more knowledgeable about technology to be able to see the difference between why is there 1,000 emails that have it and 1,000 that don't. I'd like to know. I'd like to explore why that is from a technological standpoint. And it may be that the program was, the program did have that word separate, which means it pulled everything from that program, and then these other ones are different for some reason. So I think that's an important factor because your point is a good one. Is that would violate the search warrant. Obviously, is to limit privacy. What they can look at, and what they can't, and if it is a and to seize only files and data that contain that term, right? So
include, reflect, or otherwise reference.
Right. To seize files and data that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference. So if it's the email program that has that word separate, that's not the file, right? The emails are the files. If the program is what has that word, anytime you open an email, a file, because that program has that word, it opens it. That's the problem, right? And I would be less concerned if it was like maybe 30 emails, 40 emails, but 1,000 emails. There's clearly something going on with the program, in my mind. Why would 1,000 emails have that word embedded in it, right? So that's not the again. I mean, he can say what he wants, but the spirit of the search warrant is to be able to look for these terms. That not to mention the whole spirit is terms that Dr. Koenig may have actually searched or looked for, not something embedded in some computer program where every email you open, therefore it's in there. So that violates the spirit. So I guess I'd ask that we put off Detective Inuma to at least give us time over the weekend to look into it, talk to our tech people, and we can maybe deal with this Monday. And we have time on Tuesday to call him. It's important that we get this right. We might as well get it right. I'm just asking for a little more time to do that.
What you're suggesting is attacking the search warrant, which would normally be a Rule 12 motion, right?
I'm attacking Exhibit 107.
No, that's a search warrant.
107.
You're saying the search warrant's faulty because it has the word separate, which is a...
So I'm just asking for time to look into that further to make sure we're getting it right. I understand. Look, there's thousands of pages in discovery. This is something we recognize over the weekend. I'm raising it to this court's attention. It's not a basis to get it wrong because we raised it today. We have time to get it right, and I just think that with a little time we can explore that further and see why is it that 1,000 emails that have nothing to do at all with any of these search terms gets pulled by them. So
put your foot down,
that's all I'm
Judge.
asking. I mean, we have a DNA person today. It's probably going to take another hour or two, and that's going to take us pretty close to 3. And we can finish the state's case Tuesday. I'm just asking for the courtesy of that time. Thank you.
If the judge rolls
How
over.
long would Detective Inuma's testimony be?
I'm estimating about 2 hours on direct. So similar to Ms. Cameron.
So before we even get to the laying foundation for 107, would there be testimony that Detective Inuma could provide?
Yes.
So let's do that. Before we even get to 107, at least we can have Detective Inuma start. And then if we need to revisit the matter, we can later on next week. But at least we don't lose the time to suffer.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
He rolled over.
Okay. Anything else, Counsel?
He just got pushed right out of...
Nothing.
He got interrupted during a ruling and got pushed into reversing it. Oh my goodness, this judge. I'm struggling. I like him. I like being in Hawaii, but I think that was the wrong call. It was eliminated. And here's what makes sense. Okay, we're talking a lot of tech here, but imagine this. Imagine you have a search warrant that says, basically it works like the find function on your computer. You can do like a Control F or a Command F on your computer, and it will say find on this web page, and you type in the word, and it will look for it. And if you type in the word the, it's going to pull up every time and find every time the word the appears on the web page. That's not a very good term to use for a search warrant, right? You want to say we're looking for divorce, betrayal, cheater, lying whore, whatever the terms are that apply to this particular case, and say we're looking for situations where this word occurred in these emails, right? The word separate or separate, as a term was brought in during this search warrant, was included in the word. This is one of the words we can look for. The computer doesn't know separate from separate. They're spelled the same, right? I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't have said the line. It was, yeah. Okay, sorry. My apologies. I was carried away in the examples. Imagine if the prosecution wrote a search warrant that says we're going to scan the emails, right? And we're going to extract from all the emails that occurred during this time period leading up to what we believe was a murder. We're going to extract all the emails with the word sender. Guess what? Every email has a sender. And it's the from box, but in all the data, there's two things in the email. There's the part you can print out and it appears on the printer, and you're like to, from, and it's whatever. But in the meta stuff, it's got the word sender. And if you search for the word sender, no matter what you do, every time you scan that hard drive with Axiom or whatever, it's going to pull every single email that has to do with anything because sender is in it. Defense is saying separate is like that. Separate is one of those words that's just hidden down there in the fine print behind the scenes of the email, and we need to keep it out because that violates the spirit of the search warrant. I don't know if that's going to fly or not. Obviously, the judge has already given them quite a bit of leeway, and we'll see if it flies here as we move into the afternoon. Just 1 second here. All right. We just skipped lunch.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon. Mr. Saki.
Just very briefly, Your Honor, and again, I appreciate the courtesy of allowing us the weekend to look into this, and we have our tech people looking into it as we speak. But just to make clear that everyone understands what we're talking about and what our issue is.
Judge did not
the question
say that.
Is,
didn't make that
is the word separate part of the email itself, or is the word separate from the email processing program? I think is a key issue. And at least preliminarily, I know we don't rely on AI for legal sites, and we're going to back this up. But looking at AI, it says when the word separate appears in the metadata of many emails in your account, it is almost certainly generated by the email processing program, rather than by the content of the email itself. But that's what we're trying to shore up.
He might win this one,
and we will do that over the weekend. I think that it's. I would suggest that Detective E. Numa should be asked to do the same. Because it's ethically, I think this could be a broader problem than just this case.
Agreed.
If the HPD computer, if this is how they're going about search warrants as a whole, this could be a broader problem. And rest assured, the defense community in Hawaii is going to know about this. But as for this issue, that's what we're
this
looking
will overturn
at,
cases.
And the last thing I'll say, and we'll leave it alone because you're going to give us the weekend, is just the fact that 1,000 emails had and 1,000 emails don't, in and of itself doesn't. I understand the court's reasoning, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not the email processing. And so one thing that I learned over lunch is sometimes in coding, this word separate is used if the email is too big and you need to separate it into smaller parts. So it could be due to the size, it could be due to photos or whatever, that the email processing program has that word coded in it, not the email itself. So that's what we're trying to shore up, just to let the court know that. And I'm assuming we need to get into it now, but I'm not assuming anything, but I would suggest that should matter to the court if it's something that's in the email itself, or if it's the email processing program, because then it would be basically grabbing all emails of a certain type, not specific. Not to mention, again, the spirit of the email, a spirit of the search warrant is that somehow Dr. Coney was searching for the word divorce, separate, things like that, and not if some metadata coding had the word separate in it. So, but just bringing everyone up to speed, that's what I see as the issue. We're shoring it up with our tech people over the weekend, and we'd have sort of opportunity to address this further, maybe on Monday or Tuesday or whenever. Thank you.
Thanks for the additional information, Mr. Tonke. If there's any briefing that a party wants to submit, I'm always happy to read it, but I'm not requiring it. I'll leave that to all of you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we should take up before the jury goes back in?
Wow.
All right. Okay.
He used AI to see if he had a valid argument. Yes, he did. Hey, Grok.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this first.
Hey, Grok, why is the word separate in my emails? Oh my goodness. Okay, this is getting good. I'm actually enjoying the fight. The defense is a little bit, I don't know. It comes across as petty, right? It's obviously personal to him.
State Hawaii versus Deer Horse 1CPC-25-273. Defendant is present in court with all full counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
You might have a valid point.
They call Scott Henderson. Senator, will you stand?
Scott Henderson,
You do
next up.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Please have a seat. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Squinty Bubbles. Yes. Hello, sir. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay? Or okay.
Super
And as you
well.
go forward today, please speak into the microphone as much as possible. Okay?
Of course.
First of all, can you please state your name?
My name is Scott Henderson.
And Mr. Henderson, where are you employed?
I'm sorry, can I move this by any
Yes, sure.
chance?
This pointer stick is
Little
gonna
distracting, sorry.
Poke me in the eye.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Where are you employed?
I am employed at the Honolulu Police Department.
And how long have you worked for HPD?
I've worked there since 2013.
So it's about 13 years?
Yep, yeah.
What position do you hold there?
I'm a criminalist in the forensic biology unit.
In order to be a criminalist at HPD, is there any training that you have to complete?
Yes, we have an internal training program before we can start on any type of casework that has to be completed.
I'm going to ask a couple follow-ups about that. How long is that training program?
The training program is approximately at least 6 months to a year, typically.
And does it include written and oral exams?
That's correct.
Does it include actual practice with casework?
No, not casework cases yet. When we get approved for finishing the training program, that's when we can start on actual casework samples.
Got it. And what are your duties or responsibilities as a criminalist?
So as a criminalist, I perform biological screening on items of evidence, do DNA interpretation and analysis on the DNA profiles obtained from those items, write reports, and testify in court.
Mr. Henderson, did you earn an undergraduate degree?
I did.
In what degree?
Bachelor's of Science in Biology
Where did you earn that degree from?
at the University of Hawaii.
At Manoa.
At Manoa, yes.
Have you earned any graduate degrees?
Yes, I have.
In what field?
This would be in molecular biosciences and bioengineering. It's a Master of Science.
Was that also at UH Manoa?
That was also at UH Manoa.
Have you received any specialized training in DNA testing?
Yes.
And since you started in 2013, was it about how many trainings have you attended?
At least 30.
And can you briefly describe the kind of training you've received?
The trainings come in the form of conferences, workshops, seminars, either in person or virtual, covering a variety of topics related to forensic DNA testing.
What kind of organizations do you receive these trainings from?
They can range. There's a lot of different organizations, ranging from the FBI to vendors that are related to the field of criminalistics.
When was the most recent training you attended?
I think earlier this year, beginning of the year.
In addition to this training for DNA testing, have you received any training in probabilistic genotyping?
Yes, I have.
First of all, before we get to that training, what is probabilistic genotyping?
So probabilistic genotyping is a way to approach DNA mixtures. It involves the use of biological models, statistical theory, as well as computer algorithms and probability distributions in order to separate the individual DNA profiles from of contributors from a DNA mixture.
You said there was computer algorithms for probabilistic genotyping?
That's correct. A lot of most of the probabilistic genotyping technology that's available is in the form of a computer program, software program.
What are some examples of probabilistic genotyping computer programs?
So the two main ones are called StarMix, and there's another one called TrueAllele.
When did you attend your first training in probabilistic genotyping?
2017.
And approximately how many hours of training have you received in probabilistic genotyping in general?
At least 200.
And if you could estimate approximately how many hours of training in a program called StarMix?
A little less, maybe about 150.
150 hours?
Hours, yes. Sorry.
Are you a member of any professional organizations related to your work?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Board of Criminalistics.
Do you have any certifications related to your work?
Yeah, the American Board of Criminalistics provides certification.
And how do you get that certification?
You have to fulfill certain requirements, educational, experiential, and you must take an exam before you can be certified.
And what exactly are you certified in?
Molecular biology.
We're on
And
day
can
5
you
right now.
Describe for us what it means to be certified in molecular biology.
Trying to get through 5 and 6
This means
today.
that I have the required skills, knowledge, and expertise to perform forensic DNA analysis.
Okay. Now, in your workplace as a criminalist, what does the term forensic DNA testing mean?
Forensic DNA testing primarily involves obtaining a DNA profile from an item of evidence related to a crime scene, and then comparing that to any reference profiles of individuals also related to that.
About how many times have you performed forensic DNA analysis in your career?
Thousands.
How many times have you used probabilistic genotyping?
Hundreds, at least.
Have you ever been qualified to offer opinion testimony in court before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I believe 9 times.
And specifically, have you ever been qualified to offer opinion testimony in court regarding probabilistic genotyping?
Yes, I have.
How many times for that specific issue?
1 time. It's a pretty new technology, so.
I was going to ask you, they were asking you, how new is probabilistic genotyping?
Could you
I'll rephrase.
rephrase that?
Sure. When did the Honolulu Police Department start using probabilistic genotyping?
We came online with probabilistic genotyping in December 2024.
And what of the programs that you mentioned earlier does HPD use?
So HPD uses the StarMix software program.
That same program you said you've done 150 hours of training in?
Yes, approximately.
At this point, Your Honor, the state was asking to qualify this witness under HRA 702 as qualified to provide opinion testimony in the area of forensic DNA testing with a subspecialty in probabilistic genotyping.
Brief for here. Go ahead. Good morning, sir. You mentioned
They love
HPD
these
making the
40-years.
change to probabilistic, what's it called again?
Probabilistic genotyping.
And that was in late 2024?
That's correct, yes.
Why did HPD make that change?
We were, we get audited every other year.
And what happened with the audit?
And so,
Beyond the scope.
He was part of the, were you working there before 2024, sir?
You can go ahead and answer.
sure. We were audited in 2024, and part of this audit required us to replace a previous statistical method with a new method, and this new method is the StarMix program.
Because the old method, the way you guys were doing it, was problematic to certain degrees during the audit, yes?
Yeah, the audit had what we call findings.
Yeah, bad findings, yes?
Well, and a finding is something that they would like the lab to address and possibly change in their procedures.
And you were working there before 2024, sir?
Yes, that's right.
And who did the audit?
The audit is performed by ANAB. It's a accreditation organization.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Do you have any objection?
No objection.
Okay. Then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Henderson will be allowed to provide opinion testimony to you in the field of forensic DNA testing as well as probabilistic genotyping. Mr. Winter.
Following up on that, how long did it take HPD, or sorry, when did HPD start moving to use StarMix?
We've been kind of playing with the idea. As I mentioned earlier, I took my first probabilistic genotyping training in 2017. So this shift to this new technology in HPD and at the FBU has been kind of beginning since then. And so the actual, what we call a validation study, was started around 2023 and took about a year until it went online.
Okay. All right. Is the DNA analysis and probabilistic genotyping results that you'll testify to today based on your training, experience, and education in the field of forensic biology?
Yes.
Are the conclusions regarding the DNA analysis and probabilistic genotyping that you'll testify to based on your training, same question, I'm sorry. Are the conclusions you reach in this case accurate and reliable?
Yes.
Okay, and just to define those words, inaccurate, do you mean that they were the result of or based on established methods of examination, which are widely accepted as valid within your profession?
Yes.
Okay, and are those methods also widely accepted as valid by experts in your field?
Yes.
When we use the word reliable, do you mean that the results you achieved could be replicated or duplicated by following the same established methods that you followed in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. Taking a step back from this, where is the HPD main police station?
We're located on 801 South Beretania Street.
And are you familiar with a place called the Scientific Investigation Section?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
It is located in the basement of that particular building. It provides forensic services, a number of forensic services, which includes forensic DNA analysis by the Forensic Biology Unit.
You just mentioned the Forensic Biology Unit. Is that the unit that you're in?
That is the unit I am in, yes.
Okay. Since we've talked about it already, when was the Forensic Biology Unit last accredited?
The last reaccreditation, so the Forensic Biology Unit has been accredited since 2001 continuously. I'd just like to point that out. We do go through a 4-year cycle of reaccreditation where within the 4 years, the laboratory is audited twice during that time, and we've always been reaccredited. So the last reaccreditation was in 2024.
When you say continuously, has there ever been a break in the accreditation status?
No.
So always been accredited?
We've always been accredited, yes.
And what's the significance of being accredited as a lab?
What this means is that the laboratory is compliant with national as well as international standards for forensic DNA testing.
And what does the Forensic Biology Unit do to maintain its accreditation status?
As I mentioned before, we are audited approximately every other year.
Does the Honolulu Police Department Forensic Biology Unit have standard operating procedures for DNA testing?
Yes.
Does that include standard operating procedures for the use of probabilistic genotyping?
Yes, that's correct.
Why does HPD have these standard operating procedures?
The point of standard operating procedures is that performing the procedures, these particular procedures, ensures that the results that we obtain and the conclusions that we can give to charges of fact is accurate, reliable, as well as reproducible.
And are you familiar with the HPD standard operating procedures yourself?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions about terminology used in DNA comparisons, okay?
Yes. Okay.
In DNA testing, what is a question sample?
So a question sample refers to a sample that is taken from an item of evidence related to a crime scene. A DNA profile is then obtained from that sample for analysis and testing.
What is a known sample or reference sample?
So these are different, fundamentally different types of samples. So these are taken from individuals, their profiles taken from individuals related to the case. So we can say that that profile that we obtained, that reference profile, came from that specific individual.
I'm sorry, I got to clarify. When you said these are fundamentally different, do you mean that question samples are fundamentally different from known samples or reference samples? Or do you mean that known samples and reference samples are fundamentally different?
I'm sorry. Question samples and known samples or reference samples they are fundamentally different in terms of, so I may not have mentioned about the question samples. We don't know who the contributors are to the question samples. That's a fundamental difference from who we know is the contributor of, let's say, the reference sample.
All right. And then how does the DNA comparison process work?
So what we do is we get a DNA profile, a questioned DNA profile from the question sample. We perform analysis on it, interpretation, and then from using that, we can make comparisons to any of the reference samples that might have been submitted for that particular case. These comparisons, if applicable, can have a statistical weight calculation put on them, on that type of comparison. We'll make a conclusion based on that, and then we'll put it in our DNA report.
In this case, Mr. Henderson, did you perform DNA comparisons between the question samples and the known reference samples?
That's correct.
And before getting into any results, how did you do that?
So, like I said before, we do have a probabilistic genotyping software program, StarMix. So what we'll do is we'll evaluate our question sample to see if it's suitable for use in the StarMix program.
if they are, so suitable profiles are interpreted using the StarMix software, and it also helps us with the comparison after that. So when we compare it to the reference samples, a calculation on the statistical weight of that comparison is performed, and then from there we can make our conclusions and report it.
Okay. How widespread is the use of StarMix by crime labs across the country?
I believe there's approximately 100 labs that have gone online with StarMix.
And do you know how widespread probabilistic genotyping is beyond just the StarMix program?
Internationally, I think there's maybe 30 that have come online with it.
Okay. And I'm sorry, maybe clarification. Beyond just the use of StarMix, how widespread is probabilistic genotyping, including other programs?
That's Foundation or projection.
If you know.
I'm sorry, I actually don't have a particular number. Somewhere above that.
Speculation,
No, it's a sting. We'll move on. And one more time, how long has HPD been using StarMix?
We've been using StarMix since 2023 when we started our validation studies.
What is a validation study?
So validation is a way to demonstrate that a procedure or technology such as StarMix can be used, and it demonstrates that it is a useful technology and it serves its intended purpose. There's two types actually: developmental validation, which is performed by the developer, manufacturer of that particular technology. And there's also internal validation, which is performed by the laboratory that wants to bring online that particular, in this case, technology, StarMix.
Okay. So which type of validation study out of those two you just mentioned, which type did HPD do?
So the FBU performed an internal validation study for StarMix.
How long did that take?
We started in 2023 and we came online at the end of 2024. About approximately a year.
Okay. And then, did you participate in that validation study?
Yes, I actually did, yes.
Okay. Can you explain to us kind of what you were doing in the validation study, how it worked?
Sure, there's a number of different studies that we need to do. I guess maybe I can explain the point of the validation. So the point of performing a validation in the unit before you bring something online is, what you want to do is you want to show that this particular technology can be used in our laboratory environment and produce the correct results.
Repeatable.
And so doing these studies allows the unit to develop the correct standard operating procedures that we would be using for these samples in actual casework in order to come up with the correct results and conclusions that we would be able to report in our DNA reports.
And during the validation study, did yourself and the other people participating calibrate the StarMix system at all? Is that a right word to use?
The validation study, maybe you could kind of think about that as like a calibration. There's no actual calibration that's done on the system itself necessarily.
Did you use historical data from the Honolulu Police Department FBU in the validation study?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And when I say historical data, that's essentially old casework data from the DNA testing. Is that right? I'll strike.
I would say most of the validation study was not necessarily samples used from old casework. There might have been for training purposes or that matter. A lot of the data was generated from testing of known samples primarily.
Got it. Okay. Has the use of StarMix by HPD been reviewed by any outside agencies?
Yes, it has.
Which agencies?
It was reviewed by a company called Sorensen Forensics, who provides a review of labs' validation studies. They're online with StarMix themselves.
And what was the result of that review?
The result was that the lab performed the validation appropriately and comprehensively.
When you're actually doing the StarMix analysis, now that it's been validated, now that it's in place, is that StarMix analysis done in-house at HPD or off-site?
It's done in-house.
Going back a little bit to the StarMix trainings you mentioned, which company or organization provided the trainings that you attended that were approximately 150 hours?
The trainings that the company provided specifically for StarMix, didn't count for the whole 150 hours, but I would say the majority of it. This company is the developer of StarMix. They're called, at the time, they were called ESR, or Institute of Environmental Science and Research. I believe they've since changed their name to PHF Science.
So just to clarify, at least some portion of those 150 hours was training from the developer of the program.
That's correct.
During that training, did you learn how to identify if the program is operating properly?
That's correct, yes.
In your work on this case, did you operate the StarMix program in accordance with your training?
Yes,
And also in accordance with the SOPs developed by the validation study?
that's correct, yes.
Based on your training and experience and following the SOPs, was the StarMix program operating properly when you used it in this case?
Yes, it was.
All right, defense.
When you actually do use StarMix to run DNA profiles through, how is any association or comparison between a question sample and a known sample, how is that reported?
So this is reported through the use of a statistical calculation. We call this a likelihood ratio, or LR.
Could you kind of explain for us what likelihood ratio means?
So a likelihood ratio is a statistic that tells us the weight of this comparison. It's made up of the comparison between two opposing scenarios or propositions. So the first scenario, scenario one, typically argues that the DNA originated from a person of interest. And this person of interest, when we refer to this a person of interest or POI, this would be the reference sample that we're making the comparison to. The second scenario is the opposite of that. So the DNA profile came from some unknown individual. And so the likelihood ratio is a calculation of specifically the probability of observing the DNA profile given scenario one over or divided by the probability of observing the DNA profile, the question DNA profile, given scenario two.
These are the stats. That we're
So what that
used to
tells us,
hearing.
what that tells us is how much more likely it is to observe the DNA profile under the comparison between each scenario, one scenario versus another.
Okay. With the use of a likelihood ratio, is the word match ever used in DNA comparison?
No.
Okay. What does a likelihood ratio
It's the word separate.
higher than one mean?
So since this is a value divided by a value with the support for scenario one usually in the top part of that equation, if there's support for scenario one, we would see likelihood ratios higher than one.
Okay. And what does a likelihood ratio lower than one mean?
So likelihood ratios lower than one would be the opposite of that, or support for the second scenario.
And is it fair to say the first scenario is inclusion?
We would consider, refer to that support as support for inclusion.
And then on the other side, the likelihood ratio lower than one, what's the term you would use that would support that?
That would be support for exclusion.
Are there any procedures or standards on how the Honolulu Police Department reports likelihood ratios?
Yes.
And I'm going to approach for visual aid purposes with what's been marked as States Exhibit 139 and 140. Mr. Henderson, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibit 149 and 140.
139.
I'm sorry, 139 and 140. Are these the charts that HPD uses to demonstrate likelihood ratios?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And these are based on HPD standards for how to report likelihood ratios.
Yes, it is.
Would those be helpful kind of in explaining your testimony today?
I believe so, yes.
Then, Your Honor, at this point, the state would ask permission to publish 139 and 140 as visual aids only. Proceed. Okay, we've put states 139 on the screen, Mr. Henderson. Could you explain to us kind of what we're looking at here and how it applies to using a likelihood ratio in the work that you do?
So what you see on the left side, the left column, is a representation of a range of likelihood ratios in each row. The likelihood ratio is a number since it's a ratio of values. And starting at the top, we have high likelihood ratios going all the way down to much lower, likelihood ratios less than 1. On the right side of this is what we call verbal qualifiers, which are an attempt to give the triers of fact a reference point to kind of help them figure out what the number actually might mean. Might be a little hard to see the colors, but we've color coded them where green represent likelihood ratios greater than 1, and for each range of likelihood ratios, we provide a verbal qualifier. And so this all shows up in the report for each likelihood ratio that we give.
Ruth Sturch, we're catching up.
And so
I'm live
at the
right
very
now.
top, you see 1 trillion, which is actually a reporting
We're going to be caught
cap
up before the verdict.
that the forensic biology uses.
The trial's still going on.
And so the very top 2 rows, those ranges of likelihood ratios, if we report those likelihood ratios, we would give the verbal qualifier very strong support for inclusion, which is support for scenario 1. As you go down in range of lower likelihood ratios, the verbal qualifier becomes less strong. So it goes down from very strong support for inclusion to strong support, moderate, and limited support for inclusion. If you can imagine 2 numbers that are divided by each other, which is a likelihood ratio, if their support for scenario 1 and scenario 2 is equal, you would get a number 1. So in yellow, what that tells us is that numbers approximately 1 don't give us support for either scenario 1 or scenario 2, so we would report that as uninformative. As you go below the value of 1, that goes into support for exclusion. That's color-coded in red. So that starts at limited support for exclusion and becomes stronger into moderate support, and finally outright exclusion. These are for values of less than or equal to 0.0001. They can also be for not applicable, where a exclusion was done outside of the STAR Mix program, which is possible to do in certain circumstances.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on that last bit at the end there. When you say there's an exclusion done outside the STAR Mix program, what do you mean by that?
So the circumstances I was talking about were what you can have is what we call a single source profile from a single individual. When you have situations like that, an analyst can look at that profile, determine that it's from a single individual, and then they can look at the reference profile and make a comparison. If those 2 profiles are distinctly different from each other, the analyst can conclude that the comparison is an exclusion. So we would report that as exclusion. Particularly when in the report, it would show up as not applicable because STAR Mix was not actually run on it, although it was still an exclusionary conclusion.
Got it. All right, I'm going to now publish.
Got it.
I'm going to take States Exhibit 1. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I get there, these color-coded green, yellow, red, are those colors also used in your report?
Yes, to help with just a quick glance, they're provided in tables, and so support for inclusion in these tables are color-coded with these particular colors.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to take down 139. I'm going to put up the second chart we talked about, 140. Okay, Mr. Henderson, could you help explain to us what this chart means in terms of how to understand a likelihood ratio?
So as I was saying before, right, it might be easier let's maybe start at the middle. So that's the LR of approximately 1. So in the middle of this particular chart, we have an uninformative range. And as you go farther and farther away on each side, the support for either inclusion or exclusion becomes stronger.
I like this chart
And so
better.
this chart is an attempt it's kind of saying the same basic as the idea as the previous chart, but it lets the reader understand, hopefully, that the larger the likelihood ratio on either side, so the closer it is to 0 from 1 is more excluded, and on the other side of that, the closer away the likelihood ratio is above 1 supports more inclusionary, it provides more inclusionary support.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'm going to take Exhibit 140 down for now.
It's a good exhibit.
Okay, and one thing you mentioned with one of those exhibits was something called a reporting cap.
Feels like we're sort of
Yes,
assigned
that's right.
homework.
What
though,
is that?
right?
So in our report, we will only report up to a trillion as the likelihood ratio for support for inclusion. A trillion is 1 followed by 12 zeros. It's a very large number.
But it's not
However,
the biggest
actual
number.
likelihood ratios that are calculated that have certain support for inclusion can be much higher numbers
Like
than
28
a trillion.
zeros.
That can quickly lose meaning for somebody reading it if we were to report the names of very large numbers. So the FBU decided to keep a reasonably understandable number as the highest number that we'll report. And the verbal qualifier would be the same, very strong support for inclusion.
Thanks for explaining that. In this case, Mr. Henderson,
No
we were
28
assigned to conduct
zeros.
DNA comparisons under HPD report 25-110958.
Christina,
Yes.
thanks for the gifted
And
5
how were you
memberships.
assigned to do your work on the case?
Thank you.
I was assigned by one of our case managers to perform the star mix analysis on the case.
Okay. And if you could explain to us why you were chosen to do the star mix analysis.
We have a small group of individuals, DNA analysts, that are trained to perform the star mix analysis. At the time, as you previously heard, we just recently brought the technology online. And so the group of analysts that were brought online during that time, I was one of the group of those analysts.
Got it. So you were one of the ones qualified to use star mix?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Seems like
in
an
your
easier
work on
way to
this
say
case,
it.
what were your known samples?
I had 2 referenced or known samples, one from Ariel Koenig and one from Gerhard Koenig.
Okay. And was Ariel Koenig as item number 24?
I'm not 100% sure. I might
When you're
have
not
to
the
look
one doing the actual DNA testing, do you look at the item numbers?
We do, but I don't have the report in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to definitely confirm or not.
No problem. If you do need to review your report later in your testimony, you can look at the binder behind you on the shelf back there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. As part of HPD's regular standard operating procedures, is the DNA analyst or star mix analyst required to document their work in each case?
Yes.
Why is that done?
Documenting our work allows for, upon review, any type of, it shows that we're following our standard operating procedures.
Got it. And as part of the HPD standard operating procedures, are all reports and documentation independently reviewed by a separate DNA analyst?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and what's that review process called?
That's called the technical review.
In this case, did you document your work as required by the SOPs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was your report in one report or multiple?
In this particular case, there were 2 reports, what we call requests, so 2 separate requests.
And did both of your reports and documentation go through the tech review process?
Yes, they did.
All right. And did your report contain charts that summarize the results of your comparisons?
Yes.
Would the parts of those charts that actually contain the results of your work be helpful in explaining your testimony today?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 141 through 155, again for visual aid purposes.
He's making me thirsty every time he drinks. That was a great time to say that Deer Park water is delicious. Not a sponsor yet. Deer Park, hit me up.
Okay, Mr. Henderson, do you recognize what those reports are, or what those documents are?
Yes.
Okay, and these are the charts that you said would be helpful in explaining portions of your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Give me just a moment. Okay.
Renee Brandt, thank you very much. Another 5 gifted
I'm going to
memberships.
publish now 141. Okay. And Mr. Henderson, could you explain the results of your probabilistic genotyping testing with regards to sample, the stain on item number 2, question sample 1?
So at the very top of that, this particular figure, that is a description of the item of evidence and sample that we obtained the question profile from. So that would be a rock, which is apparently sample 1 of 2, a stain, and the number next to that is just kind of a unique identifier that we would use to identify that particular sample. So 2105230 Q1.
This was apparent blood
that
was tested.
Keep going.
Sure. So a little bit farther down, what we see is what we call the probabilistic genotyping table, or PG table. This contains the results of the comparison as well as any assumptions that we used when we set up the interpretation and put it into the StarMix software program. That first section of the table, we state our number of contributors. So in this case, there was one contributor. There's another section that refers to any assumed contributors, which this one didn't have any in particular. Then it states the 2 scenarios that were compared. So scenario 1 is the POI contributed DNA. So if you recall from before, the POI refers to the person of interest. The second scenario is scenario 2, which is one unknown individual contributed DNA. So one unknown individual, since we're assuming a single contributor, we would say one unknown individual. And that's somebody that's not the POI, somebody we don't know.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt because I have a couple follow-up questions before we get to the results. When you say assumed number of contributors, how do you assume that, or how do you get to that number?
So what we do is we obtain the DNA profile from what we call typing results. We're trained to look at that DNA profile, and it's the characteristics that we see in that profile. And what we can tell from that is we're trained to determine how many contributors might have contributed to that DNA profile itself. Sometimes it's fairly obvious, usually in terms of a single individual. But if you can imagine, it might get a little bit more complex as the number of contributors to a profile increases.
How many contributors can HBD analyze using StarMix?
So StarMix is validated up to 4 contributors.
At what point does what number of contributors do you have where you get what's called a complex mixture?
So a conclusion that a mixture might be too complex would be greater than 4.
Got it. Okay. Moving on to the second line underneath the number of contributors, the assumed contributors. When would you assume a contributor?
Since there's only one contributor, we can't make any assumptions on who might be in that profile. So we're typically starting with profiles of 2 or more contributors. If certain conditions are met, the type of sample where it came from, who it might have come off of, if those conditions are met, then what we can do is use one of the reference sample profiles, and allow StarMix to use that sample at the beginning of its interpretation. That's what we call conditioning, or we refer to it as an assumed contributor. And so after that interpretation, when we make our comparisons, since we're already assuming that contributor is in the profile, we would only make comparisons to any reference profiles left that we haven't made any comparisons to yet.
I think I'll come back to that a little bit later, but next follow-up question. When you say person of interest, who is a person of interest in terms of this type of DNA probabilistic genotyping analysis?
So the person of interest refers to any of the reference profiles that we've made a comparison to. So in this particular case, we had 2 reference profiles, one from Ariel Koenig and the other from Gerhard Koenig. So we made 2 comparisons. The first comparison, the person of interest in that comparison is to Ariel Koenig. And then the second comparison, the person of interest would be Gerhard Koenig.
And at least in terms of this profile, is there any, are you running each person of interest separately against the question sample?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So let's start with the line in green in the middle of the sheet. Who is the person of interest in that?
So in kind of the header has a green color to it. So the person of interest for this comparison on the very left-hand side is Ariel Koenig. And the middle column is the reported likelihood ratio. And if you recall, I mentioned there's a reporting cap. So that likelihood ratio is reported as 1 trillion. So when we report the ratio as 1 trillion, we put an asterisk there. And basically that's saying that it's approximately 1 trillion. We've hit the reporting cap, so the actual likelihood ratio is some number larger than that. And then finally, on the right-hand side, we provide the verbal qualifier, which is the level of support. So in this case, this comparison was very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. And again, you're comparing in this case, or in this specific example you've just gone through, you're comparing the swab from the stain side of the rock with Ariel Koenig's reference sample.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, in the second result at the bottom of this table, can you walk us through that one?
So the second comparison is, for the person of interest, is Gerhard Koenig. And so the LR was reported as not applicable because this is a single source sample, and in this particular instance, a manual exclusion was performed. The likelihood ratio is reported as not applicable. It still is an exclusion, so we would say Gerhard Koenig is excluded from the DNA profile obtained.
Okay. So using the verbal qualifier, what is the level of support for the proposition that Ariel Koenig was the contributor of the sample on the stained side of the rock?
So in our report, we would have all of this information. There's usually a conclusion statement that is a summary of all of the information above it. It would be these DNA these DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Koenig is the contributor than if one unknown individual is the contributor. So this provides very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. Have we gone through everything on this specific result for this sample so far?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to take Exhibit 141 down for now. And I'm going to prepare Exhibit 142.
So all that to say that it was Ariel's blood, yes, Northwest, 100%. Now, if we're still on the rock, swab 2 is going to be the unstained area. This is the area where presumably somebody's hand was covering or holding when the rock was being used. And if we get some touch DNA,
I'm going to publish Dates Exhibit 142.
I'm guessing it's not going to be Ariel's. We'll see what comes up.
Okay, Mr. Henderson, first of all, which sample are we talking about here?
So as you can observe from the top header, this would be also from the rock sample 2 of 2. It appears to be swabbing from an unstained area. And the unique identifier in this case would be 2105230A Q1.
Okay. Can you walk us through the assumed number of contributors?
So compared to the previous table, or in this case, the assumed number of contributors is 2. So when we input the profile into StarMix, give the StarMix the mixture that we obtain, we tell it this is how many contributors we think were in the mixture. So it'll do the interpretation under the assumption of 2 contributors. In this case, also, we didn't have any assumed contributors, so that would be none. And because the number of contributors is 2, the scenarios change a bit. So the POI and 1 unknown individual contributed DNA. And for scenario 2 would be 2 unknown individuals contributed DNA.
Okay. And then could you walk us through the results of this with regards to person of interest, Ariel Koenig?
So if you look at that very top, that first row, so what that means is the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Koenig and 1 unknown individual are the contributors and if 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. And this provides very strong support for inclusion.
And then can you walk us through the results with regard to person of interest number 2, Gerhard Koenig?
So separately from the comparison to Ariel Koenig, we did a comparison to Gerhard Koenig. So even though they're kind of next to each other, the comparison in this case is just for that one reference sample, Gerhard Koenig. And so kind of reading across, the DNA results are approximately 290 times more likely if Gerhard Koenig and 1 unknown individual contributed DNA than if 2 unknown individuals contributed DNA. This provides moderate support for inclusion.
Okay, and you made a point that, at least at this page of the chart we're looking at, each of these conclusions was reached separately. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you do any other analysis together?
So we have, based on our SOPs, if we have a situation where there is 2 inclusions, inclusionary LRs, we would run them both as contributors at the same time, which we typically refer to as grouped comparisons. Okay. StarMix allows for this type of proposition.
And do the HBD SOPs also allow for this type of proposition?
Yes.
Okay, and were grouped comparisons included in the validation studies you mentioned earlier?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to take page 1 of Exhibit 142 down before I'm going to publish page 2. I'm sure that
Thank you.
All right, publishing page 2 of States Exhibit 142. Okay. We're talking about grouped comparisons. Is this the result of your group comparison for the same sample we're talking about, the unstained area of the rock?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, could you explain to us what the results of that were?
So the assumptions are the same, but for this, there's just one LR that was calculated, and the proposition for this is that the POIs, so Ariel and Gerhard Koenig, contributed DNA versus 2 unknown unrelated individuals contributed DNA. The results for this are, the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Koenig and Gerhard Koenig are the contributors of the DNA than if 2 unknown unrelated individuals are the contributors of the DNA. This provides very strong support for inclusion. We also provide a statement because the LRs from the individual comparisons had different levels of support. We kind of caveat this statement to say that you have to consider that the individual LRs were different than each other in terms of the level of support, and so you need to be aware of that when you look at this particular LR for group comparisons.
Thank you for the caveat as well. I'm going to take States Exhibit 142 down. Okay. And I'm going to prepare Exhibit 143. While I'm preparing, can you explain what sample that States Exhibit 143 is referencing?
This appears to be white with brown stripes T-shirt. Sample 1 of 6. Stain on the exterior right armpit. Is that the correct
Yes.
exhibit?
If you need the sticker, it's on the back of the paper as well, as I refer to exhibits.
Thank you.
Thank you. Showing to Defense Counsel 143 before publishing.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Henderson, we're going to show you on the screen States Exhibit 143. Okay. Now, as you said before, this is the white with brown striped T-shirt, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And this is specifically the sample from the stain on exterior right armpit. Is that right?
That's correct. 13105-230Q1.
Okay. Mr. Henderson, do you actually examine, or did you look at any of the photos taken of where the locations of the swabs were?
I did, although I wouldn't recall what was in the picture at the moment.
No problem. Can I retrieve exhibit number 29?
Any objections if we go a little faster? They're going to be talking very fast, but with the addition of the on-screen
Sure, I'm sorry. I'm going to
display,
hand
I think
you
we can
exhibit
understand
number
everything.
29, which is
We go up to 1.5 speed. You guys okay
Are
with
you able
that?
to tell from this exhibit where the swabs were taken in relation to what's on the chart?
I can attempt to. I didn't actually do the sampling for this. Our other analyst that was, I believe, on the stand earlier did. But they do provide locations of their sampling as well as stickers that give unique identifiers that we can use to determine where the sampling might have taken place.
Okay, and then could you point to the sticker for 13Q1?
Use plenty of starch
I
on
believe
that one.
13Q1 is referring to this section of the T-shirt.
Thank you. And you could put States Exhibit 29 down for now. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you for the rest of the samples to lift that exhibit up and show us where the sticker is as well, okay?
Okay.
All right. So now that you showed us where the sample was taken from, can you walk us through your results starting from the assumed number of contributors?
So for this sample, the assumed number of contributors is 2. We didn't have any assumed contributors for this, so that's none. And the scenarios would be scenario 1, the POI and 1 unknown individual contributed DNA. Scenario 2 is 2 unknown individuals contributed DNA.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, did you want me to continue?
I'll just ask a follow-up. With regards to person of interest number 1, Ariel Koenig, what were the results of the swabbing from the sample that you just showed us on the shirt?
So the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Koenig and 1 unknown individual contributed DNA than if 2 unknown individuals contributed DNA. This provides very strong support for inclusion.
And could you explain the probabilistic genotyping results with regards to person of interest number 2, Gerhard Koenig, for the sample that you just showed us on the exhibit?
Sure. I'd like to just talk about this a little bit because it's a little bit different than the exclusion results that we saw in previous samples.
He wants to talk.
So for this, we did do the comparison in StarMix. And the likelihood ratio that's reported is 0.000351. But in order for us to kind of be consistent with the way that we're reporting results for inclusionary statements, we take the inverse, what's called the inverse. So we take the LR and put it underneath, so 1 divided by that LR.
I'm gonna pause them for just a second. Here's my understanding. I have not listened to this, and if somebody has, this is the one time I'm going to ask for a spoiler. It's my understanding that all of the tests brought back the results you would expect. That we had all the blood was aerials. That we found the important part that Dr. Keurig's DNA was mixed on the rock. It was on the non-bloody part, and it was also her DNA on the bloody part. And all the blood at the scene belonged to Ariel. The shirt, the front of the shirt, for the doctor was wearing, they had 3 spots that were Ariel's blood. On the back, the brown spot on his shorts, that was mud from sliding down the hill. No blood there, but there were 3 spots of blood on the front. That's my understanding, and quite honestly, it's a little bit meticulous going through all this in a very halting manner. Let's see if we can get to the end right here. Let's go right here. What happened right here? I just want to make sure there's no objections.
Support for inclusion.
Okay. And just to follow up, you said that there was some conditions that were met that allowed you to assume that Gerhard Koenig was a contributor to the sample?
Yes, based on our SOPs. I don't know if you'd like me to get into those specific conditions.
How technical does it get?
A little technical.
Okay. Okay. Those conditions are part of the standard operating procedures?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And those conditions have been studied in the validation study before StarMix started being used?
That's correct. These are all set up from the validation study.
Right,
so, if these conditions are met, then we can go ahead and condition on a certain individual.
They're about to break for either lunch or
okay, let's take a
recess. Okay, they break for recess.
The official will come get you about 10 minutes. So 10 minutes before you leave your notes on the chair.
Okay, as they break, we're going to zoom ahead. It looks like they might have some argument here during the recess, though. Just 1 second. Give them 5 seconds or so, and we'll see what's in.
There may be additional information we'd like to provide to the court.
Okay, this is what I'd like to do then. For now, I'll schedule just a hearing at 2 o'clock on Monday.
That'd be great.
And I'll come in on Sunday to read whatever supplemental information you might want to present. If so, noon. I'll be at noon on Sunday. If after talking with your tech people that we don't need to have a hearing,
right?
Could you also let the court at the council know?
100%, Your Honor. Thank you. So and like I said, we'll hear back and we'll let you know either way. And if there's something to add, we can do it at 2. If not, then I'll let you guys know.
I think because the timing is so short, I want to calendar it. At least we have it ready. And if you decide that we don't need to have a hearing, just let everybody know, and we'll just take it off calendar.
We'll do. I appreciate it, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll do that. So we'll make arrangements for Dr. Koenig to be transported back on. Doctor, you want to be here?
1 second.
Doc, you want to be here?
Actually, and there's a reason for that. We have a visit that morning, and they'll transport him early if not. So we'll waive his presence for the purpose of that hearing, so I can still see him in the morning and then come here after.
You okay with that, Doctor? Okay, we'll waive your presence for Monday's hearing.
Thank you.
Recess.
Okay.
Now they go. We are now. Yeah.
Now they go off the record. Skipping ahead. We're going to keep skipping. The doctor continues to testify. We're going to jump to a little bit of cross-examination here now, just to catch the spiciness on the tail end. Let's see. Okay.
And in your report, did you note which samples tested positive for human blood?
I did.
For every sample that tested positive for human blood, what was Ariel Koenig's likelihood ratio?
The likelihood ratio for those particular samples was approximately 1 trillion, or very strong support for inclusion.
That's it. That's all we needed.
Did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
So all the blood, everything that appeared to be blood was blood, and it was Ariel's. That's it. Ron Ski, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Henderson.
Hi.
All right, I'm not going to take a really long time with you. I know it's been a long day for everyone, but I do have some questions. So, first of all, I just want to, when I asked you earlier during your qualifications part about the issues with the audit when you were
Failing
working
the
there.
audit.
The point was simply that, well, let me rephrase that. So there were some issues before, right? Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and then to your credit of, what do you call yourselves? B what?
The Forensic Biology Unit, FBU.
Yeah, so to the credit of the FBU, after the audit pointed out these issues, you guys worked to fix them and get to a better place, yes?
Yes, we addressed all the findings that were presented to us and provided plans to address them, and these were accepted by the accrediting body, and we followed through with any of the changes that they asked us to perform.
Right, and so to your credit, there were some issues, you fixed them, and now, from the end of 2024 on, now this new system, and at least you're confident that it's working properly, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you have a lot of experience in DNA. How long have you been doing this, sir?
Since 2013.
Okay, so over 10 years, yes?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, thank you. So just some questions about some of what you talked about. You just at the end mentioned in the instances where you did test for blood, you just talked about what the results were when you did test for blood, yes?
So I didn't actually do the blood testing. That would be the previous analyst.
Ms. Amarin,
Ms.
right?
Amarin, yes, that's correct. I did look at the reports and specifically for that question, checked if a conclusion was positive for human blood. I checked what the LR was for that particular sample with that conclusion and confirmed that those were the LRs for those particular samples.
And you both jointly signed the report, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. So just let me ask you this: when you test, when you're doing the testing and you test for something, for example, if you test in a swab or an item for the presence of blood, and it comes back negative, you document that in your report, yes?
Yes, that would be documented. Yes.
And so, for example, on the blue-gray shorts, sample 1, 2, and 3, there was testing.
There was no blood on the
for
back, right?
screening for the presence of human blood, and it was negative, and that was documented in your report, yes?
I would have to check the report.
If that'd be fine with me, is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that it behind him over there?
The binder behind you.
Okay.
Wait.
And I'm specifically, sir, talking about, I guess it would be a date stamp, I guess page 11 out of 197. Let me know when you're there.
Bear with me.
Yeah, take your time.
Defense is trying to point out where there wasn't blood, but there
I'm sorry,
was
do you happen
staining.
to know which request this was from? Could you repeat the sample?
It is
information?
the gray blue short sample 1 of 6, 2 of 6, and 3 of 6 on the bottom of page 11 of 197.
This is the back of the shorts. And the inside liner as well.
I was able to find it.
The
sorry.
report,
Yes.
there's 197 pages in the report, Your Honor. Sorry, page 11 out of 197. You see it there?
And sorry, you said which sample?
Samples 1 of 6, 2 of 6, and 3 of 6.
This is a circus.
Yes.
Yeah. No, so I'm just asking, like, if you test for the presence of blood and it's negative, then you document it in the report, correct?
Yes, that appears to be the conclusion on the report.
Okay. So then, if you go to, sir, if you go to page 4 of 197, and this is the swabbing from the unstained area on the rock. Let me know when you're there, please.
Yes.
Okay. So there's the rock, item number 2, yes?
Yes.
And Ms. Amarin testified that she swabbed a stained area and an unstained area. Okay? And this is about the unstained area. This is what I'm asking about. And it says, for the unstained area, screening for the presence of human DNA was positive. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And and she testified, but there wasn't screening done on the unstained area for the presence of blood, correct?
I would have to look through the report. I think asking her might be more
Right.
accurate.
But at least here, it doesn't say that the screening for the presence of blood was negative, right?
I don't see that conclusion
Okay.
on the report. Yeah.
And as you indicated, if it's in your FBU, practice is if you screen for something and it's not there, you actually write, screening for blood was negative.
She's
correct?
trying to say it could have been his blood.
Yes, if a test was done and a result was obtained, we would typically include that on the report.
Okay.
Yes.
And here for the unstained portion of item 2, it doesn't mention a negative blood finding. It just says screening for the presence of human DNA was positive. Correct?
Again, I'm not. I understand what you're. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just asking you what it says. It says screening for
Right.
the presence of human DNA was positive. Correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what's on the
All
report.
right.
Yeah.
So that being said, I want to ask you a little bit more about this and some of your testimony. You talked about, sir, the likelihood ratio. You call it the LR, right?
That's correct, yes.
And it can range from 1 to a trillion and even beyond a trillion, but you guys only measure up to a trillion, right?
We calculate the LR, but we just report at the reporting cap. So approximately 1 trillion can mean LRs that exceed that actual number, yes.
And so the likelihood ratio, let me ask you this, StarMix is it like a software or is it a machine or what
it's a software program, so we would run that program on a computer.
Yeah, and it's a company, it's a private company that makes this software program, yes?
Yes, we could consider them a private company. They're kind of part of the apparatus of the New Zealand government, so I believe they're nonprofit.
Yeah. But in any event, they're not part of HPD, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and Starlinks puts out information about their system and how to use it and information about the system, yes?
Yes, as far as I know.
And isn't it true in DNA probability, in DNA probabilistic genotyping, like StarMix, sorry,
He said that in front of the mirror 10 times this morning.
Right, so
yes.
sorry. In DNA probabilistic genotyping like StarMix, a higher quality and quantity of DNA sample can lead to a higher and more informative likelihood ratio, yes?
Generally, yeah, you could expect higher likelihood ratios with the more DNA that's present in a sample.
The more DNA present in the sample, you can expect a higher ratio, yes?
Generally speaking, yes.
Now, if we could, I'm going to ask Mr. Garner for some assistance here because it's his exhibit. Could we please pull up 142 in the form that it was?
Mr. Garner's like, do it yourself. I turned it over in Discovery. You can pull up the exhibit just as well as I can. Bugs me that this defense attorney told the judge, "Thanks for giving us the weekend," when the judge had not yet made that decision.
Sorry, I'm sorry. 142?
Yes, this guy's so salty.
One second. This is page 2 of 2.
We're on
Page 2 of 2 of
1.25 speed.
142.
We're almost done with this for the day.
Okay, we can do page 2. Thank you. Okay, sir, this is page 2, and I'm sorry. Maybe we should go to page 1 so we can show what we're dealing with. Okay. Okay. So this is. You see at the top there it says rock sample 2 of 2 swabbing from unstained area.
Yes.
Okay. So there was a unstained area of the rock that was swabbed by Miss Amran. Yes.
I believe so. Yes.
And that swab had DNA from 2 people, correct?
Yes, it was assessed at 2 people.
And this was the unstained portion of the rock, DNA of 2 people, correct?
The visibly unstained.
It was evaluated, yes. With a number of contributors of 2.
Then that sample was then tested through the Starlink system by you, yes?
StarMix, yes.
StarMix.
Yes.
Starlink's the satellite.
StarMix, not the Hawaiian Wi-Fi. Okay.
Hawaiian
And the results
Wi-Fi.
came out
What? Elon's like,
that
hey.
Ariel Koenig, there was a 1 trillion likelihood ratio that her DNA was on the unstained part of the rock, yes?
The profile, the DNA profile can be, it was, the LR kind of tells us what support for observing the profile itself, not necessarily who contributed the DNA to that particular, to the unknown sample.
But for Ariel Koenig, where you see where it says very strong support for inclusion?
Yes, that is the LR for that particular comparison.
And
yes.
what that means is very strong support for inclusion, that part of the DNA on the rock, the unstained part, was Ariel Koenig, correct?
That's almost a true. That's not necessarily a true statement. We have to. So a very subtle distinction regarding saying somebody is on.
Tell me the wording.
So
When it says
observing the profile is more likely.
Okay.
If one scenario is there's more support for one scenario over the other, not if that person is on there, it's more likely.
It's 1 trillion times very strong support for inclusion that Ariel Koning's profile is observed in the DNA in that sample. Yes.
That we observe the DNA profile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And from that same swab, from the unstained area of the rock, Gerhard Koning was 290 was his likelihood ratio. Yes.
The comparison to that reference sample was 290. Yes.
Okay. And then, okay. And this unstained area of the rock, as indicated in the report, was not tested for blood. Well, was not, at least the results on the page I just asked you to look for, wasn't about blood, but it was about the presence of human DNA. Yes?
I did not see a conclusion for the testing of blood.
Correct. And I'm asking you about what you did see, which was this was related to screening for the presence of human DNA, not blood. Well, let me strike that. This was screening for the presence of human DNA, correct?
Yes, that was the result that was reported for that particular screening.
And Ms. Amron talked about that, like cells and things like that. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
We literally have eyewitnesses that put this rock in his hand,
okay,
hitting her on the
second.
head with it. And defense is fighting this to try to say, could it have been her holding the rock?
That's all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Warner, any remember? Be quick.
Almost done with this. We'll be on to day 6 in just a moment.
Mr. Henderson, I'm going to take the exhibit
thank you.
down as well. 142. Mr. Henderson, is it normal to screen for the presence of blood on an unstained area?
No.
I'd have to double check our SOPs, but I believe that the correct SOPs were followed by Ms. Morin.
Second question, there was what seemed to be a little bit you wanted to explain about the context of what you can actually tell us with this kind of DNA testing. Can you tell us how any DNA got on any item?
No. We're only looking at the presence of DNA and making comparisons to the information from that profile to any of the information that we obtained from the reference profile. That does not tell us, we call that activity level. Those activity levels are different. That's not necessarily what the DNA is applying itself to.
Okay. Was that what you were trying to explain when Mr. Tak was asking you about somebody's being, some person being on an object?
That's not necessarily. That more applies to the likelihood ratio, and what the likelihood ratio itself, by definition, is actually looking at. It's the observation of the information on the evidence if either of the scenario is true. It's not the likelihood of a person being in that profile. They kind of might sound similar, but they're important distinctions. So I'm trying to recognize and correct any way that might be presented that could be the incorrect distinction for reporting a likelihood ratio.
Why is that distinction important?
So we aren't, the comparisons we make and the likelihood ratio that we obtain isn't going to answer if a person contributed to the unknown question sample. That would be what you all would need to determine. So having that distinction and explaining that and making sure that that's a very concrete and distinct thing to understand is important for the laboratory to convey to the triers of fact.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just very briefly. So just so I'm clear, because we spent 6 hours or so on this stuff today. You're not suggesting it's not helpful to help the trier of fact determine, whose blood or whose DNA might be on an object. It's obviously helpful, right? I mean, that's why we did this for 6 hours, right?
Yes, well, definitely the likelihood ratio is there to help the triers of fact make that determination, but we want to make sure that the likelihood ratio isn't telling you that determination itself.
Understood. And I appreciate
That's
that,
correct,
that
yeah.
ethical distinction, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But the likelihood ratio is helpful to a trier of fact in that way, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's the intent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's break.
Let's break.
It's almost 4 o'clock. We're close enough to 4 o'clock where we should take our break. Leave your notebooks on the chair. Long weekend again, so you're not going to come back until Tuesday of next week. Let me check the calendar. On Tuesday.
Okay, we know what they're doing here, so we're gonna skip ahead. They're done with
Can I have you come up?
with day 5. That is now over. Oh, sorry. Turn that off. Down
Remember
here.
in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
110 years ago. We're catching up so fast. Okay, jumping on to day 6. Some of these days are short as well, which is just fascinating. We don't get lunch. Don't be complaining about lunch here. Nobody said you get lunch. Okay, 26 on screen.
Hello.
Hello.
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have not.
Hello.
Okay, day 6. Day 6 is short, so give me a second to.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
Okay. All right. There we go. Day 6 just kicking off now as we're getting caught up. The 80s Music Band came in at Nobody Gets Lunch here. Hopefully you didn't come in from lunch, because we haven't. Well, I did eat. I had some leftovers. What's the date of day 6, please? We just watched Friday last week, so now we're caught up to this week right now. We're beginning this week. I don't know if it's Monday. Can you skip ahead to next Monday, Sister Tarkin? I'd like to see next week's lottery numbers. We'll get there all in good time. All in good time. We'll get you the numbers well ahead of the draw. The Sun is going to testify either today or on Monday, where we're going to get basically all the way caught up, I think. So I think we've got to work. This is Tuesday. I think so. Give us just a second for it to begin. I'm not sure why it's taken forever. Okay, there we go.
Morning, Mr. Varner. Morning, Mr. Carl.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning,
Good
everybody.
morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake and Manta Dirks on behalf of Gerhard Koenig, who is present.
Morning, Mr. Otake. Morning, Mr. Dirks. Morning. Morning, Dr. Koenig. Morning, Your Honor. Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. Happy Tuesday. The plan or the schedule is unchanged since we last left. So we're going to plan on being here for the better part of the day, as well as tomorrow. When I get a better idea, perhaps probably middle of tomorrow, I can give you an idea of perhaps how the rest of the trial is going to unfold. But at least for today, tomorrow, full days. We'll continue on with the presentation of evidence. If anybody needs another pen because we ran out of ink, or you need more notebooks, let us know. We'll get that to you. Mr. Varner, are you ready to continue the presentation of the state's case in chief?
Gabby, can you summarize Monday's argument?
State calls Thomas Inuma.
Can you please stand? Raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear
That was
affirm
the
that the
evidence
testimony about
one,
to
right?
give shall be the truth, the whole
The
truth, and nothing
search
but the
warrant
truth?
thing.
Yes. Please have a seat. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Varner.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, and as you testify today, can you speak into the microphone as much as possible?
Yes.
Can you please state your name?
My name is Thomas Inuma.
All right, and what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the Honolulu Police Department.
Okay. What's your rank at HPD?
I am a detective
And how long have you been with HPD in general?
for a little over 13 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Detective for about a little over 4.5 years. Or sorry, about 4 years.
And as a detective at HPD, is there any specific unit that you're part of?
Yes.
What is that?
So I'm part of the Criminal Investigation Division, and within the Criminal Investigation Division, I'm under the Cybercrimes and the Digital Forensics Unit.
So are you also a digital forensics examiner at HPD?
Yes.
What was the training that you went through to become, or on-the-job training as a digital forensics examiner?
Okay, so most of our trainings is conducted at the National Computer Forensic Institute. It's located in Hoover, Alabama. It is taught by members of the U.S. Secret Service.
Ooh.
They also bring in instructors, specialists within the field to teach the course. I have been there for over 14 times in person for a total of about 6 months of training. And then the courses depends by, it could be something as simple as how to collect digital forensics in a safe manner. It can also be involving how to do a cybercrime investigation, and it could be a little bit more advanced as far as mobile investigation or a digital forensic examination as a computer forensic examiner.
Hang on, I found the spicy argument.
Additional courses with our local, state, and federal partners.
You said about 6 months of training over 14 different trips to Alabama?
Okay, hold on just 1 second. Hold on. We've got some spicy argument that we need to get to. So there was something on Monday, even though there wasn't court on Monday, and thank you for pointing this out. I skipped it right over because it wasn't one of the days of court. There is some spicy argument. Let me see if we can bring this in. Superstores. It's going to be box. What box are we on? Hold, please. Why don't we bring someone with more experience? It's going to be box 3. Box source 3 is going to be 7. Okay. There it is. I knew it was coming. All right. So this is what happened on Monday. This was the argument. Remember, they said we had over the weekend to look at this. This is was the search warrant too broad? It brought in all the emails, 1,000 emails, because it had the word separate or separate linked to the emails somewhere buried underneath. Here we go.
1 CPC-25-373 for hearing on defendant's memo regarding admissibility of State of Hawaii's Exhibit 107. Please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garner.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matt Durst here on behalf of defendant Dr. Gerhard Koenig, who is not present. We waive his presence for this hearing.
Afternoon, Mr. Dirks. We waive your client's presence for the purposes of this afternoon's hearing. He so indicated the last time we were here on Friday. The court does take judicial notice of the records, files, and proceedings in this matter. Mr. Dirks, thank you very much for filing docket 387, which is defendant's trial memorandum regarding the admissibility of the State of Hawaii's Exhibit 107. Notwithstanding the title, the court treats this as a motion to reconsider the court's denial of defendant's oral motion to suppress evidence. Nonetheless, I appreciate the work that went into the memo, Mr. Dirks, and I'm happy to hear any further arguments that you might have on the issue.
Yes, Your Honor. Very briefly, just for the court's, my own understanding is, I believe Detective Inuma is present today outside. I'm not sure if the state was intending on eliciting further testimony from Detective Inuma.
Did you want to call him in?
No, I think we have sufficient record before us as to what steps he did or did not take, and to his understanding of what the accident program is.
Then thanks for reminding me. Mr. Garner, did you want to present any evidence in opposition to the trial memo?
In terms of additional evidence, as opposed to what we had last Friday at the 104 hearing, there were a couple of follow-ups I had for Detective Inuma.
Did you want to call him to the stand?
Sure, we can do that whenever you want. If you want to do it now, that's fine.
Well, before I take arguments, I think it's best to take evidence before we proceed to arguments. So thank you for reminding me.
If I could just inquire as to the scope of his testimony. From what we had on Friday, we had testimony as to what he did, what he knows, and how this information is gathered. I don't see how any further testimony can really help strengthen the.
You haven't heard it yet.
Mr. Garner?
I would expect to ask Detective Inuma further questions about the search warrant. I actually brought a copy of it so he can point out what part he thought was applying to these specific pieces of evidence, as well as he followed up on the specific email address that the State Exhibit 107 is related to, which is gkoenig@gmx.com. So it's just essentially to provide some additional detail if the court needs it.
I don't think we need any, correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, I don't think we need any detail after the execution of the search warrant. And let me not hide the ball. I understand the original motion and the objection and the current issue to be whether or not the search warrant was overbroad. such that it swept and caught things that should not have been netted by the execution of the search warrant. So the follow-up after the execution of the warrant, I don't think is germane to the decision or the analysis that we need to
I like
undertake.
this ruling already. I like
But
that.
if there's other material or information you wanted to elicit from Detective Inuma with respect to his work up until the point of the execution of the warrant, the state is free to add.
Let me just say this. I think as far as the first issue of the search warrant, I believe the search warrant speaks for itself. It's attached as my Exhibit A to my motion to, I guess the court's calling to consider. It is attached to my motion, so we can free to argue what the language of the search warrant says. We don't need a detective to go up there and say, well, this is what it says. So that's the first issue. The second issue, as to the email, I mean, he did testify, he pulled this from the defendant's laptop, it was addressed to the defendant. I think both sides have enough information to argue if it was in fact Mr. or Dr. Coney's email.
I don't think the question is whether it's the defendant's email or not. And I have a clarifying question as well before. In the attachment A, did that include the search protocols that were Exhibit A to the search warrant?
I believe so, it does.
Okay.
Yep, and I believe that's on page 4 of
Yes.
6 it's right there.
Okay. Right.
Mr. Garner, did you need to supplement the record with any additional evidence or testimony by Detective Inuma?
I think if that's the position of the court about the only relevant part being something before the execution of the search warrant, then there's nothing really to add for that.
And again, the execution of the search warrant is once he presses the button, I mean, this is simplistic, but once he presses the button go after the parameters are entered, it's almost self-executing, right? So it's not like we need to take in testimony of a regular search warrant, whether or not they knocked the sufficient times, whether or not they broke down the door, and where they found the pieces of evidence pursuant to the warrant, right? So when I say up until the execution of the warrant, it's the formation of the search that we're really concerned about.
Okay, Detective Inuma already has testified as to the actual process and mechanics of how he imaged the hard drive and then used the limitations that was required by the search warrant.
Yes.
Okay, then I guess there's not additional evidence.
Then I'm back to you, Mr. Dux.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for this opportunity to further brief the court on this issue. It is a very important issue to my client, and I believe a very important issue as part of this case. We no longer live in this age of purely, I guess, paper evidence and things. As technology advances, we're now talking about digital forensics and digital data. And when search warrants are applied, it's not as simple as saying a place and a location and specifying that. I think it's important to distinguish that it also kind of must lay out what exactly type of digital data we're talking about. And that issue here is not just the substantive email contained within Exhibit 107, but actually the mechanism by which they found it, which is what I'll call the source code or metadata. And I think that's really what the issue is here. Ultimately, we'll be asking that the court, suppress Exhibit 107 or just deny its admissibility for the state to use. I did lay out pretty thoroughly in my trial memorandum as best I could. As the court knows, practice law, I'm not a computer forensic technician, and I actually have to learn a lot of this to present this argument to the court. So I'd ask the court to give me a little bit of leeway on this argument as well.
I think you did great work, Mr. Dux.
Thank you. So let's...
Yes, for charity points
on
this argument.
Let's just discuss it. Let's talk about Exhibit A, and that be the search warrant itself. I did attach it to the motion, and I think importantly...
I think we're almost done
we
with
looked
it.
at which property was...
Let's see how much longer we have.
And we're talking about this silver-colored Lenovo laptop. It's marked on this first page with XXX. Designed or intended for use as a means of committing the criminal offense of attempted murder, which is or has been used as means of committing...
Is there any spice in here?
Attempted murder, which is evidence of the criminal offense of the attempted murder. So that's kind of what the scope of what we're looking for in this property. And as the court knows in the specificity requirement to identify what it is, on the second page, we talk about subsection 2, beginning with electronic files. It says electronic files and data stored within the specified electronic devices and storage media, but specifically this is only files and data that contain, include, reflect, and otherwise reference the following case-specific terms. Not general terms, case-specific terms. And again, the dates of December 1st, 2024.
I'm going to fast forward to his ruling on this one. We've heard this argument over and over. He's doing a little bit better, saying that it's case-specific. But let's hear what the state says in response.
A motion to suppress is a Rule 12 pretrial motion and needs to be filed in advance of starting a trial. It's extremely unusual.
State says it's not timely.
To have a motion to suppress in the middle of trial. It, in essence, I suppose where a motion to suppress, if granted, is one of the only ways the state can actually file an interlocutory appeal. When that's done in the middle of the trial, the state is robbed of that remedy. So that's one thing that has to be made clear. There are strange circumstances we find ourselves in this case. And when I say it's strange, it's because the digital materials were provided to the defense, I believe, in July of last year. So this is something that's been made known to the defense for a very long time. The state's intent to use Exhibit 107 was, the exhibit was provided on the date the court provided that we turn our exhibits to the other side, so March 6th.
Okay, so he's going on about the dates, and it's not timely, and that they should have done it back then, before trial, and not now. It's very unusual.
And the reason is this: the whole point of having these search parameters is so that there is no situation where law enforcement is in a lawful position to view what would otherwise be incriminating evidence that they were not seeking. The search warrants here is different from a search warrant to go search a residence, for example, because it's far more particular. If there's a search warrant to go into a house, and I'm sure I'm preaching to the gospel, to the choir.
Preaching the gospel to the choir.
There's evidence of a different crime. There's no intrusion of privacy because the search warrant already allowed the police to go into the house. That they happen to see evidence of another crime, they can continue on their investigation of that other crime. Here, the search limitations prevents that kind of lawful plain viewing of other evidence. No?
Well, if you want the actual, definition that the police used in their protocols for what the plain view and how it applies to this kind of search, it's in number 8. In attachment A. So it states, if the examiner inadvertently discovers evidence of a crime that is unrelated to the offenses set forth in the search warrant, and this is where it doesn't 100% apply to this case because, the evidence that was found does relate to this offense. The examiner may continue with the authorized search pursuant to the grant of authority in the search warrant. Once they find that unrelated evidence, they don't expand the search warrant with new terms until they seek another search warrant. So that's how plain view, in our position and in the way that this search warrant was drafted and approved by the district court judge, that's how the plain view applies to digital forensics materials.
So this plain view is really for a different offense, not for the underlying offense being investigated.
Yes.
Okay.
So in this case, Detective Unuma used the terms as required by the search warrant. Those terms brought up evidence that the court has already found relevant. We've had the motion really about this. It is not,
I need the
direct,
ruling.
but it is circumstantial evidence of defendant's state of mind, motive, intent, all these things.
I just need the ruling. Let's quit the back and forth and the back and forth. There we go. Let's hear what the judge has to say at the end here. And then we'll skip on to the next day.
Attack on the search warrant is really a pretrial motion that should have been brought.
It says it's not timely.
Rule 12. Discovery, whether or not it's discovered then or now, does not absolve us from following the rules of court. And that's the whole point of discovery deadlines, motions to eliminate and motions to suppress, is to make sure that all of us are on the same footing as to what the party's appellate rights are prior to prejudice attaching to a case. Nevertheless, the court entertains the defendant's motions, and based on the record that we've made, the court is focused on whether or not we have an overbroad search warrant. The search warrant commands law enforcement to search Dr. Gerhard Koenig's Lenovo laptop for, we quoted this before, electronic files and data stored within the specified electronic devices and storage media, but specifically to seize only files and data that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference the following case-specific terms and data between the dates of December 1st, 2024 and March 24, 2025. And the terms are hike, huli, puka, trail, oahu, trip, danger, death, fall, slip, accident, climb, cliff, kill, die, WhatsApp, Ari, Ariel, Jeff, Jeffrey, Miller, Terra Power, Protingent, Affair, Cheat, Infidelity, Syringe, Vial, Undetectable, Incapacitate, Divorce, and Separate, which include but are not limited to text messages, phone calls, FaceTime, voicemail, social media messages, and other type of communications and or data, internet searches, websites accessed, photographic images, digital images, video recordings, video surveillance applications, emails, or any type of communication. So that's the language of the search warrant that we're dealing with. And when dealing with a motion to suppress, the proponent of a motion has the burden of establishing not only that the evidence sought to be excluded was unlawfully secured, but also that his own Fourth Amendment rights were violated by the search and seizure sought to be challenged. This is State versus Anderson, 84 Hawaii, 462, 1997. It's quoting State versus Oborto, 61 Hawaii, 117, 1979. And according to Anderson, because each police search might involve unique facts and circumstances, a determination of whether a search warrant complies with constitutional particularity requirements must be made on a case-by-case basis, taking into account all the surrounding facts and circumstances. And this is, again, Anderson, 81 Hawaii at 467 to 68. We all know it's the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. It shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. This is Article 4, or the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Now, a search warrant is unconstitutionally overbroad if it permits search of electronic media for evidence beyond the underlying crime investigated by law enforcement. State versus Hampton. It's a Washington case, and it's 574 P3 150. It was decided in 2025. And also, for example, State Commonwealth versus Sacadia, which is a Pennsylvania case, 309 A3D 1035, 2023 case. And there, it's overbroad if the search warrant directs law enforcement to seek, quote, all electronic data, unquote. So that's over-encompassing. And likewise, a Maryland case, Richardson versus State, 282 Atlantic 3rd, 98, 2022 case, where the appellate court held that a catch-all term, or the catch-all language, permits an overbroad or seizure of any and all electronic information that might be stored on an electronic device.
Is the word separate a catch-all term?
So, to avoid overbreadth, a search warrant must describe a nexus of the evidence sought and the underlying crime investigated by law enforcement. This is common sense, but this is also the holding of State versus Short. It's a Nebraska case.
We're going to talk about this
964 Northwest 2,
on Saturday with Quorum Confidential.
There is no one-size-fits-all solution for ensuring particularity, and these are cell phone cases.
and search warrants for cell phones. This is Richardson versus State, again a Maryland case. And it's guiding here because in submitting the ruling upon every application for a cell phone search warrant for electronic devices by extension, the affiant and the issuing judge must think about how to effectively limit the discretion of the searching officers so as not to intrude on the phone owner's privacy interests any more than reasonably necessary to locate the evidence for which there was probable cause to search. And the ultimate touchstone of the Fourth Amendment is reasonableness. This is Richardson versus State. Again, a Maryland case, 282 A3D 98, 2022.
That's some foundational level case law right there.
In this case, the search time was limited, as well as the scope limited to designated search terms. And these parameters in this search warrant in this case prevented law enforcement from conducting a discretionary and indiscriminate search of the defendant's laptop. The Constitution does not prohibit all searches, but only unreasonable searches. And again, this is Anderson at page 469. And when we're looking at the term separate, the inclusion of that term in conjunction with the term divorce may cast a wider net because it may impact the potential source code in an electronic search. But when the terms are put together, separate and divorce, the court does not find the inclusion of that term to be unreasonable.
Okay. That's what we needed.
Even
That's what we needed. All right, we're going to go jump back to our current, or to our other trial. Just 1 second here.
Or over 14 times
Now we're back.
in person.
Now we're back here.
For a total of about 6 months of training. And then the courses depends by, it could be something as simple as how to collect digital forensics in a safe manner. It can be also be involving how to do a cybercrime investigation, and it could be a little bit more advanced as far as mobile investigation or a digital forensic examination as a computer forensic examiner. And I have also taken additional courses with our local, state, and federal partners.
You said about 6 months of training over 14 different trips to Alabama?
Yes, and then I also took online courses with the NCFI.
Training in Alabama.
And NCFI, again, is the National Computer Forensics Institute?
Yes.
How would it be to have to go from
Are you a
Hawaii
member
to
of any
Alabama
professional
for
organizations
training?
related to digital computer forensics?
Yes.
Okay. And what organizations?
Oh, my goodness.
So I am part of the Hawaii Cyber Fraud Task Force. It is hosted by the U.S. Secret Service. I am also a member of the Island Digital Forensic Working Group, which is hosted by the Honolulu FBI office. I am also a task force officer for the U.S. Secret Service, and I am in the process of becoming a FBI task force for state-related cases involving digital forensics.
Do you have any certifications in digital forensics?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any certifications in something called Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Celebrate?
So Celebrate is a software we use to extract data from a cell phone device, and we can also use that to analyze the data extracted from a cell phone device.
Are you trained in a program called Gray Key?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe your training in Gray Key?
So Gray Key is a hardware and software-based equipment used to extract data from a cell phone. So the training I had was basically on-the-job training from my previous supervisor, and we also had instructors from Magnet coming in and teaching us how to use it.
You mentioned Magnet. Is that a company?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any certifications from Magnet?
Yes. It's a Magnet certified digital forensic examiner.
Okay. What is a Magnet certified digital forensic examiner?
So it's basically the software. So Magnet is the parent company. So the software, one of the software they have is called Axiom software, and that's a certification that I took and I completed and I passed the test.
So you're certified in Magnet Axiom software?
Yes.
Okay. Was that certification at the NCFI or was that local?
So that was the certification I took in NCFI. It was a 5-week course. It was taught. It was a 1-week period where it was taught by a Magnet certified instructor, and I completed the examination at NCFI.
Okay. So to be a Magnet certified forensic examiner, you were also trained by a representative from Magnet Software?
Yes.
Have you attended any? Right. Have you ever performed on the job any cell phone extractions?
Yes.
Approximately how many cell phone examinations have you performed?
Over 600 cell phones.
Have you ever provided, or have you ever done any computer extractions or examinations?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
For computers, I would say about 40 to 50, somewhere between.
Have you ever been qualified to provide opinion testimony in a court in Hawaii?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
5 times.
At this point, the state requests that pursuant to HR Rule 702, Detective Enuma be qualified to provide opinion testimony in the field of digital forensics.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
All right, little sidebar. We're going to skip ahead because we can. Hold, please. Digital forensics.
Okay, and what organizations?
So I am the Hawaii Cyber Fraud Task.
Hang on. I just skipped ahead and then skipped back. There we go. I think I'm at the right spot now. Saved us a few minutes there.
Number 4, State Hawaii versus Gerhard Koenig, 1 CPC.
No, I went all the way back. What did I just do?
Counsel, can I have your turn?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state.
How did I do that?
Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Picaro Jr.
Morning,
Mr. Somebody with more experience. Skip ahead. Do we already see this picture?
Basic.
Sorry.
Hang on.
Metal base, not plastic or
I didn't
wood.
see that yet. Hang on. We're getting there. Hang on. You're not seeing it at all, but the sidebar, I guess, was very short, and I jumped way back. There he is. There he is. Okay. Get to look at the defendant just for a minute and see if we can finish up the sidebar. I think they're about done. We're chilling. There we go. All done.
Jump back just a second, Detective Enuma.
Okay.
What items were you assigned to complete examinations of in this case?
What item?
What evidence items?
What evidence item? So it was evidence item number 42, which was an iPhone.
Okay.
Evidence item number 43, which was a SIM card. And evidence item number 48, which was a laptop.
Okay. Detective Enuma, we're going to start and go through those 3 items in order. So let's start with the cell phone, item number 42. What kind of cell phone was it?
It was an Apple iPhone.
And, okay. Did you use a program to try and examine item number 42, the Apple iPhone?
Yes.
What program did you use?
It was one called Freaky.
When you received it, I'm sorry, and then did you receive the iPhone from the evidence room or from the detective?
For this one, the item number 42 and 43, I received it from Detective Tracy Spacek.
Spacek,
sorry.
Okay. When you received it, was the iPhone turned on or turned off?
It was turned off.
And I'm sorry, you said the program you used was Gray Key, is that correct?
Yes, Gray Key.
Were you able to access all of the data on the iPhone using Gray Key?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because the phone was off, and when the phone is off, we call it that the phone is in a state of BFU, which is before first unlock. When the phone is in a BFU state, that means that the data within the phone is all encrypted, so we can't pull all the data out. When the person enters...
Sorry, I'm going to stop you there. So were you able to access any data from the iPhone?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of data were you able to access?
I was able to get the make, the model, the name, the Apple or the email address that is associated to the phone. I also got the telephone number and then the software. And then the IMEI, the serial number.
Okay. With that limited information that you had, were you able to determine who the owner of the iPhone was?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was Gerhard Koenig.
Were you able to find any associated email accounts with that iPhone, which was item number 42?
Yes.
Okay. Which email accounts?
So there were 6 email addresses that was associated with that phone. There was 2 particular that I know offhand. The first one is Koenig, so it's spelled GKONIG at gmx.com. And then the second one that was associated with that phone was G Koenig, same spelling, at proinbox.com.
Were you able to access things like call history, message history, photos, internet searches?
No.
Okay. And once you got to that point where you couldn't access anything else, did you continue examining the iPhone?
Not the iPhone itself.
All right, Detective Inuma, let's move on to item number 43. And that was a SIM card you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay, first off, what is a SIM card?
So a SIM card is basically stands for Subscriber Identity Module. So it's the chip that's inserted inside the cell phone, which will allow you to connect to the mobile network, such as T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon.
And how does a SIM card work in an iPhone like the one you examined?
So this one was an iPhone 13 Pro. So iPhone 13 Pro is the last model from Apple that has a physical SIM card slot. Anything newer from iPhone 14 and newer doesn't have a SIM card slot. It's all electronic SIM card. So for this one in particular, it was an iPhone 13 Pro. So there's a SIM card slot, and there's an ejection port within the phone.
Okay. I'm going to put on the screen next to you, Detective Inuma, State's Exhibit number 85, which is already into evidence. Okay. Could you take that wooden pointer that's against the back wall behind you, and could you point out to us what the two items in this photograph are?
Yes. So this item over here on the left, this is the SIM card slot. And then the one on the right is the actual SIM card. So the SIM card is inserted onto this SIM card tray, which is then placed inside the phone.
Okay. And now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 84, already in evidence. And I'm going to zoom into the center portion of this photograph. Okay, Detective Inuma, what are we looking at this part of the photograph?
So this is the part I was mentioning about. So this is where where you would insert the SIM card tray in here. And if you look at this photo right over here, you can see that the SIM card tray is not inside the phone.
How do you remove the SIM card tray?
So we have this tool, which is basically the SIM card removal tool. And it's about 1/2 inch long, and then the tip is very small, size of like a pinhole. And we insert it inside this hole right over here. You have to apply some force to it, and then the SIM card slot will eject.
Are there any household items that can be used along with that official SIM card tool that you mentioned?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
Quick objection, quick fast forward. Alrighty. Looks like we're done.
Detective Inuma, I'm going to put the
I've been
photo
missing these
back up on the
objections. I
screen.
think I've got at least 2 more in
We're
here.
still zoomed in, and this is still State's Exhibit 84.
You guys have to keep me honest on the objection counter.
All right, Detective Inuma, are there any household items that can be used along with the official SIM card removal tool to open that SIM card slot?
You mean like official, or just
Like
whatever
a
you can
paperclip.
find inside your house?
I'm
Could
asking
be
household items here.
Oh, household items.
Objection, not foundation, Your Honor.
If you can rephrase the question.
Okay, Detective Inuma, you already told us about the official SIM card tool, right?
Yes.
And you described it for us, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other items that can be used to do the same job that are not the official tool?
Yes.
Okay. And what items are you aware of that can be used to open the SIM card slot?
Okay.
Same objection, lacks foundation.
He's aware of.
Okay. You can use a small paper clip. It's enough to fit into the port, ejection port. You can also use the back of an earring, and you can use like a push pin. It's recommended that it's something metal based, not plastic or wood, because it's going to break. And you cannot use pen or pencil because it's not going to fit in the port.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective. Okay. For the examination of the actual SIM card, labeled as item number 43 in this case, were you able to extract any data from the SIM card?
Yes.
Okay. What type of data were you able to extract from the SIM card?
I was only able to extract the phone number that was associated with this SIM card.
So were you able to extract call logs, contact lists, any other type of data from the SIM card other than the phone number that was on the SIM card?
No, just the phone number.
Okay, Detective, we're going to go to the third item that you examined.
Can't they?
The laptop. When
Can't
did you
they
begin your
send
forensic
this to like
examination
Israel
of
or
the
something and have
laptop?
them
For
crack
the
the iPhone?
For the laptop, it was on May 29, 2025.
That's when you began?
Yes, that's when I checked it out of the evidence room.
And was that laptop examined pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And you mentioned this already, but I'll ask you to clarify. Where did you retrieve the laptop from?
It was at the evidence room located at the Honolulu Police Department, the main evidence room.
And after you retrieved the laptop from the evidence room, during the time that you were conducting your examination, was the laptop kept in a secure area?
Yes.
What area?
It was located in our digital forensic lab.
And then can you describe in general. I'm sorry. And I'm going to approach now with what's been marked as State's
Could use
Exhibit
a syringe needle.
241
Yes,
and
that's
240.
true.
Going to the defense counsel. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Okay, Detective Inuma, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 240 and 241. Could you take a look at those, and when you're done, look up?
Okay.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what are these?
So these are photos that I took of the laptop during my my processing.
Okay, and this is the laptop item number 48 under this case?
Yes.
Do these photos fairly and accurately depict the laptop as you observed it during your examination in this case?
Yes.
At this point, the State moves 240 and 241 into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Was your marked for identification as State's Exhibit 240 and 241 as you see these evidence?
I'm going to put each one up on the screen, Detective. I'm putting up 240 onto the screen. Okay. And very briefly, could you just tell us what we're looking at?
So this is the a photo that I took of the computer, evidence item number 48. So I already opened the package that was sealed with. I opened up the laptop and I took a picture. So this is how it looks like when the laptop is open. It was a silver Lenovo Yoga model laptop.
Okay. And you mentioned that it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. What was it sealed in?
It was sealed in a brown paper bag, and it had an evidence tape. Looked like it was from a Mau PD.
Okay. All right, I'm going to publish now State's Exhibit 241. Detective Inuma, what are we looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, so this is the inside of the laptop. So for me to start my examination process, what I did was I open up the laptop and I have to remove the we call it the solid state drive, but it's actually, common term is a hard drive, which store the data from the laptop.
Could you show us where the solid state drive is on this photograph?
Yes. Right over here.
Okay. Looks like you are referencing the right side of the photograph. I'll zoom in on that side. Is this the solid state drive?
Yes.
Okay.
It's where all the memory is.
All right, I'm going to take the exhibit down. All right. Can you describe for us how you conducted the examination of the laptop?
How I conducted. Okay. So once I removed the solid state drive from the laptop, I used a equipment called the Tabloid TX1. That is basically an imager that was issued to us by the U.S. Secret Service. So it's a built-in write blocker, meaning that there's no data that's going to be written onto the evidence hard drive. And from there, I would make an image of the hard drive and then place it onto a working copy. For images, image means in the terms of digital forensic, image means make an exact copy. So it's a bit by bit. So for example, if you have a piece of paper with writing on it, you go to a Xerox machine, you make a copy, you get the same copy. So that's basically what the process I did to extract the data from the laptop.
And you mentioned the TX1 program to do the imaging?
Yes.
Okay. Were you trained in the TX1 program?
Yes.
Were you acting in accordance with your training on the TX1 program when you imaged item number 48, the laptop in this case?
Yes.
And once you image or make a copy of the contents of the hard drive, sorry, scratch that. I'm going to start the question again. Did you make an image of the entire contents of the hard drive?
Yes.
Okay. So once you make the copy or the image of the entire contents of the hard drive, what did you do with it?
So after I made a copy of it, so it provided me with a hash, and then I look at the data on the screen, and it was a successful transfer of data. And I verified the hash. Hash is a mathematical algorithm. It's made up of both numbers and characters to show that the data wasn't changed. So if it was changed, it was tampered with, then I'll know that something is wrong with this extraction.
And did the hash value of the image match what you were looking to compare it with?
Yes.
Okay. And once you saw that the hash values matched, what did that tell you?
That it was a true copy.
Okay. So now you have the hashed copy of the image from the hard drive. What's the next step in your examination?
So the next step is I put it into my forensic computer, and that's where I use a software called Axiom. And Axiom is a software used to analyze data such as computer, hard drive, SD card. You can also do it for cell phones too.
This is the Axiom. Is this from the Magnet company you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
And are you certified in the Axiom software?
Yes.
Were there any limitations to the data that you were accessing?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any time limitations?
Yes.
What were the time limitations that you were using?
So based on the search warrant, the time limitation was from December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025.
Were there any content limitations to what you were accessing?
Yes.
Excuse me. And do you recall all of those content limitations? How does the content limitations work?
So there were a total of 32 key terms that was listed in the search warrant. So I have to abide by the law to only search for key terms within the search warrant. I can't go outside the scope of the search warrant.
Okay. And then how do you use the magnet software to limit the data to those time constraints and the content limitations that you just described?
Okay, so for the Axiom software, I'm the only one that has the full copy, the full access. So as soon as the Axiom software is loaded onto my computer, first thing I did was I filtered it through the date range. So on one of the toolbars, you can actually input the date. So I inputted December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025. And I pressed OK, and it basically filtered only to those dates. And I can't see anything outside of those dates.
And then how do you filter through the content limitations?
Okay, so as far as the content, so I had the search warrant next to me. So I would type in, I'll use the filter feature as well. I would type in each of the keywords that was listed on the search warrant. So those 32 keywords that was listed. Each one, I would flag it with a different color code. So I know that the reason why I flagged it is because it meant certain keywords.
All right. When you examine the laptop, how many user profiles were on the laptop?
There were a total of 3 user profiles.
Of those 3 user profiles, how many of them were active?
There were only 1 active user account.
Okay, so those other 2 profiles?
It was disabled.
Disabled, okay. What was the username for the single active account on that laptop?
So the username was gkoni, so it's G-K-O-N-I.
Okay. Based on your examination of the laptop, was there a full name listed for that user, G. Koni?
Yes.
What was the full name listed for that user?
The full name listed was Gerhard Koenig.
Were there any email addresses attached to the username based on your examination of the data on the laptop?
Yes.
What email address?
It was gkonig, so G-K-O-N-I-G @gmx.com.
Was that email, gkonig@gmx.com, connected to any other device you examined in this case?
Yes.
What other device was that email connected to?
It was connected to evidence item number 42, which was the iPhone 13 Pro.
Were you able to determine what time zone
one.
the laptop was set to run on?
Yes.
And what time zone was that?
It was a Hawaii Standard Time.
Okay. Overall, did you find data relevant to this case on the laptop?
Yes.
Before we get to that, I'm going to ask you for a couple definitions. In digital forensics, do you use the term artifact?
Yes.
What does the term artifact mean in digital forensics?
Okay. So artifact means it's data that is stored on a digital device that is created by the user or the system itself. So for example, if you type something on the internet, for example, like Google, on the search bar, if you put in a search term, without your knowledge, it's going to be recorded on the hard drive of the system. And it's going to be in the database where afterwards, using the forensic software, we can see what was entered.
And okay. Which operating system was the laptop using?
It was using Windows 10 Home.
Are you familiar with the Windows 10 Home operating system?
Yes.
Does the Windows 10 Home operating system retain records of user computer activity?
Yes.
And are those records, is each record an individual artifact?
Yes.
And how does the Axiom magnet software display artifacts?
Okay, so from the software, so it's an interface where you can see it's user-friendly. So it basically translates, the computer data. Computer data is presented by, we call it binary, right, 0 and 1. But it makes it translates all those coding into user-friendly so we can read it. Any investigators can read it.
Does the Axiom magnet software add any data?
No.
Okay. So it's just visualizing the data that's already contained on that image of the hard drive?
Yes.
For each artifact that you find on the hard drive, is it possible to go back to the original drive and verify that information?
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell us how somebody would do that?
So in this case, if I have the password for the computer.
Sorry.
It's way out of
scratch
date.
that, and I'll actually strike that answer.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about
That's
that.
computer.
Bad question. Okay. And when you look at an artifact on the laptop, is the artifact a statement of a person, or is it automatically generated data from the computer?
It could be both.
Okay. So it depends on the artifact.
Depends on the artifact.
Okay. Okay, we're going to start going through the artifacts now, Detective. So I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105, already shown to the defense. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Newman, could you take a look through the exhibit that I just handed you, which is again State's Exhibit 105?
Take your time. Look at everything. We're still at 1.25 speed, yes. Can you imagine all the way on 1 speed? You guys would you'd hate it.
Okay, have you reviewed the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay, what is this exhibit?
So this exhibits contain artifacts of searches on Reddit.
Okay.
Can I explain what Reddit is?
Could you explain what Reddit is?
Okay.
Yes.
So Reddit is an online social media platform that allows people to share content. You can ask advice, you can give advice, and you can pretty much have any kind of discussion on any topics you want.
You get
To
snarky
view
answers.
Reddit, you don't need an active account. However, if you want to post comment or respond back, then you're going to have an active account, which is free. And within the Reddit ecosystem, they call it the subreddit. So subreddit is, in simple terms, like a community who are passionate about certain items. So I'll give you an example. One could be like, if you like Hawaiian foods, right? So it's going to be displayed as lowercase r with the backslash. You might have like Hawaiian food, right? So people in the community who loves Hawaiian food will talk about, Hawaiian food, lau lau, lomi salmon, all that good stuff. You're not going to have people commenting about where can I buy a new car, or they're going to have another subreddit for new cars or used cars purchases.
Okay. Have you reviewed the artifacts contained in this exhibit on the Axiom software yourself?
Yes.
Are these artifacts that you viewed in Exhibit 105, are the artifacts in this exhibit computer generated or person generated?
These were computer generated.
And
Objection, that's foundation.
There's an objection.
Overruled.
Foundation was the objection.
And how were these
overruled.
artifacts computer generated?
So these were searches.
Same objection, just do it Reddit. He's not an expert in Reddit.
Overruled. You answer.
Okay, so these were searches made from Google, on Reddit, but the artifacts was from Google Chrome web history.
Okay. And are the papers that you viewed in State's Exhibit 105 true and accurate copies? I'm sorry, back up just a little bit. Which was the user
We're
on the
finishing day
laptop
6.
That these artifacts came from?
So for all of these artifacts, right, it all came from the user's name, G. Koenig.
And what was the full name for user G. Koenig again?
It was Gerhard Koenig.
And you mentioned that this was Google Chrome. Can you explain how these artifacts ended up with Google Chrome?
Yes, so Google Chrome is a internet service provider. So it's very similar to Microsoft Edge or Apple Safari. So when you type in, if you're using online activity on Google,
a browser,
Chrome, right, all those data will be stored onto the computer.
Not a provider, a browser.
And are these printouts that you've reviewed for Exhibit 105 true and accurate copies of the data from the user G. Koenig's internet history as related to Reddit.com?
He's an egg, I'm sure.
Except for the highlighted portion, but the highlighted is the search term used within the Axiom software. It helps us investigator to locate key terms quickly. But other than that, it's a true and accurate copy.
Okay, so does the highlight mean, and what is the word highlighted in this exhibit?
So highlight means, in the Axiom software in the top right corner, it's like a global search, right? So if you're looking for any keywords or just any words in general, you just type it on there and it's going to find the word that you actually inputted onto the software, and it's going to look for any key hits.
Okay.
It doesn't have to include only search warrant items that was listed in the 32 items. It can be any items because I already filtered the search warrant, we call it the image. So everything within the program we call a lawful search.
Okay. What word is highlighted in this exhibit?
The highlighted word is Reddit.
Okay. And does the highlight mean that word is any more or less important than any other word?
No.
Okay. It just means it's highlighted?
Yes.
And you said that other than the highlight, this is true and accurate copies of the data that you pulled from this laptop. Is that true?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves Exhibit 105 into evidence.
Can you just approach briefly, Your Honor? Sure.
Can we just approach again, Your Honor? Because I'd like to complain about the fact that you're not siding with me, and I think I'm right. Okay, we are trying to get through all of day 6 today. And No trial in Hawaii on Monday, so we'll have Monday to catch up as well. That should get us all the way caught up.
105.
For Tuesday, that starts at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for us.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to publish
This
dates
will be
exhibit
live.
105.
This goes to the jury.
And it's on the screen now. As we start through your testimony today, I'm going to ask you to explain a lot of the information on this screen. So first of all, in that very top line that says URL, can you explain first what a URL is?
Yes, URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. So that is like the address book for the internet. So, if you use an internet service provider such as Google Chrome, right, in the top portion of the search box, right, the URL box, you can either type in what you're looking for, or you can put the exact
Chrome is not.
address for a website, and it's going to take you to the direct website.
Okay, so what is the URL that is related to this artifact?
So this one, the URL was sent to the page of Reddit.
Okay. And can you explain the second line that says last visited date and time?
So the last visited date and time is basically when the user of this device visited this Reddit page.
Okay, and what was the time that the user G. Coney visited this Reddit page?
It was on December 24, 2024 at 4:34 a.m.
And going to the next line, what was the title of that Reddit page?
So the title was Lying Again under the subreddit, so the community of As One After Infidelity.
Okay. Scrolling down a couple lines, when it says artifact type, can you explain what that means?
This basically means where the data was recovered. So in this case, it was recovered under the Google Chrome web history.
As one
And
after
last thing I'm going to
infidelity.
ask for this page one is under the evidence information section.
Dare I look
there's
up
a
these Reddit
long
links?
string that says source. Can you explain what that long string of words with backslashes means? Forward slashes.
Yeah, so that's basically the file path to locate that file or that data. So I like to put it this way. So it's like a street address for a file. So if I'm trying to explain, I'll give an example, where I work, I'll be the main, the folder, right? It'll be Detective Inuma, and then my workplace is going to be 801 South Baratena Street. So when I give somebody the instruction, each instruction that I provide will be like a subfolder. So if you're coming from the west side, I'll give the direction of you drive H1 east, you take the Kinal off. That's one instruction, which is a subfolder. Then you turn right on Ward Avenue, which is the second subfolder. Then you turn right on Baratena Street, which is the third subfolder. And when you reach to the 801 South Baratena, it's going to be on the left-hand side. So that's going to be the destination, the file. I know in Hawaii we don't use street names. We use landmarks like past the coconut tree. It's on the pink house. Turn right, and then my house is going to be on with the red car, right? But that's the same principle.
That's the most Hawaii
if you
thing
give
I've
anybody
ever
that
heard.
instruction, it allows you to locate that item or that file quickly and efficient as possible.
So if you follow this instructions in this source, what do you find?
So if you look at the source, I'll use the pointer.
And I'll actually zoom in on that one area.
Okay. While he's talking about the source, let me just tell you, the as one after infidelity on Reddit describes itself as AOAI is the online peer support group and a safe space for individuals betrayed or wayward who are actively attempting to reconcile after infidelity. Peer support is sharing your own personal experiences, which provides emotional and practical support between people who are reconciling after infidelity. Observers are strictly limited to messages of support only. Kindly read the rules before participating. And the rules are lengthy, much longer than our rules.
105. Okay, we're now looking at page 2 of States 105. Can you explain what the last, and before we get any further, just to clarify, you already mentioned this maybe, all of the artifacts in this exhibit are the same type of artifact?
Yes, it's all from the Google Chrome web history.
Okay, so when was the last visited date and time for page 2?
For this one particular, the last visit time was December 24, 2024 at 4:37 a.m.
And what was the title of the page that was visited at that time?
So the title is called It's Over under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
And which was the user accessing this, which user on the laptop was accessing this?
So if you look on the source, it tells you the user name was G. Coney.
Right, we're going to go to page
Camilla,
3
thanks
in
for
the
keeping me
publish.
honest there.
Again, what time was the last visited date and time?
The last visit date and time was December 24, 2024 at 4:55 a.m.
Okay. Right. Publishing page 4.
It's a very different group over there for Recovery Addicts.
Can you tell us the last visited date and time of this artifact?
Yes, so the last visit date and time is December 24, 2024 at 4:57 a.m.
Okay. And could you tell us, if you know, there's no title on this artifact, is there?
There's no title that is actually written on this side of the column, but if you just look at the URL and you follow the path, you can easily identify the title of this post.
Okay. How do you identify the title of the post from the URL?
So, as I was mentioning earlier, so the title is under the subreddit as one after infidelity. So, the title is after the, on this one, it's going to be the second page, right? After the comment box. So, this is where people post their own self-posts within the as one after infidelity, ecosystem.
Okay. All right. I want to move to the next page, which is page 5. And for each of these now, Detective, now that you've gone through a couple of how these artifacts look, I'm just going to ask you the same thing. Could you explain to us the last visit, date, and time, as well as the title, okay?
Yes.
So for page 5, what was the last visit, date, and time?
So the last visit date and time is December 24, 2024 at 4:49 a.m.
And what was the title of this page?
The title was called I Did a Horrible Thing under the subreddit as one after infidelity.
We're going to go to page 6 now.
That
Detective.
happens to be the last day they
what was
were
the last visit, date, and time of this artifact?
So the last visit date and time was December 25th, 2024 at 3:23 a.m.
Okay. And what was the page visited in this?
So in this one, it was the homepage of the as one after infidelity under the Reddit website.
That was the home page of this specific subreddit?
Yes, this is the homepage, correct.
We're going to publish now page 7 of the exhibit. Okay. Could you tell us the last visit date and time, as well as the title?
Last visit date and time was December 25th, 2024 at 3:25 a.m. The title for this visit was called Wives, Why Did You Do It? Under the subreddit of As One After Infidelity.
Next page, page 8. Could you tell us what the last visit date and time and the page visited?
Yeah, so the last visit date time is December 25th, 2024 at 3:37 a.m. And then the homepage was the As One After Infidelity.
Page number 9 of the exhibit. Could you tell us what the last visited date and time is, as well as the title of this page?
Yes, it was December 25th, 2024 at 3:38 a.m. The title of the page is Peer Support, Advice, and Removals under the subreddit of As One After Infidelity.
He's just looking this up.
Publish page 10 of the exhibit. Could you tell us again last date and time, as well as title?
Probably just read.
So it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 3:38 a.m. The title of this is I Understand, But I Don't Understand under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
We're going to go to page 11, Detective. Could you tell us again the same thing?
Yes, the last visited was on December 25th, 2024 at 3:40 a.m. The title is called Those Who Have Been Betrayed, Did You Fall Out of Love with Your WP While Trying to Reconcile under the subreddit As One After Infidelity. Do you want me to explain what WP?
No.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, we're now on page number 12. Could you explain the last visit date and time, as well as what page was visited?
Okay, the last visit date time was December 25th, 2024 at 3:44 a.m. And this was the homepage of the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Publishing now page 13 of the exhibit. Could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as the page that was visited here?
Yes, it was December 25th, 2024 at 3:44 a.m. The title is called Surviving Infidelity.
Is this the same subreddit we mentioned, or is this a different one?
This is a different one. So the subreddit for the community is called Surviving Infidelity.
Moving on to the next page, page 14 of this exhibit 105. Could you tell us the last date and time, as well as the title?
Yes, okay. So it's on December 25th, 2024 at 3:45 a.m. The title is called Just Found Out She Cheated under the Reddit search.
Okay. Now you say Reddit search. Is this a specific subreddit?
Just by looking at the file path, it appears that it was it's one of those probably the search box within the Reddit page.
Okay. So
And
the
then-
search.
Okay, so if you look at the URL, I'll show you this part.
I'll zoom into the URL as well. Okay. Could you explain for us how the search affects any of this?
Yes. So for this part, if you look at the word or the letter Q, Q stands for query. So that's usually what the person put inside the search bar. Doesn't mean that they actually inputted the entire sentence. For in this case, right, it says just found out she cheated. It's like when you use Google, when you start typing in certain words, you have a Dropbox that tries to predict what you're trying to type. So that's basically what it is. So I don't know if if the user of this device actually wrote the entire sentence or just put yes and then you got one of those Dropbox.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I'm going to take the zoom in down and move on to page number 15 of the exhibit. Okay, Detective Inuma, could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as the title of this post?
Yeah. So it was last visited on December 25th, 2024 at 3:45 a.m. The title is My parenthesis 35M parenthesis wife parenthesis 32F parenthesis cheated on me 2 years ago and I forgave her after she signed a postnum. But now I found out she didn't give me the full story and am strongly considering divorce again with the benefit of the prenup. How can I learn to trust her again? And this is under the subreddit relationship advice.
Okay, that's the whole story in the title.
The same two subreddits we've already mentioned, or a different one?
So this is a new subreddit, a different community.
Okay. And this one again is called Relationship Advice.
Correct.
We're going to publish page 16 of the exhibit. Okay. Could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as what page was visited?
Yes, it was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:15 p.m. and it was visited the homepage of As One After Infidelity.
Page number 17 of the exhibit. Could you explain last visited date and time, as well as the title?
Yes, so it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:16 p.m. The title is called Expecting More Disclosure under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Page number 18 of the exhibit. Could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as what the title of the page was?
Yes, so it was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. The title is 6 weeks out from D-Day under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
We'll go to page 19. Could you tell us, again, last visited date and time, as well as what page was visited?
Yes, so it was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:18 p.m. and this was the homepage of As One After Infidelity.
Okay, we're now on page 20, almost there, of this exhibit. Could you explain to us, same thing as always, last visited date and time, as well as title?
Yes, so it was December 25th, 2024 at 2:19 p.m. and the title is Can't Have Physical Relationship with WP Anymore under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Page number 21 of the exhibit. Could you tell us what the last visited date and time is, as well as explain what the URL means?
Yes. So the last visit date and time was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:22 p.m. And based on the URL, so it was under the subreddit As One After Infidelity, and the user of this device searched for the term DARVO, D-A-R-V-O.
Okay. Detective Inuma, do you know yourself, have personal knowledge of what the term DARVO means?
Prior to this...
Objection, Last Foundation. It's the Lane Foundation. Go ahead and answer the question.
So do you have personal knowledge of what the term DARVO means?
Prior to this, no.
Okay. When you say prior to this, do you have personal knowledge today of what that term means?
Yes.
Okay.
Same objection, Your Honor.
How did you acquire that knowledge?
So I used the Reddit. I visited the Reddit page and I basically type in DARVO. And also use Google search to just cross-reference it to make sure that it's similar definition.
And
DARVO.
based on your research, and sorry, was it the same Reddit page as this, As One After Infidelity?
Yes.
Were you able then to determine what the term DARVO means?
Yes.
Detective Nemo, could you explain to us what the term DARVO means? Give it just a moment.
Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and
Could you
offender.
explain to us? Could you explain to us what the term DARVO means?
So the DARVO, so it's an acronym. So the D stands for deny, A stands for attack, R stands for reverse, victim, and offender.
Thank you for explaining. We're going to move to page number 22. Okay. Now we have page 22 of State's Exhibit 105. Could you explain to us, again, last visit date and time, as well as the title of the page?
Yes, so it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:22 p.m. And the title is Dealing with Intense Limerence / Affair Fog and DARVO from My Wife. I found AP's wife's detail under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Okay, and the visited date was December 25th at 2:22 p.m.?
Yes, 2:22 p.m., correct.
Looking now at page 23 of this exhibit, could you explain to us the last visited date and time, as well as the title?
Yes, it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:24 p.m. The title is called I'm freaking out a little. I'd really like some input under the subreddit as one after infidelity.
Page number 24 of the exhibit. Could you explain to us the last visit date and time as well as what's happening in this exhibit?
Yes. Okay, so last visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:24 p.m. and the title is Darvel. And it was inside, if you just based looking at the URL of the query, the queue, so it was inputted Darvel.
There's a follow-up question I have, Detective. In the top under the artifact information, there's a two words that say visit count. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so each time when you visit, it counts as 1. If you visit again, it's in 2, 3, 4, and so on.
So
Came back
how
a
many
couple
times
times
did
here,
the
3
user of this
times.
device visit this page, search for Darvo?
Based on this data, 3 times.
Moving on to page number 25, could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as what page is being visited?
Yes, so it was visited on January 15, 2025 at 9:35 a.m. and the visited page is the S1 after infidelity.
Okay. Now, could you explain to us, Detective, I see that there's a transition type and it says typed under the 4th line in this artifact information. Could you explain what that means?
Yep, so the user of the device likely type in the URL.
And last page of this exhibit, could you explain to us the last visited date and time, as well as what page was visited?
So the last visit date and time was on January 15, 2025 at 9:36 a.m. It was under the Reddit. The title is called Reddit Dive Into Anything.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective, and I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you. I'll hand the exhibit to the clerk. Okay. Detective New, we're going to keep going, so I'm going to hand you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106, priorly shown to Defense Counsel. May I approach? Yes. Okay, Detective Inuma, I've handed you what's been marked as State's 106. Could you take a look through real quick and look up when you're done? Okay, Detective, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay. Are these artifacts from your search of the laptop?
Yes.
How many artifacts are in this exhibit?
7.
And what type of artifacts are these?
These were email purchase order that was sent to the computer.
Okay. What email address were they sent to?
It was sent to gkoenig@gmx.com.
Okay. And that's the previous email you mentioned as being associated with both the computer and the iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you said they are purchase orders, are they receipts?
Yes, it's a receipt.
And are these true and accurate copies of the artifacts you found on item 48, the laptop with the username gkoenig?
Yes.
Okay. And again, is there anything highlighted in these artifacts?
And this one, no.
Okay. At this point, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 106.
No objection. It was marked for identification as State's Exhibit 106 is received into evidence.
Okay. I'm going to publish up on the screen, Detective. Try and move quicker this time.
Yes, please do. Let's move along.
And this is page 1. Who is the email from, or what email address is the email from?
So the email address is from audible.com. So audible.com is an online, like a digital book service where you can purchase pretty much any books, and then they'll send you a way to download the books digitally, and you can actually hear the person reading to you rather than you read it yourself.
Okay. And this email came in on...
So you're saying it's audible?
It was on December 12, 2024 at 1:01 p.m.
Okay.
The state of affairs.
And could you point us to where the title of the book that was downloaded was on the page?
Yeah, so the title of the page is right over here. It's called The State of Affairs. It's by author Esther Perel.
Okay. All right, Detective, I'm going to go through each of the 7 pages, and I'll ask you the same couple questions each time. Actually, I'll ask you 2 questions. What was the date of the email, and then what was the book, okay?
Okay.
All right. Going to page 2 of the exhibit, what was the date of the email?
So it was sent on December 18, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. And the title of the book is After the Affair, 3rd edition by author Janice Spring.
Okay. We're going to go to page 3 of the exhibit. What was the date of this email?
So the date is December 18, 2024 at 11:48 a.m. The title is called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair by author Linda MacDonald.
Hang on,
We're going to go to page number 4 of the exhibit, Detective.
That
Could you tell us
sounds
the
like a
date
book
as well
for
as
her.
the title?
Yes, so it's the date is December 18th, 2024 at 2:04 p.m. The title is called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair by author Janet Bloom.
Big spender,
Page
$2.82.
number 5. Could you tell us the date as well as the title?
Yes, the date is December 27, 2024 at 4:01 p.m. The title is called Getting the Love You Want by author Harville Hendricks.
Page number 6. Could you explain the date as well as the title?
Yes, so the date is January 7, 2025 at 4:32 a.m. And the title is called Not Just Friends by author Shirley Glass.
Okay. And page number 7. Could you explain the date as well as the title?
Yes, the date is February 14th, 2025 at 12:22 p.m. The title is called The Let Them Theory by author Mel Robbins.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, and Detective, I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you. Okay. I've retrieved exhibit 107 or 106. I'll hand it to the clerk.
No matter how hard you try, you will never be able to control or change another person. The only person you are in control of is you.
Okay.
Your thoughts, your actions, your feelings.
Detective Newman, I'm going to approach her
Excerpt
now
from
with
the Let
exhibit
Them Theory.
107, previously shown to defense counsel. Detective Newman, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibit 107. Could you take a look, and when you're done, look up? Okay, could you, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
So this is part of the email file that was sent to the computer.
Okay, and which email address was this sent to?
It was sent to gkoenig@gmx.com.
Okay, and is this artifact a true and accurate copy of the email you found addressed to gkoenig@gmx.com from item number 48, the laptop you examined?
Yes, except for the highlighted portion.
So there are highlights to this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and as you explained earlier, do the highlights mean anything?
No.
Do they mean that the highlighted word is more important or less important?
No.
Okay.
Pause. For reasons known only to me, I have to take a break. We're at 5 hours and 51 minutes. I need to do this for a couple different reasons. We're going to take a quick break, so I'm making a portal because we have to come back. We have to finish. I don't know what your plans are tonight, but we're going to stick around here for a little while. We've got to finish day 6 so we can get 7 and 8 on Monday and 9 and 10 on Tuesday. That's what it's going to be. So hold, please. Give me a second. Let's see where day 6 review settings. It's going to be part 6 over here. We're going to start in about, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes, because, yes, I do actually need a break as well. Done. Make the link. My plan, sleep. We are getting to, am I a weakling? No, I've been sitting here in this chair since like 9-something this morning, and it's 3:42. I need to get up and walk just briefly to the little lawyer's room, if nothing else. Let's see, Irish Leone just came in first. That's great. Let me make the portal. Redirects in place. Has my butt gone to sleep? Yes, it has. Can't feel my feet, guys. I can't. Yeah, we'll get it fixed. All right. There we go. Let me hit the little button and play the music. We're gonna be back in just a minute. Let me get a drink. Maybe check in with my wife. She's been busy. Josh says I've been sitting in the chair since. So you've had more practice than me, Josh. It's not fair. All right. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe until we go live again in just about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Get a little snack as well. These candies are not enough. So There is a standing desk. I'm actually working on fixing this so it'll work. Right now I've got cords that are too short, and if I raise the desk up to standing height, it unplugs some of my equipment. So we've got to fix that, and then we'll be good. Yeah. I'll walk a little bit, look outside at the flowers, take a breath of fresh air, check the mail, come back. We'll be live again in just a little bit. All right, guys, I might also change out of this shirt because it just isn't comfy. It's not comfy cotton. I don't know why. It's my grandpa's shirt, but is there a link? There's a portal. There's a portal. We'll take you right there. You just sit right there, click the button, and bring us right back. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel as well, and notified you get a little email, a little notification when we go live again. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Bye.